The World After the Fall. Chapter 201, A Lone World, 10. The tremor that shook spread across the trunk and into the roots of the tree of imagery. The world power was strong enough to make the entire tree of imagery tremble. It has begun. Soul King Catastrophe spoke as he looked up into the darkness from the palace of dead men. If he could, he wanted to travel across that sky to help, but he couldn't. There was still an old seal in place that entrapped him, and he was still recovering from the damage he had received from the battle between him and the lords. Who is Jaewan fighting? The Master of Rupture. Probably so. So, that one knows about what happened 210,000 years ago too? Who told him that? Was it the monk you trained? Or the bookworm? Are you talking about Buddha and Pierre? I don't care about their names. R.A. Hamid did not answer, and Catastrophe spoke annoyingly. You should have left them alone. Your effort to train them left them in this mess. Do you think anyone can kill Big Brother? Ouroboros. Damn you and your Ouroboros. From the darkness, Myad could be seen through the vision that Jaewan shared. Catastrophe spoke as he looked upon what was happening. The vision. So that fool wanted to become the star himself. Pity. I knew he was spreading words about Big Brother, but to think that he wanted to recreate what happened 210,000 years ago. The events of the past, 210,000 years ago. In silence, R.A. Hamid and Catastrophe realized that they were thinking of the same day. The Three-God War. It was the day when Dias died, Gestalt's presence was ripped apart, and Catastrophe was sealed. A day when the plan of a lone world started to stop the war between gods. A day of tragedy. Catastrophe spoke while reminiscing. Gods and humans alike, it's all same when all three are gathered. R.A. Hamid answered. Maybe it's all same after all, whether it's today or 210,000 years in the past. Thousands of Jaewans began unleashing relentless attacks at Machina's armor mercilessly. Machina did not budge, however. It was one of the parts of the three ancient gods after all. The part that was most durable in all of. That was Machina. Although it was that durable, it was still vulnerable against attacks that were aimed at its weak points, which were the joints. Jaewan's sword stabbed the joints between the pieces of armor, and he unleashed world power into the Gigantes. It was amplified through the naked setting that worked best against Gigantes. The Machina's joints were then paralyzed and it fell onto its knees. Thousands of stabs then attacked against connection areas of the cockpit at that moment. Soon, the sound of metal being ripped apart was heard. It was astonishing. The cockpit of Machina was cracking up. Myad's disbelief could be seen between cracks of the cockpit. Jaewan did not hesitate. Machina could still recover from all the damage through the user's world power. Considering the huge difference in power, it was Jaewan who was going to lose if the fight dragged on. The time was now. As thousands of blades were unleashed to distract Myad, Jaewan pulled out his final weapon. Darkness fell upon the sky of the eighth sight. Eerie energy swept through the lands, and the sound of dead men screaming erupted from all sides. Jaewan's left hand had the most powerful sword that existed in Void Sword. The sword that cut spirits down. It was Soul King Catastrophe's Void Sword. Ha 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 ha. That is great. But Myad didn't seem to be that concerned even with the appearance of the Void Sword. Come get it. The Void Sword was a weapon that worked best against beings. Whoever touched the sword was tainted with the sword's setting of time contamination, thus starting the dead man process to make one become a follower of Catastrophe. The greater the world power, the stronger the time contamination. For the Void Sword, Myad was the best prey there was. Machina's hand reached out to grab the Void Sword, but the sword avoided the grasp and was thrust into the cockpit. At the same time, Machina quickly moved out of the attack range. However, Jaewan felt something that was slightly promising. I got him. The sword had successfully stabbed Myad inside the cockpit. Even if it wasn't a critical strike, it was enough. Time contamination was going to destroy Myad's mind rapidly, and even if he did fight it off, it would destroy a huge chunk of his world power. Machina froze, thus showing Jaewan's success. However, a question came into Jaewan's mind. Why is he not using Link Destroy? Myad knew that Jaewan had a pact with Catastrophe. If so, then he had the power to use Link Destroy to cut the link between Jaewan and Catastrophe so that Jaewan couldn't use the Void Sword. Yet, Myad did not do this. There was no way Myad would have forgotten about it. And then, the unexpected happened. Machina's cockpit opened. Myad was sitting inside with dark veins popping out of his skin. He coughed black particles out from his mouth. Jaewan knew Myad had been damaged far more than he had hoped. Myad opened his mouth, and the voice came, not through the amplification of Machina, but from himself. You really are one of a kind, collecting 2 of 3 parts. There was only one being who could do that in the last millennium. He was probably referring to Malak. Myad smiled with a dark face. I was right in not killing you back then. If it wasn't for you, a lone world could have never been realized. Something definitely was wrong. Myad was on brink of losing, and he seemed to be calm. It was then that a giant blade appeared from Machina's hand. It was a sword that didn't seem to have a handle. Jaewan's eyes shook. He looked down at the sword he was holding and looked back at the sword the Machina was holding. And then he confirmed it. Void Sword. That was the Void Sword. Carlton gasped in shock as he watched it all from afar. But how? It wasn't over. Inside the cockpit, Myad's eye shined brightly in green as it spun. The symbol of a snake was storming within his eyes. Ouroboros was inside Myad's eyes. Chapter 202, A Lone World, 11. Thunder struck and a few awakeners crouched. The storm of world power blasted throughout various parts of the world. It was menacing enough for followers with low world power. The sky turned dark as if night had fallen. Sirha, give up. Don't steal my line. Myril, the 5th captain of Rupture, and Sirha were facing each other with their swords. They were out of breath from their fight. Sirha was close to winning the fight. Unlike Myril, who had spent most of her time in controlling the simulation at the lab, Sirha had experience in frontline battles since the days she was in Rupture. That kid. He's amazing, Sirha thought as she glanced over at Ronald, who was lying down on the ground at a distance. She was thinking of taking care of Myril as fast as possible so she could go help with dealing with Varkant. However, Ronald unexpectedly released his powers and killed Varkant. Killing the Lord. The boy was not in good shape as he lost most of his world power, but if the war were over soon, there was a good chance that the boy could be saved. Pierre didn't seem to be in trouble against the 2 lords either. It was a close fight, but Pierre had a slight advantage. If Sirha joined after dealing with Myril, the fight would certainly be theirs. We've won. Sirha felt it was premature. It seemed like her premonition wasn't wrong after all. There was no future of Myad controlling the world. They were going to win today, and there was no chance of tragedy. It was certain. Was it because of excitement? It wasn't like her to not notice the change of color in the rain. Even if she did notice, things would not have changed. It was beyond her ability to stop it from happening anyway. The dark clouds were turning into bloody clouds now. Next, bodies began to arise from the blood. An illusion began to form with corpses all around the world. There was no way this world could leave corpses. And there was the dead Ame standing there without his head. Sirha. There was also Kashim with only his head. Sirha. There was no way they could be there, but they were looking at Sirha. There was no way, but their blood was clearly red. Then she saw Myril bleeding and Buddha with his organs gushing out. And she saw herself, with her heart penetrated. Sirha backed away from the terrifying illusion. Everything was blood red. The world was changing. And in next moment, Sirha felt her world power waning. This. you. Myril also became pale. She smiled faintly as she looked at herself, and Sirha realized they both might be the same. What is going on? Awakeners from various places in the battle seemed to show similar symptoms. It seemed like Sir Wen became excited since it was now easier to fight these awakeners, but things weren't going so well. Even Pierre, who had been fighting the lords, was losing power. Every being who shared the same world with Rupture was losing their power. Damn it, the sea of blood, mountain of corpses was actually... She felt dizzy and fell onto the ground. Soon, she became unconscious. Even after Myad had shown his collection of all the parts, Jaewan was not concerned. The Void Sword and the Eye of Gestalt that Myad held were imperfect. Is that your setting? Yes, it is. Just like how Jaewan had fall, he expected Myad to have something also. Sea of Blood, Mountain of Corpses was more like a unique world rather than a setting after all. Then what was Myad's setting? Pierre once said this. He didn't have the setting in the beginning. It was after I left Rupture that he created that setting. I am not sure what he went through, but he created it with the Ouroboros. We taught him to create an entirely different setting. Since the Ouroboros was incomplete, it is far from the actual Eye of Gestalt. Yet, it has power equal to Buddha's reincarnation. And Jaewan now realized what Myad's setting was. Setting mocking truth. Myad's setting was to copy settings or parts he had experienced or seen. You don't seem surprised. It's not that surprising. Haha, yes, of course. It is still fake. That was why Jaewan wasn't concerned. The copied setting was a fake that could only have half of the power of the original. That alone isn't enough to defeat me. Jaewan spoke as he swung his void sword against the machina. Yes, this alone cannot do. Jaewan's void sword and Myad's void sword clashed against each other, creating a distortion. Myad then dodged Jaewan's stab and taunted, "Oh, will you stop that? You will break it. I didn't create this to fight. The parts are only the key after all." A key. Yes, a key. And it doesn't matter if the key is fake or real as long as it can do what it's required to do. Machina's hand that held the sword pointed it to the sky. The fake Eye of Gestalt began spinning in Myad's eyes. If the door can be opened, it doesn't matter if the key underperforms. Machina began to shine in a variety of colors. It wasn't something that happened before. Jaewan felt like something was not right. He quickly charged against Machina with both his swords. And in the next moment, he saw Myad smiling brightly. It was the smile of a man who had witnessed the world he had long wished for. You will never understand how long I have waited for this moment. How happy I was when you acquired the rest of the parts. Jaewan felt strange. Myad's smile was real. His actions were fake and his life was a lie. But why? Why did it feel as if the eye was looking into genuine salvation? Machina hidden phase. System operation. With a powerful explosion, Jaewan's body was thrown backward. As he was being thrown away, Jaewan saw the color change in the sky. The blood-red clouds were dripping with blood. It was once someone's unique world, but it was no longer a unique world. It had now become a reality. The bloody reality destroyed all the other worlds and contaminated everything else. Screams came from the countless worlds as they were all ripped apart. Soon, there was only one world. There was no more fighting or screaming. A lone world. Machina was up in the sky, shining brightly like a red star. Chapter 203, A Lone World, 12. There was a young man. The man had been taken away from his world because of the cultivator's lust for power and the nightmare's lust for fame. The Tower of Nightmares created by master craftsman Janpal being an emptiness was cleared by the man. He was taken to by the gods and became awakened through his hatred and anger toward the world. It was now a story of thousands of years ago. He fought the lords of the and resisted the gods of. He massacred countless cultivators and nightmares. He created Rupture. He imagined Big Brother every time he went to sleep. He believed the star he saw was Big Brother, who was the start of the tragedy and the reason for this world. He believed that he would someday pull down the star from that sky. The young man then grew old. Then he became an old man. He still looked like a young man from the outside, but on the inside, he was very old. Lots of things happened. He didn't know when the war stopped or when it was unlikely for him to look up into the sky. He couldn't remember when he began to feel despair instead of anger against the bright star hanging in the sky. Myad couldn't remember when he had poked his two eyes which could see the light up there. Jaewan knew a lot about the secret of the War of the Three Gods. The recovered record of the depth had most of the histories that Malak knew about. Most recordings just described the war to be a fight between the three ancient gods, but it was different from what it actually was. The three ancient gods met that day to end the war forever, and then start another one. Their meeting was foretold a long time ago when the three of them found clothes, utilized them, and realized what the clothes were. So, you mean this is the power of the one called they? It was young Catastrophe who spoke up first when he still had his body. Clothes are not the power of the system. It is a power that was created because the system exists. Young Dias, who had metal armor covering his body, answered. Isn't that the same thing? No. What is the system anyway? The basic law of the universe. The reason of control over everything. What the hell are you saying? So are you saying that it's stronger than us? It's not a being where strength matters. The system is the world as a whole. There's no power involved. Catastrophe then said. I will destroy it then. We are gods. Whatever it is, I can't let it control me. The system has no will. It controls, but it does not reign. It just exists. Catastrophe frowned at the words. And what are you exactly getting at? System or not, haven't we all gathered here to stop the war? Why are you bringing this up? Dias then smiled mechanically. Because we can use the system to end it. Dias then explained his plan. He explained the logic between the power of the clothes that all three of them were using and how they could use it to take control of the. It was Gestalt who objected after listening to Dias for a while. I am against it. We do not know what this system is yet. Even with Gestalt's objection, Catastrophe and Dias proceeded with their plan. Maybe it was due to their boredom from a long-lasting war or from the boredom of their long, immortal life. Or maybe, it was actually from a sense of justice. Either way, nobody knew for certain why they made such a decision. What was certain was the result. That day, the thing everyone knew about was born. 210,000 years later. Jaewan was looking directly at the recreation of what happened 210,000 years ago. Jaewan knew it wasn't in its perfect form right now. Surely the being created 210,000 years ago was much stronger. The sun burned fiercely. Myad was like the sun now. Ha, so, this is what it feels like to be a real god. Those words seemed to deny the existence of all the gods that existed in. It was quite true, however, as all gods scattered within were rapidly losing their power as Myad appeared. The hidden phase of the Machina was the power to change users' unique world into a system. The way of doing it was quite simple. Dias Link destroyed the link between gods and followers while Catastrophe's time contamination corrupted followers within the system. Then, the Eye of Gestalt worked to control the will of those who were corrupt. Vicegerents and followers were shaking in pain as they were thrown into a whole new reality. The only world they were left to believe in was the Sea of Blood, Mountain of Corpses. In that violence, they began to accept the new world one by one, becoming slaves to the new system. World power gathered from all parts of began funneling into Machina. Jaewan couldn't even guess how many world powers were being collected. The Sea of Blood, Mountain of Corpses that had now evolved into a system was not the unique world that Jaewan knew of. It was no longer a theory. Jaewan looked around. He saw Kashim and Chungha grasping their chests as they trembled while experiencing a seizure. Myad spoke. That is strange. How are you still okay? Not even awakeners can withstand this. Kashim and Chungha seemed to be in pain because of a different reason. Kashim, who was a member of Rupture, was having his world power sucked from him, and Chungha was being attacked by the corruption of the system. The sea of blood, mountain of corpses that had become a reality did not permit the existence of other unique worlds. It was a power that rejected all other possibilities. It was the power of a lone world, or the power of the system. But even then, sea of blood, mountain of corpses couldn't destroy Jaewan's world. Jaewan wasn't sure why it was possible. Maybe it was because of his eye of Gestalt. Or maybe. This is interesting. The world that did not perish in the end is yours. Jaewan's unique world was born only to destroy other worlds. That's why his world required other worlds. His world never disappeared as long as there was another world that existed. That was Jaewan's unique world. Jaewan and Myad exchanged glances. One looked like he had everything while one had the look of pity toward everything that the other had. Myad asked. Why are you looking at me like that? Because I feel sorry for you. Chapter 204, A Lone World, 13. Sorry? For me? Myad burst into laughter, but Jaewan did not laugh or smile. You destroyed your eyes just because you couldn't lay your hand on the star. It's as if your eyes were the problem because you can see the star. Jaewan looked up to the sky. Red clouds were covering the sky as if they were trying to hide the fact that there was a sky up there. But the harder the clouds tried to hide it, the more it conveyed that there was something hiding behind it. Are you a poet or something now? I am not sure what you are talking about. Don't pretend. Haha. Jaewan, I am the star. The star is within me now. No, there is no star anymore. You've lost it forever. Well, this is getting boring. I will finish this once and for all. The world suddenly charged toward Jaewan. Red blades popped from nowhere and the part of the sky struck down against Jaewan. Hands shot out from the ground to grab Jaewan's legs and the light that Machina unleashed was fired against Jaewan. Jaewan used all of his might to get out of the grasp of the world power. Naked. Golden light exploded against Machina's ray of light. Fall. His swords fought against the countless red blades flying in against him. But even after all this, Jaewan's spirit was struck mercilessly. The power of the parts that Myad was using was a much weaker version of the Eye of Gestalt or the Void Sword. But the sheer amount of world power made up for the loss of power. Jaewan's entire body was now filled with wounds. His muscles were ripped and his shoulder had been pulled apart. But even then, Jaewan did not stop. He destroyed, slashed, and stabbed. He fell and rose again. He was a naked man resisting against a world. All of was now watching his fight. Damn it! If we only had more time. I'm sorry. It was Jaewan's clothes that perished instead of Jaewan. They were losing power. Even at 20 million world power, it was impossible to fight against the entire. The last battle of was running straight into a tragic end. Was it a 100 million? Or maybe a billion? Carlton felt his spirit being torn down as he watched the fight unfold in front of him. It was a world power that a single spirit could not withstand. Jaewan fighting back was a miracle in itself. The enemy really represented one true world, and Jaewan was fighting against that. Master! Carlton felt ashamed of himself. Unlike Chungha, he was still conscious. If it wasn't for the link he made to send his world power to Jaewan, and if it wasn't for Jaewan who recovered the link when it was being destroyed by the link destroy, Carlton would have been on the ground with a seizure. The only reason Carlton was himself now was because Jaewan was fighting against that world. The link that was in place to help Jaewan was actually saving his life now. This is shameful. Carlton provided the last of his world power to Jaewan, a world power of merely a 100,000. It was a weak power which provided no help in changing the situation. We came so far for this. Carlton felt his eyes becoming hot from tears as he watched Jaewan falling down. He had guessed that it was over. The days that he lived had passed through him. A boy who had been abandoned as a half-breed between a human and an angel. One who had to be a part of Gorgon Fortress to survive. It was justice that kept Carlton alive, or the law set in place to govern Gorgon. Only justice could save a being. The former master of Gorgon Amel, who raised Carlton, taught him that. Carlton remembered the days of when he first learned to use the word of law. Those were the invincible words that enforced justice. Carlton used it to protect the Gorgon. He had memorized it all to be a protector of justice. And thus, he became the silver bind of Gorgon. His justice created righteousness, and protected justice. He thought that it was enough. Damn it! But it was useless. There was no justice. Justice was about to fall in front of his eyes. The man who represented justice more than anyone else was about to die. Why did he have to die? Carlton couldn't understand the unfairness of this world as he looked at Jaewan. Carlton then fell onto the ground. The book of law that he treasured fell out from his pocket. He smiled grimly. The power he trusted most had no use anymore. No laws were here to protect that man, and no laws were able to fight against the world. His tears turned silver as they trailed down his cheek. The book turned into silver as the drops touched the cover. Carlton thought as he looked down. If this world was fair, and if there were law and order in this world, then why wasn't Jaewan being rewarded for his past? Even the being who deceived everyone and massacred countless of people was given a world despite the fact that the being had to acquire powerful faith to open up a world. Why did Jahan have no followers? Why did no one believe in him? That's when something popped up in his head. No one believes in him. Carlton immediately stood still in his place. And then he began to walk toward Jaewan. He walked through the storm of blood, and even when the debris destroyed his body, he did not stop. Jaewan found Carlton approaching and tried to stop him. The unique world was based off one's dream. Carlton's body began to shine in silver. All this time, the justice inside him was now born. Carlton was always curious. Why didn't his unique world appear? Was it because his dream was not certain? If then, what was a dream? To Chung-ha, his dream was his longing for his home world, and to Myad, it was the hatred and anger that had lost direction. Then what about Carlton? He closed his eyes to find the answer. And he saw a familiar place. He saw the giant fortress with walls. It was the place he had lived in for so long, the place he had protected against dead men and horned monsters. It was the place where people had lost death but still had life. The place of small justice and life. It was far from being grandeur, but it was the most precious thing to Carlton. Carlton opened his eyes. They shined in silver. Myad spoke. And what the hell? The silver light exploded out from Carlton, and an entrance to a giant world was opened. The grand wall of the outer fortress extended hundreds of miles. The shape of guardian horns were engraved on all the spires. The inner fortress was tucked away inside like a giant monster. Gorgon Fortress. One of the 4 fortresses of. It appeared in the shape of Carlton's unique world. Chapter 205, A Lone World, 14. Due to the recent large-scale renovation, Fortress Carpe Diem was merged with Gorgon Fortress, thus exceeding the 10 billion population within the fortress. There were various towns and regions within the fortress, and at the entrance of all the towns, there were sculptures of Jaewan with his sword pointing up into the sky. It was a common sight to see a young man who dreamed of becoming the next Soul King to be practicing their stabs in front of those sculptures. 1-2. 1-2. People shouted while training. Some had put down their swords while taking a break from the hard training. Hey, how many times did you stab today? Me? I think about 100,000. What? Don't lie. No, I'm not. If you stab once per 1 second without eating or sleeping, that's still not enough to reach 100,000. Don't even try. I heard Master Jaewan did that. And you are him. Young men quarreled and the instructor shouted angrily at them. And then the shouts came again. Slight stab. Normal stab. Strong stab. Some of these stab trainees were very into Jaewan's stories that they shouted the skill name that Jaewan used with their mouths. But aren't the names a bit cheesy? Who names it like that? Slight stab. I heard an old man named Chung something named them for him. No. I heard Master Jaewan named them like that because he was lazy. And the gossip was swept away by another set of shouts. World stab. World stab. A bit later, one of the trainees who had been shouting screamed as he looked up into the sky. Wah! Then, everyone turned to the man. The man yelped, I did the world stab. The world ripped. Hey! What the hell? The man pointed to the sky. Some of the trainees gasped as they turned toward the direction. People were shocked. Even the instructor was shocked. The sky. The sky was tearing apart. Chancellor Yuran Chiver of Carpe Diem Fortress was having a headache as he tapped on his pen on the table. It is just a name, why does it matter? It matters. The name is the only thing left for all of us. It had been a long time since all 4 fortresses had been united, but there were still various minor fights happening within. It was apparent based on what was happening in this meeting room. We must name it Gorgon. No, Garuda. It must be Dryad. Don't forget that Manticore is there too. Leaders of the 4 fortresses were quarreling with different matters after the fortress had united with Carpe Diem. This became more fierce due to the recent change in policies that required them to rename the fortress. The problem was as follows. Doesn't Carpe Diem Garuda fit the best? No. Carpe Diem Dryad is the best there is. I think Carpe Diem Manticore is more. Hey, you were destroyed by Golden Sky Croons. Don't even try. They all agreed on leaving Carpe Diem as the first part of the name, but the problem was the latter portion. Everyone wanted to name it the fortress they came from. Yuran looked at each of them and frowned. They were all good people individually. They all agreed to Jaewan's will and trained hard on the tower that Jaewan had left behind to become awakeners. It wasn't only them however. Now, there were more than 1 million awakeners within the Carpe Diem fortress. Millions of awakeners. It was a number that can protect them from most lords, but since there were no enemies on the outside, they were fighting internally instead. Yuran thought as he scratched his mustache. It was good when we had the master. If Jaewan were here now, they probably would have all been stabbed. Or maybe he might have opened a tournament of some kind to decide the name of the fortress. Of course, it will end up with Jaewan charging into the tournament, making everybody fight him at once only to beat them all up. Since everyone will lay there beaten down, the problem will naturally be solved. And I miss those times. Yuran smiled. He did not like violence or tyranny. Even so, Yuran still missed Jaewan's such fierce attitude. The world needed a man like Jaewan. Cayman spoke from the side. I miss Master Jaewan. Cayman seemed to think the same way. He was now a minister of the fortress and the most powerful being of. Yuran asked, Cayman, how about you take care of this? And how would I do that? Humph. You know how Master used to do. You mean destroy everything? Well, I'm not exactly saying that but... Yuran was trying to put it in a more indirect way or a softened description of what Cayman said when the door to the meeting room burst open. See Chancellor. Yuran then realized something had happened as he looked at the man with a pale face. At the same time, some of the officials pulled the window curtains open. What is that? Gasps and screams came from all over the fortress. There was a giant screen-looking thing swirling above the sky. Is that? Soon people realized what they were seeing. They saw a world that was filled with blood and corpses. And in that horrible world, someone was fighting. A man was bleeding in silver. There was a man who was still holding back against it. He was countlessly swinging his sword at something as if he was fighting an entire world. They weren't sure about the enemy he was fighting against, but they could see the determination and desperation of the man fighting it. Ah! Some remembered his face and cried. Some grabbed other people's shoulders in joy. The ones who did not know him personally recognized who he was. There were sculptures of the man all over the fortress after all. Jaewan. Chapter 206, A Lone World, 15. Yuren looked up at the fight while biting on his lips. There was nothing that helped him understand what was going on, but Yuren could tell that it was an important fight. It was a fight they had to see. That's why they watched no matter how horrible it was. Is that? But how? He is fighting against such an enemy. People mumbled and they felt mostly the same emotions. However, they weren't sure about what they should do with their feelings. It was then that the voice came from the sky. I thought of Gorgon, but I guess Gorgon doesn't exist anymore. Yuren recognized the owner of the voice right away. Carlton. It's him. Carlton's voice came after a short moment. It doesn't matter. Please help. People began glancing at each other. Help? But how? Some shouted toward the sky. The answer they needed soon came. Please trust in Jaewan. They looked at each other. Trust? Some smiled and some shook their heads. Some even laughed out loud. Trusting didn't seem like it would be helpful. Please. Give him trust. Some responded to Carlton's words. It was the people who had no power or wealth, people who finally gained their unique worlds through their awakening. These people who had gotten Jaewan's help reached out toward the sky. Only one woman reached out to the sky first. I trust you. Mino shouted loudly so people could hear her. I trust you, Jaewan. Soon, something that resembled a silver ball of ropes popped up from her hands. It then shot up into the sky. Was it because there was something so beautiful hidden within her? Mino gasped in surprise. It was so beautiful and precious. It soared into the sky, toward the area where Jaewan was fighting. I see. So I still had such a thing within me. Mino held back her tears and shouted, God damn it! What are you people waiting for? People were shocked by Mino's shout. And then they began. Me too. I trust you. Here I am. People began to reach out into the sky from entire the fortress. Silver balls soared upwards. It was as if snow was falling backward. The materialization of people's trust was floating up into, beyond the sky. After a while, Yuren spoke as he looked outside the window. We should forget about the name for now. There's a more important matter at hand. The officials all gathered by the window and Yuren looked at each of them. They looked back at Yuren, and came and nodded. Yuren then smiled and reached out to the sky. Master Jaewan. We trust you. He felt world power covering his entire body softly. He felt as if he could take any type of damage. There was the power of the people that trusted him. Countless spirits were now with him. He saw Carlton who was barely able to stand from the distance. You finally opened your unique world. But the unique world is Gorgon Fortress? It was so like Carlton. Gorgon Fortress. Carlton was able to open passageway between and through his unique world. The giant portal behind him showed the landscape of. A chunk of powerful world power traveled through it to pour into Jaewan. This is. The voice screamed while gritting its teeth. This can't be. How can it exceed the population of? It was the first time Jaewan heard my ad in such shock. The concentration of world power was almost about to explode within the eighth sight. Jaewan looked at his hands that were now all silver as they were covered in light. It seemed like the power wasn't only coming from the fortress. The entire spirit of was sending him world power. There's no world with more population than. even if had many spirits, was where only the chosen ones were allowed to come. In contrast, was where everyone ended after they died. It was natural for to have a larger population. Jaewan wasn't sure how many spirits were sending him power. Myad continued attacking Jaewan, but he was no longer being damaged by any of the attacks. He smiled bitterly as he charged against the sea of blood, mountain of corpses. I see. So I couldn't do this alone from the beginning. Mulcake mentioned that there were 3 steps to creation at the end of awakening. Jaewan now realized the second answer and the second step to the awakening. Awakening 5th step. Prove. The world became real because countless people believed in it. Jaewan brought his sword up into the sky. Prove? It was the perfect name. It was time to prove himself. The sky covered in red was torn apart. The red clouds exploded out and it revealed the pitch-black sky of the fall from within. The giant eye appeared in the sky and was looking directly at Myad. Ah, ah ah! With the sound of crows screeching, Myad moaned in terror. Jaewan's unique world that had become a reality was running rampant. A world was attacking another world. The giant mouth of the fall was biting away at the sea of blood, mountain of corpses, while it resisted like prey captured by a predator. Skies were torn and the ground trembled. And within the heavy pressure of the world power, Jaewan stabbed. Once. Twice, 100, thousands, millions, billions. The fall that was unleashed by the stab swallowed and chewed away at the sea of blood, mountain of corpses. And the system of sea of blood, mountain of corpses began to be destroyed. Myad's disbelief could be seen and Jaewan's sword charged against it. The red light covered the lands of. There were the ones who had been fighting against, the ones who were in agony after losing their world, and ones who were betrayed by their own world while losing power. They all forgot what they were doing and looked up into the sky. They felt that it was the end of an age. And it was for real this time. The red sky was falling. Chapter 207, Big Brother, 1. Nobody knows what the fall actually is. No one has lived to experience what it is like after the fall. But why are you afraid of something you have not even experienced yet? Ronald the Naked Saint. Episode. Big Brother. A year had passed since the red star fell from the sky. People stopped talking about the star and instead talked about the eye. It referred to the same thing in the end, but there was a difference. The star and the eye were very different after all. What was Big Brother? The Little Brother network was bursting with these issues recently. From the debates on the existence of Big Brother to all kinds of testimonies relating to it. It was within this anonymous chat room that people were debating most heatedly. GUEST 15321, Big Brother exists. Did you forget about the authentication? It's Big Brother who issued them. GUEST 8264, what are you talking about? It was revealed that they were created by the masters of the fortresses in GUEST 624124, then what about the system? It's the setting of the Big Brother, remember? GUEST 8264, there's no proof of that either. It's just a hoax. GUEST 55243, what about the adapters in they? They are followers of Big Brother. How can you deny the existence of a god when there are followers? GUEST 8264, and those adapters have never seen nor heard their gods. What proof do they have? GUEST 3581, what about Little Brother Network? It's created by Big Brother. GUEST 8264, OMG, if Big Brother really created it, then I would have been banned already. GUEST 55243, yet. As a matter of fact, who are you to claim all that? Reveal your name if you want to back your claims. GUEST 624124, I know. Stop blabbering unless if you don't want your ass kicked outta here. It was followed by insults. Soon, Guest 8264's message popped up in reply. GUEST 8264, ugh, that's why I don't talk with retards. I will prove that Big Brother does not exist. GUEST 3581? GUEST 55243, go 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 go. GUEST 8264 has changed their nickname to SLA's Herking. The chat room became silent. SLA's Herking? As far as they knew, there was only one person who used such a nickname. SLA's Herking, hey, big brother, you son of a b******. Fight me if you are alive. I'm here. Send down lightning or something. And the chat room exploded. GUEST 3581, sh**t. GUEST 624124, old man, are you crazy? Herking's taunts continued for a while. It was so fierce and grand that the guests even believed it was proof of Big Brother's non-existence. And after a while, SLA's Herking is banned from chat for 10 minutes due to excessive use of violent language. Many followed up with words like LOL or LMAO. Chung-ho looked at those messages for a while and turned off the network with a scoff. Ha, what a useless bunch. He then yawned in a relaxed manner as he laid back. It's a good day. He was lying down on a net hammock installed outside of Edmont Fortress to enjoy surfing through the Little Brother network. He then smiled as he heard followers walking below the fortress. Chung-ho was killing time while glancing at the female followers passing by. He did not look for anyone, nor did anyone come for him. It had been 3 months since he killed time like this. 3 months. It didn't feel too long for him. Maybe it was because it was peace found after a long time. He wanted to stay lazy for a while. People wanted time to themselves. Maybe it was okay to say that he had lost his purpose. Chung-ho now was very different from the Chung-ho when he had reached the depth expedition team had lost its purpose. They did not have to gain access to the fruits. He could always return to with the fruits, but the problem was after that. The fruits the people used to know about wasn't the key to bring back life. It was only a guaranteed passageway to the. With the revealed as one of the sites, there were no more fantasies towards real life. And Chung-ho had the duty to explain this to the people in. But how could he? How could he tell them that the life they had longed for was all but a lie and their miserable life was actually real? The truth was always right. But if that truth would destroy the people, maybe it needed to be hidden. It was better for them to live without knowing the truth, yearning for a real life that did not exist. And besides, was a much better place to live in now. Ugh, it's giving me a headache. Chung-ho frowned as he looked up into the sky. Then he noticed a small white bird flying toward him. It was a message sent by the council. He received the message and read it. What are they up to? The council was the governing organization of the Now. It was an organization that Sirha created after Rupture fell. However, it wasn't an organization to create a new form of power. A year after the fall of a star, there had been many changes in. The largest change was the ranking of the gods. The council implemented mandatory participation of work for followers, which changed the ranking of the gods. The former rank was due to the world power of each god, and now they were ranked according to the rating of happiness of the followers. If followers were given better lives and became happier, it raised the rank of that god. And that was not the end. Followers were no longer bound by one unique world. They were given the choice of any unique world and were able to leave at will. There were people who were now developing unique settings together with their gods. It was a success of the follower-based system. Some gods were opposed to such a decision, but the council's enforcement made all the gods agree to the new system. And this included the gods within the council as well. NNGH. So, it's evaluation time already. Chung-ho frowned. Rank evaluation. It was a bi-yearly event after it started a year ago. If a happiness rating fell beneath the required level, the god was penalized. And Chung-ho was one who was penalized last time because of it. The female followers of Chung-ho's Murim had reported him for his setting. How can you have such a world now? A polygamy setting. Are you out of your mind? Your world power increases the more wives you have. And because of that incident, Chungha lost many female followers and now his male followers were complaining. He might even be pushed down to middle-ranking god after this evaluation. Ugh, damn Sirha and her policies. Well, I guess I can pay her a visit anyway. Chungha stretched as he got up from the hammock. As he looked at the clear empty sky, he remembered Jayawan. It has been months since he had seen Jayawan. I wonder where he went off to. Jayawan was still in even after a year. Chungha didn't know what made Jayawan stay when he was always moving. He couldn't ask. Maybe Chungha was afraid to ask. They were tired. They still knew that Big Brother was out there. But as Mayat and Jerome spoke, Big Brother was a being with no certainty. No one knew about Big Brother even when everyone talked about it. And maybe because of that, Chungha thought it might be better for Jayawan to give up. Chapter 208, Big Brother, 2. The inner fortress of Edmont was crowded with the council for the evaluation. They were all so busy with their work that if it wasn't for the evaluation, it would be hard for them to gather in one place like this. What? He didn't come again. Well, he's very busy. He's not the only one who's busy. Sirha and Ronald were quarreling. Sirha was especially mad as she was now the leader of the council. We barely managed to put it in place. There's no use if we don't keep it going. Sirha snapped and glared at Chungha. And teacher. Hha. You broke the setting rule again. Didn't I say not to create such a stupid setting? You created a 3 wives setting after polygamy? Are you kidding me? It was to answer my male followers' needs. Sirha, you know 80% of my followers are men, right? Don't use them as an excuse. It's all because you want it that way. You already have mostly men. Why don't you try making a multiple husbands setting instead? Chungha became silent. He was actually having problems because of his settings. It was Ronald who suggested a different idea. Well, you can have the men marry each other. Why would you restrict a woman as a wife? Carlton then cackled while he was organizing the documents. Chungha paled as people around them laughed. Sirha sighed. Ugh, that's enough. Ronald, go get Jayawan. It's all his fault that teacher is like that. Why is it his fault? Don't you know? You know what Jayawan's rank is now. Sirha pushed Carlton away and pulled out a piece of paper from the pile. Everyone turned to that paper. There was the thick word for the rank. Lowest. Ronald said, it probably means something else. No, it is exactly what you see. He's the lowest rank right now. But how can he be the lowest? See for yourself. Everyone looked closely at the document. Name, Jayawan. World name, world after the fall. Follower, 1. Happiness rating, 1. Evaluated rank lowest. Chungha commented, so, he only has 1 follower. Yet. And that's me, Ronald said. How is that happiness rating evaluated? I guess it only counts me since I'm the only follower, but why is it 1? Because the only follower is depressed and always talks about nonsense? You always walk around saying an eye is looking down on you or something like a maniac. How can you be happy like that? Chungha's words made Ronald dumbfounded. Chungha continued, I'm surprised Jayawan is still in the rankings. How did he survive last time? Isn't there a rule to expel a god from the rankings if the happiness drops below 10? It was Carlton who replied, oh, I opened Gorgon Fortress back then. If I use my unique world, Master's followers increase greatly while my world is maintained. Gorgon Fortress had an effect on removing the borders of End. Even if did not have gods, there was a lot of trust toward Jayawan within. So if Carlton opened his unique world, Jayawan's followers increased greatly. Chungha frowned. That's cheating. Yes, but we can't expel him. Yet. If it doesn't work out, I will do it again this time. Sirha interrupted, you can't. Jaewan should be evaluated fairly this time. We can't always make exceptions for him. Are you saying you will expel him from being a god? Why would I do that? I will give him a penalty of serving as a public volunteer or something, and fix his unique world so he can increase his followers. What's important is that he needs to follow the rules now. Sirha and a few members of the council nodded. What she said was right. The policy only worked when there were no exceptions in place. Even if Jaewan was the hero of, he couldn't be treated differently forever without the other gods objecting. Everyone's eyes all turned to Ronald. Ronald, the only follower of Jaewan. He was the only one who could communicate directly with Jaewan. Ronald, you know where he is right now, don't you? Ronald was staring closely at the document from Sirha. They then realized Ronald was looking at the happiness rating. Everyone felt sympathetic at that moment. A few were looking at the scar on Ronald's shoulder. Everyone who had fought in the war knew what the scar was. From his shoulder to his thigh. It was the result of spirit exploding. Ronald was injured to the point where his spirit had no chance of surviving. It was a miracle that he even made it through. If it wasn't for Jaewan's Eye of Gestalt and Changhe, Ronald would have died. If he wasn't there, the seventh sight would have perished that day. Everyone thought as they looked at the boy. He was a great hero. The boy gave up everything to kill the Lord. He had the right to be happy. You didn't answer my question yet. Was it because they were deep in their thoughts? People didn't realize Ronald had asked something. Sirha blinked her eyes dumbfoundedly and asked back, "Hey? What question?" "This." Ronald pointed at the happiness rating, 1 as he continued. "This happiness rating, who and how was this evaluated?" "Oh, I did that from." And before she could finish, Ronald interrupted, "You did this?" Yeah. How dare you?" Sirha's face turned cold. The air quickly became tense, however, Ronald's face became colder. "How can you judge another person's happiness? What are you to rate that?" "Ronald, that's... What difference is that from the system?" Sirha couldn't say. "Yes, Changhe is right. Jaewan's world is depressing. It makes me go crazy if I look up at the eyeball in the sky. It even makes me feel like I want to die. But, that doesn't mean I'm not happy." Some gasped. They didn't expect to hear that from a young boy. "I determine my own happiness. So if you are trying to restrict Jaewan with such nonsense, give up." Some council members were shocked by the declaration. Maybe it was Ronald who saw reality clearly. But they were adults and they had their pride. They could not agree with the young boy's words. And the one who represented that pride was one person. Sirha declared as people turned to her, "We need him." Ronald grimaced. "Why? Why do you need him?" "To create a fair world." "For that reason? Are you certain?" Sirha couldn't answer as minutes passed. Ronald stood up from his seat and walked over to the window, opening it. A breeze entered the window and cooled the room. There was the smell of the wind. There were many windows inside the room, but none of them were large enough to contain the entire sky. There was always a part of the sky that they couldn't see. Ronald spoke as he looked at the squared sky from the window. "You already know where Jaewan is and what he is doing right now. Don't you?" Sirha didn't speak but answered with a look. "You're just afraid." "We are afraid about what we don't know." People shook, seemingly from the cold, but there were no weak spirits within the council that could feel cold from the weather. It was the year of peace that had given them comfort that made them feel cold against the reality. We just want to bind Jaewan to us. It's here." The third sight of, in the hottest region named Muspelheim. Jaewan was looking around as he checked the direction of the sky. Caravan asked Jaewan, "Are we really here? Is there really an entrance in my sight?" Caravan, after a year of training, had inherited Ignis setting and became the new god of the third sight. He wasn't strong as Ignis during his best days, but everyone agreed that Caravan would be a great god in the future. Yet, I was suspicious when fruits were dropping here, but, did you hear it from my ad? Something like that. Jaewan looked up at the sky, at the giant eye that was always looking down on him. The eye was closing slowly. Jaewan narrowed his eyes as he spoke. It's about time. Chapter 209, Big Brother, 3. Jaewan remembered the last battle that happened a year ago. As the power waned and the unique world sea of blood, mountain of corpses perished, Myad fell to the ground. The machina creaked as almost every part except the cockpit was destroyed, facing the sky. A general called Saman Garam spoke of you before. To look for you when I got to reach thee. Jaewan had been thinking while he was fighting Myad. If only he had come to earlier. If only they met a few hundred years earlier, things could have turned out differently. Myad would have never needed to betray his own dream, and felt despair at his hopelessness. But it was all too late now. Saman Garam, yes, I remember that name. Myad seemed to recognize the name. It was before he gave up on defeating when he met a general with such a name. A general and an adapter who was suspicious of the system, to think of how many people there were in the world with all those differences. Myad felt his power waning as he stared into the quiet night sky. There was the sky of Jaewan's dark world. He reached out for the sky, it was the sky that he had always wanted to reach, but he never could. In that place he sought, there was now a giant eye. The giant eye that Jaewan always looked up at. Myad laughed. -127 times. What? -127 times. I've tried that many times against that sky. Jaewan felt the depths of despair deep within that number. This man did not give up easily. He tried so hard to reach the sky, and then tried again. He did everything he could in his power as a human being, but it did not work. There was just no being that could defeat the system. Myad looked at Jaewan. It was a complicated look. It contained sympathy, pity, envy, and longing. It also contained all those long years he spent in his eyes. Once in 1,000 days, there is a moment when the star blanks. I guess in your case, it will close its lids since it's an eye. It's a short moment, but it might be enough time for you to climb up to the sky. Jaewan realized what Myad was talking about. The story went on for a while and Jaewan focused as best as he could to get every word Myad was trying to say. I can only say one thing. Be careful of time. The biggest enemy a being can have is time. He was a man who had challenged alone for thousands of years. Jaewan wasn't sure what Myad thought in his last moments as he closed his eyes with those last words. A cold winter wind blew. The winter started within a year ago. According to the gods who had a fortune-telling type setting, this winter was a temporary weather shift that happened because of the clash between powerful world powers. And that temporary weather shift is going on after a year. I think those fortune-telling gods aren't very popular these days, Yunwan commented as he looked out at the thick snow falling into the region of the third sight. The snow, however, melted right away as it touched the ground because of the heat. Soil has still not recovered. But if you can use your skill from the Eye of Gestalt, I can't make everyone my follower. Yunwan smiled at the cold answer and asked, why? Because your world isn't happy. No, a person has to stand on their own. Haha. Not everyone is like you. Jaewan did not respond. Instead, he just looked up at the sky. It was enough of an answer. Yunwan felt a pang of sadness in his heart. He looked around and saw Ronald and Sir Wen standing a distance away. They too had the same look as Yunwan. They looked at each other, and Yunwan realized it was up to him to say those words. You saw, felt, and learned enough all this time that you can't do it alone. And still, are you trying to do it alone? Jaewan did not answer. Yunwan thought that maybe it was because of him that made Jaewan turn out this way. Jaewan wasn't like this when they were in the Tower of Nightmares. He was brighter and eager to discuss his opinions with people. But as those people disappeared, Jaewan talked less and less. He lost a lot of things such a long time ago. Yunwan did not know what kind of life Jaewan lived after he fell from the 98th floor. He did not know how much he had lost since then and how much despair he felt. He did not even know a glimpse of Jaewan's pain. However, there was one thing Yunwan knew. After all that changed, you are still the Jaewan I know. His personality had changed and he became very quiet, but something did not change. It was the core character of Jaewan as a person. You are leaving today. Jaewan nodded without turning to him. The giant eye in the sky was almost closing its eyelids. It even seemed like it was going to fall asleep. Yunwan smiled bitterly. I am still looking at your back again. I know. I know it's not a place I can go to, even if I want to. I can only hope for the best for you from here. That is more than enough. I know that too. But not everyone will think like me. What do you mean? People are afraid. Afraid of what you are trying to do. They don't understand what I'm trying to do. Yes, they don't, that's why they are afraid. It's what you don't understand that makes you terrified. Jaewan realized what Yunwan was trying to say. But they all still think dearly of you. They just have a different way of treating someone they value. So, don't blame them, Jaewan. And as Yunwan finished talking, people began to appear over the horizon. It was the members of the council. With Yu Serha as the leader, Chung He, Carlton, and the other members began to appear. It seemed that the guards of the council also came. There was enough world power gathered to fill the plains. Yunwan spoke as he felt their hostility. It doesn't seem like they're here to say goodbye. I see. The members of the council surrounded Jaewan as they closed in. Serha was the first to speak. Jaewan. You can't go. Chapter 210, Big Brother, 4. Serha wasn't sure what happened in the next moment. She only remembered that darkness fell from the sky and the ground trembled. However, she wasn't sure why she and everyone else had fallen to their knees. No, maybe it was wrong to say that she wasn't sure. She knew. She knew that it was impossible to stop Jaewan. She knew that this day would come. This is the power of an awakener at the proof step. But knowing didn't mean she had to give up. You are going to meet, aren't you? Serha barely got up from the ground as she spoke. Answer me. Yes. Jaewan replied for the first time. It was his declaration that he would leave and go to the end of the tree of imagery. Some people turned grim at the declaration while others seemed disappointed. People who had come all the way here all trusted and followed Jaewan. Jaewan waved his hand and deactivated his unique world as it was pressing down too hard on the people. As the air became normal again, Serha panted, You don't know if Big Brother really exists or not. What you are trying to do might be pointless. Big Brother exists. You know it. Even if he exists. Serha stood still in place as she shouted angrily. Big Brother did not appear when my ad tried to create his new system. Big Brother did not appear when all the lords were killed. I know. I know? Do you really know what I'm talking about? Don't you know what that means? It means that even if Big Brother exists, he doesn't interfere with this world. There was a point to what Serha was saying. If Big Brother was interested in the matters of what happened between Mayat or Jaewan would have never been allowed. There was no god that would let their vicegerent get killed. Big Brother ignored all that. We have a new world now. Is now stronger than they. Serha reasoned as she looked back at the members of the council. The does not oppress anyone now. We do not compete for the strength of the gods. Do you know what it means? We can start a new world here. We can start living in peace and harmony. We don't need to destroy Big Brother too. Serha kept on going. She claimed that hope could be found, and that Jaewan's way wasn't the only way. There were still stories to unfold and paths to be found. And Sirha's voice became quieter and quieter. Everyone's eyes turned to Sirha in sadness. Everyone, including Sirha, knew that there was no point to all of this. Whatever they said was not enough. They couldn't stand there and be proud of what they said against the man's justice. And after a while, Jaewan finally said, "Cultivation will still continue." It was a calm voice, but some shook as they heard it. Jaewan continued, "People from the remote regions will keep moving up the tree of imagery by going through the Tower of Nightmares. They will come to if they are lucky, but most will go to the. And those that die that will be locked up in. That's. We can't stop that from happening." Did Jaewan always speak so logically? Sirha couldn't answer Jaewan's words. No matter how strong the council or become, it cannot be stopped. They cannot stop cultivation. If cultivation disappears, two will perish in the future. It was true. Even if became powerful and the council implemented the right policies, they could not solve the core problem. Sirha knew this. But she also knew that there were things that had to happen. I will stop it. Sirha became angered at Jaewan's words. That's easy for you to say. You. But Sirha couldn't continue. You are trying to destroy the world. You want to destroy everything, every part of this world without exception. She knew that her action, expression, and all other possible languages had been read by Jaewan, enough to understand what she wanted to say. She was ashamed of her fear, but she had to. Her life and the lives of all other beings were at stake depending on her actions here. Considering that Big Brother really existed and Jaewan was off to meet Big Brother, that would be fine. But what if Jaewan tried to fight Big Brother? And what if Big Brother became angered, killed Jaewan, and came down to destroy it? Sirha shook her head. Maybe that wasn't what she feared the most. What she truly feared was, "Sirha, let him go." It was Chungha's voice. "You will have to go through me if you want to stop him." Chungha walked out from the council and stood against them. Carlton also walked out. "We should let him go." They weren't the only ones. Ronald, Yunwan, and even Sir Wen, who was beside Jaewan, came out to block the path to him. Sirha felt herself lose the will to fight. Why? Why was everyone? "I know what you are thinking. But we must let him go," Chungha said without looking back at Jaewan. "Go, Jaewan. Do what you need to do. Kill Big Brother, destroy the system, whatever. Do what you want. I'm satisfied that I've come all the way here, I already owe you a lot. Because of you, I'm here." Everyone all nodded at that. They had different thoughts and ideas, but they all agreed on one point. "Thank you, Jaewan." Everyone around became silent. Jaewan was silent too. Some closed their eyes, and some bit on their lips. They all felt the depth of the silence that had fallen. The sky became completely dark. The giant eye in Jaewan's world was closing its eye completely. As the god eye stopped looking down, Jaewan reached up to the sky with his swords. Then, the sky of cracked open. It was like a giant mouth, with ominous energy coming from within. Step by step, footsteps were heard walking up the stairs created by world power. The people who had their backs turned to Jaewan did not look around, but they heard it. The sound was getting further away. And after a while, they looked back and up to the sky. He didn't even say goodbye. Yet. The council members and the others were now looking at Jaewan's back, walking into a giant mouth in the sky. Maybe it would be their last time seeing him. Some were teary, and Yunwan was one of them. He had been running all this time, following that back. The mouth began to close and Jaewan disappeared. The eye opened back up again as the sky began to brighten. Soon, the sky became normal again as if nothing had happened. Carlton asked, "Did we do the right thing?" "I don't know. I hoped Master would stop. I even thought he had given up since he spent a year here." "Haha, I hoped for that too, Changhe answered with a laugh. What will happen if he defeats Big Brother and destroys the system? Will something change? Everything might change, or maybe everything will stay the same. Ronald also added, or the world really will fall this time. People laughed and Sir Wen said, I guess the joke will become real then. We really have become fall bringers. I should tell the nightmares to stop creating towers now. Haha, it certainly will be if the fall really comes. Then I'll say this beforehand, it's been an honor knowing you all. Good. How about we drink a toast to the coming of the fall? That is a good idea. Are you treating us? Count me in. No kids are allowed, boy. I'm a child on the outside, but I'm grown up. People laughed as they began to walk away. Changhe looked at the people helping each other walk back to where they come from as he thought. They were weak, but also very strong. Yes, Jaewan. This is what you created. Changhe waved to the people as they called out to him. Changhe then looked at Sirha, still slumped down on the ground, silent. Stop crying and stand up, girl. Changhe pulled her up from the ground and brushed the dirt off of her. Sirha cleaned herself up with a reddened face as Changhe patted her on her back. The clear sky was above them now. Changhe spoke with a smile. It is a good day to fall. Chapter 211, Big Brother, 5. He walked in darkness. He walked and walked and walked. He sometimes ran and swung his sword at emptiness, but he knew everything was pointless. Unleashing his world power, walking or running. Nothing worked. He could not get out of this space. Maybe Jaewan had realized this too late. A space of endless darkness. Maybe the space at the beginning of time was like this. Jaewan had just walked a few steps into this space when he felt everything was upon him now. He would meet Big Brother, defeat him, and everything would be over. However, the darkness did not stop no matter how far he walked. The darkness was so complete that he did not know where he was walking. The only sound inside of this empty darkness were his footsteps and his own voice when he shouted, Big Brother! He also looked for any signs of people, but no one replied to his presence. He was completely alone in this giant space. A month passed. The only reason Jaewan was certain of how much time had passed was that he used his unique world to keep track of time. And after a month of investigation, he found out many things about this place. First, there was no way of getting out. The only possible way might be using the entrance he used, but he had long forgotten where it was. It was possible that he might exit when the eye blinked again, but I can't go back. He couldn't go back to. That was not an option. The only option left was to move forward, but the problem was that he did not know which way was forward. Jaewan wasn't sure how big this place was as it seemed to span infinitely. Maybe this space was something that Big Brother created, that seemed like the only possible answer. Damn it! Jaewan had no choice but to walk aimlessly, and like that, a month had passed. Hey, is anyone there? It was quite painful that there was no one to answer his call. Painful? What was painful? Painful that he was alone? Jaewan felt like he had become weak. He had stabbed alone for years in the Tower of Nightmares and did not need anyone to talk to him. But maybe it was those stabs that allowed him to endure being alone. His goal and the change that came from all those stabs allowed him to endure everything, but what about now? If I stab like before? He thought about it. He had given up on wishing that his stab would become powerful by repeatedly practicing, but there was a possibility that he might come to some kind of realization through stabs and find a way out of this place by ripping it apart. Jaewan then decided to think simply. If Big Brother did not come to meet him, then he needed to cause enough trouble for Big Brother to come. He began to stab into emptiness. Once, twice. They were precise and powerful stabs. Stabs that did not care about how many times he repeated. Stabs only made for the sake of stabbing. Jaewan focused on his stab, and repeated it, again and again. 3 years passed. Jaewan threw down his sword to the ground as he scratched his long, messy hair. His stab, as expected, had no growth. It did allow him to use the power of fall more precisely, but there weren't that many results for 3 years of stabbing. Has it really been 3 years? He was losing his sense of time. Maybe it was because he was in the darkness, or maybe there was some other reason. Time flows differently here. Jaewan remembered the strange feeling when he first came here. It was a similar feeling to how he felt when he stepped into the Tower of Nightmares with its concentrated time flow. It seemed that time flow here was much more concentrated than the Tower of Nightmares at its maximum. He was certain that 3 years and 2 months had passed here, but it had probably only been a short moment in. How did Myad challenge this place 127 times? He had challenged it 127 times and failed, but he still lived. It meant that he found a way to go back down to. I guess the exit back to will reappear after a certain amount of time. However, the exit did not appear, at least for the last 3 years. Jaewan remembered that Myad had never seen Big Brother himself. It meant that Myad had failed in this space without being able to move forward. He had given up in this exact space. For a moment, Jaewan felt everything was pointless, but quickly came back to his senses. How did I train for 2,000 years back in? That was quite strange. He had once stabbed for 2,000 years back in. It didn't feel like he had spent 2,000 years, but the time flow was so concentrated so it felt as though it had. However, after coming here, he wasn't sure if the time flow was really expedited back then. It was hard to think that he was able to stab for 2,000 years without going mad. Jaewan shook his head. This was not a time to think. It was better to just stab at least once more. It was the only way out of here. 10 years passed. He wasn't afraid of the darkness anymore. His heightened senses now allowed him to see through the darkness as if it was bright daylight. However, Jaewan felt mentally fatigued. He saw Kamen or Chungha from time to time when he trained in. But there was no one here. Maybe he had really become weak now. In the process of saving people, and after fighting many enemies, his human mind had grown bigger. As he heard the sound of his sword thrust, he realized he was alone. Many thoughts came to his mind as he heard the sound. He thought of all those people he met in Anderson, Ronald. He also remembered Chungha and Carlton who he met in Sirwen, Uranchiver, and Kamen. He also remembered Mino. And when he was tired of remembering them, he went back through the record of the depth again, slowly. Of course, the records did not have anything about this space. However, it was obvious. The records were created before Malak had challenged Big Brother. But that was reassuring. Malak was certainly able to get through this space and met Big Brother. Jaewan wasn't sure what happened to him then, but he was certain that this path was definitely a way to reach Big Brother. He then recalled his memories of Earth. He didn't have many memories, but still had some such as of his parents. He wasn't very close to his parents though. His father left Jaewan and his mother when he was young to create another family. And after that, Jaewan's mother was busy working to feed Jaewan. So it was the sea of the internet that raised him, and the anonymous people in there. It was also hundreds of books, movies, and animations that raised him. And also himself. The little prince said, "It is only with the heart that one can see rightly, what is essential is invisible to the eye." Even then, he remembered something as he closed his eyes from time to time. It was a faint and distant voice. A voice that seemed to come from far deep within his memory. The days of peaceful times before his parents divorced, before Jaewan's world was completed. Then, what happens to the world that the little prince left? Oh, that world is... Jaewan realized it was his mother's voice. What was she doing now? Was she still working part-time jobs? Was she still alive? Jaewan remembered the voice as he fell asleep quietly. 50 years passed. That was absurd. 50 years? Was it really so short to shoot past just like that? 50 years was a lifetime on Earth. However, 50 years really did pass. It didn't feel like it, but Jaewan's unique world was telling him that. You have spent 50 years here. His stab did not show any signs of growth, and his setting did not have any changes either. But, there was a slight change in Jaewan's daily routine. It was the space where one could not tell if it was night or day, but Jaewan used the space in 24-hour routines. He stabbed for 18 hours of the day, spent 5 hours meditating, and slept for 1 hour. He did not need to sleep, but he still slept. The short amount of sleep helped him endure the long days. It was on one of those days that Jaewan opened his eyes during his meditation. He felt like he needed to say it, but he also felt like he didn't want to speak with such a thing. However, he felt like he would go crazy if he didn't talk. It's about time you talk now, Jaewan declared, and then he heard the sound of something moving. But it wasn't coming from afar. It was from very close, next to Jaewan. Say something before I break you in half. Something shook. It was like it was fearful or hesitant. Then, it opened its mouth while it was in the grip of Jaewan's hand. Since when did you know? It was his sword, speaking for the first time. Chapter 212, Big Brother, 6. A noisy voice sounded within the quiet darkness. The voice made it seem like they had been waiting for this day, holding back from talking for thousands of years. And surprisingly, the voice was coming from the dark blade that had cracked open. So, you should have listened to me from the beginning and we wouldn't have been caught here like this. Big Brother, my ass. What are you going to do after you destroy the system? Does it give you money? Does it bring back your youth? Or does it even compliment you or something? You already saw all those people. They didn't want you to do this. I'm pretty sure they're all afraid by now. That perverted old man, the half-angel sissy boy. They are all probably scared sh*+ of you destroying the world. Oh, but of course I think you might die before you destroy the world though. It felt like he was really noisy before, but not a thing had changed since then. Jaewan regretted talking to it. Ha, I really feel sad for you, Jaewan. I feel like I will cry now. I will shed sad tears. You don't have eyes. Bah. It's a metaphor. Don't you get it? How can a sword cry? For crying out loud. The sword shook violently as the voice continued. So, back to where we left off. How can you not know when everyone else knows? You should have just moved to the just like I told you to back then, and you would have been the most powerful lord there by now. You could have finished the war in the and live a lavish, luxurious life there. Now look what you've become. You are. Jaewan yawned as he listened to the sword go on and thought about what its name was. Beast Lane. Yes. That was his name. The cultivator that Jaewan met on the 100th floor of the Tower of Nightmares. He was the one with the head of a lion, wearing a black suit with the nickname, Gentleman of Mischief. Or something like that. However, it was ironic for one who merely had the strength of a third-stage adapter to have such a nickname. What? What are you laughing at? Nothing. Jaewan expected this when his sword began to evolve after he smashed his way out of the tower, and when Michael from told him that a certain spirit of a higher being had possessed the sword. But he did not have proof back then, and the sword was still a sword. Jaewan had fought every battle with this sword. He had it since the beginning, and he was still with it now. You haven't changed a bit. I haven't changed a bit. You're the one who ended my career. Look at what I've become. If he heard this the second he got out of the tower, he would have destroyed the sword immediately. However, Jaewan had changed and he still liked the sword. But hasn't it been quite fun? Fun? Fun you say? What are you? Jaewan knew. This demon had paid enough of a price for his sins. He had faced many dangerous moments together with the sword while making his way here. It was. The voice became quiet. If the sword had eyes, it would probably show complicated feelings. Fun? Was it fun? Was that enough to describe all that had happened? The sword vibrated erratically. It might even have been viewed as being hesitant if he was a human. You can't just describe it as fun. How rude of you to say that. Yet, it seemed that Beastlane was thinking of what he had experienced. Fun didn't seem to fit how he felt, perhaps it was more astonishing. The journey he experienced together with Jaewan was an astonishing one that he had never experienced before in his 784 years of life as a demon. No, there was no demon that could have experienced what Beastlane went through. Before he was placed in the sword, he was just an ordinary cultivator. He was a middle-grade demon, a being that was looked down upon by lords and generals. That was Beastlane, the 8152nd demon. All he could hope for in his life was to become a public cultivator of Big Brother or become a god through countless cultivation. And that would only happen if he was lucky, since any incident could have killed him. However, he became a sword and fought against those terrifying lords. He killed those lords that he was so terrified of even mentioning their names, and massacred the gods he was too scared of talking to. It was a pleasure he hadn't felt when he lived within the system. Of course, he had to endure the pain of being destroyed first, but it turned out to be astonishing. It was the pleasure of fighting against the world. He reached the peak of excitement when he destroyed Lord Jérôme. Killing Jérôme, who had long oppressed all the cultivators, was the one moment he would never forget. Time passed and Jaewan spoke to the sword that had fallen silent. Hey! Beastlane came back from his thoughts and shook his sword body. Do you think I should still start the real game? Beastlane did not answer. He just vibrated and refused to answer. Jaewan then remembered my ad telling Jaewan to be cautious of time. To think that this demon could change. It seemed that time really was terrifying. There was nothing that was permanent in the world. No. Maybe there was something that didn't change after all. So, Jaewan, why are you trying to meet Big Brother anyway? Justice? Ethics? Ugh, don't tell me that that's the only reason you want to meet him? Let's not fall into a cliché here, alright? Jaewan frowned with his eyes closed as he heard Beastlane's lecture. He had gone on for 5 hours straight. Justice won't feed you. Ethics? Throw that **T out in the trash can. All of that is just the result of education. In some worlds, justice is to kill your parents before they get old and suffer, and in other worlds, ethics is where you lend your wife to a friend. It's an illusion. It's all created by humans. Ideas that were all created by human perspectives. Chapter 213, Big Brother, 7. According to Beastlane, it was within the 1 year that Jaewan spent in that he gained the ability to speak. The sword had gone through the third evolution from the enormous world power and was now able to use its mouth not only to eat, but to speak as well. However, the problem was when he had been silent all this time, so it felt strange to speak. He also feared that Jaewan would destroy him if he knew. Then, Jaewan walked into the darkness and 50 years passed. After all that time, Beastlane forgot that he could speak. If Jaewan hadn't asked, he would never have spoken. After hearing all that, Jaewan felt sorry for Beastlane and let him speak. And this was the result. So, are you done expressing your pent-up 50 years worth of chatter? And no. I still have far more. They were all just boring stories, but Beastlane was really helpful to Jaewan. At least he wasn't alone anymore. Whatever Beastlane said was better than complete silence. Of course, there was some rubbish that was hard to listen to. Yet, this world is all about you looking out for yourself. How about you start now? It's still not too late. You can even become the king of the... Are you still talking about that? I'm worried about you. I mean, we've become good friends after all this time. You can always choose a path that's more comfortable for you. Why? It really was nonsense. Aren't you just afraid of being destroyed in a fight against Big Brother? And no. I mean, Beastlane was quite simple-minded. Why are you so afraid of it? I thought nobody knows what Big Brother actually is. That's why everyone's afraid of him. You don't know what Big Brother is, even when it is the most powerful thing in the world. Isn't that terrifying enough? Jaewon listened to Beastlane. He realized that it was the first time he was listening about Big Brother from a cultivator's point of view. Big Brother is an organization that controls all cultivation. That's what we think. An organization. At least that's what I think. It is impossible to manage all those dimensions or approve all those cultivations unless you are a big organization. I think the gods from think otherwise though. Weren't there people called public cultivators among you? They don't know about Big Brother either. They're still cultivators. I heard that they are associated with Big Brother, but they only receive work. They don't know what Big Brother actually is. But they receive work from Big Brother. Doesn't that mean that they communicate? Jaewon then wondered why he didn't think of that. If demons were able to communicate with Big Brother for cultivation, he could have utilized that to gather information about Big Brother. We just receive work through the Little Brother network system. It's not like I can send a message and get a response. And it's not even a message anyway. What do you mean? We don't send messages to specific entities. We just choose a cultivation region, ask for approval, and then we receive the approval. We cannot use private messages. Are public cultivators the same too? Yet. I heard they receive it in the form of a quest to choose where to cultivate. It was easy to understand. Big Brother had cut down all possible channels of communication, assuming there were any. But that was good to know. At least Jaewon wasn't wrong about what he did and his efforts. There was something up there, and it was controlling cultivation. That alone was enough for Jaewon to continue going up. Beastlane then asked. I am actually curious about what you think. Do you not have any thoughts on what Big Brother is? Me? Yet. You, as an awakener, are in a better position to find information than me. You also know stories about the three ancient gods. I have a guess. It's just a guess though. Oh? Can you tell me what it? It's just a guess. And in my case, what Big Brother is might not really matter. That confused Beastlane. They had been talking about what Big Brother was all this time and he was now saying that it didn't matter. What? Why is that? What matters now is whether I can get out of this place or not. Beastlane understood right away. They had already been locked in this space for 50 years. And this space was thought to be created by Big Brother. Whatever Big Brother was, it would be useless unless they got out of this space. We have time. I'm not worried. Jaewon shrugged and began to stab in the air again. Hey, can you go a bit slower? It's making me nauseous. I've always wanted to say this. Jaewon ignored it and kept on stabbing. Gosh! This human! He stabbed and stabbed again as if he would stab forever, or as if he would stab away this darkness. And the sword's mouth moved to make a cracking noise. It was as close to a laugh as he could make. I see. So this human will never give up. It was the same thing when they were in the tower. Even when everyone gave up on clearing and gave up on the presence, this human did not give up. This man stood and fought. Was it because of that? Beastlane felt that Jaewon would succeed again, even if the enemy wasn't a cultivator but the ruler of the world. Maybe he too had been influenced by Jaewon. The sword shot out dark flames as its voice declared arrogantly. Damn it, okay. I won't die twice anyway. Let's go. It was after a very long time that Beastlane regretted his thoughts. Dying twice. Beastlane did not know that there was something far more terrifying than death. The trial that was upon Jaewan wasn't just something he could overcome with effort. Stab and stab. Talk for a while. Stab again. Jaewan's stab kept on growing and the sword became sharper. They talked about a lot of things. They talked so much that their differences in race, or the hatred between a cultivator and a product, disappeared. They expressed glee at simple things and argued about simple things. They withstood time. And nothing changed. Even then, they repeated the same thing day in and day out. The days when they did not say anything increased, but they did not give up. And like that, 200,000 years passed. Chapter 214, Big Brother, 8. Hey! Am I still alive? Yet. You're fine. That was an inside joke they shared. It had already been 28,765 years since they created this joke, but they couldn't think of anything better. Am I still in good shape? Yet. You're in good shape. Maybe it wasn't a joke anymore. It was more like a ritual to ensure that they still existed. But I feel like I won't be in good shape soon. Yet. I feel like I'm dying also. Jaewan answered and crossed a line in the air. It was added to his unique world. But there wasn't just one line, there were countless lines made within the space of his unique world. There was a total of 9,624 lines. It meant that they had repeated the conversation 9,624 times. How about we do the truth game again? You've talked for 200,000 years and you still got more to say. Are you up for it or not? Yet. Okay. And Beastlane began to speak rapidly. Hey Jaewan, let me tell you, as a senior who's lived 784 years more than you. You can't do this to me. You see? You see, you son of a b*tch? Just kill me for God's sake. This conversation, was it 654 times? Jaewan answered as he striked through another line. What are you talking about? I was inside the tower for 2,000 years in. I'm probably older than you now. The tower? I was in there too, remember? Oh. And you didn't stay for 2,000 years in there. It was probably like a few hundred years. Jaewan's hand stopped drawing the line, instead, he created a new colored line. It meant that they were talking about this for the first time. How do you know? I am still a demon, remember? I have a way of keeping track of things. There's a limit to how far you can speed up the time within the Tower of Nightmares. I'm sure it wasn't 2,000 years. I think you felt like you lived there for 2,000 years only because your mind believed it to be so. I see. Jaewan realized his sense of time was off when he was in that tower. 2,000 years was only considering if the tower sped up time like it was supposed to. Then maybe this place too. No. 200,000 years have passed here. Right. Yet. Look at your clock. Jaewan turned to his clock within his unique world. 200,001 years 113 days 11 hours 27 minutes 39 seconds. 40 seconds. It was a part that Jaewan created after 150 years as he didn't want to continue counting time. But that wasn't the only part he created. He also created a television-like part and a bed-like part. However, the place was outside the Little Brother network, so the only thing the television displayed was Jaewan's memory. It currently showed Jaewan fighting against the Frost Dragon King alone on the 99th floor. It was fun back then. Would you return to that time if you could? No. Hat. The television was turned off and darkness fell again. Jaewan laid down and mumbled, I sometimes think that. Hey? What? That maybe I'm still inside the tower. Haha. So I used the stone along with my friends back on the 77th floor. And now I'm trapped in a dream world created by a nightmare. They're all illusions that I created. And you are watching over me on the 100th floor, even now. Beastlane laughed hollowly. Yes. You used the stone, unfortunately. You are still in your dream world. Are you serious? Why do you ask when you know I'm not? Jaewon did not answer but added another line again. This was their 40-second conversation. It was a lesser variant. But didn't you hate that kind of thing? What kind? Counting. I thought you hated numbers. Jaewon's hand stopped midair, not knowing where to go. Yet. I used to. Yes. He used to hate it, and he still did in some sense. He hated levels and statuses. He hated numbers. Yet now he was counting numbers to live on. Maybe the system had no sins. Maybe it was like money. It was humans that used it in the wrong way that created problems. But if so, why was he here? Jaewon commented, time is too long. Yes, it's long. Maybe that's why I became what I am now. Do you want to give up? No. Not yet. Jaewon still did not give up. He recounted his determination every single day so that he would not give up during the entire 200,000 years. What would have it been like if this was on Earth? Or? Would it have been that long? There had been 2 chances to get out of this space. It happened once at 100 years, and once when it reached 10,000 years. It seemed like the exit opened in exponential increments of 100. The only problem was that the exit was not away to Big Brother but back to. At least the opening of the entrance allowed Jaewon to determine the time flow in. Surprisingly, 200,000 years in this place was less than a day in. Jaewon was even allowed to get a glimpse of his friends going back to where they were through the opening. There was the scene where they were going back after saying goodbye to Jaewon. Additionally, there was a time when Jaewon had even felt the urge to get out. He always had the chance to return. Jaewon realized why Myad had failed and why he said to be wary of time. What did Myad think throughout the 127 times he challenged this? I should get some sleep, Jaewon said as he added another line. Beast Lane answered. Yet. But no longer than an hour. Jaewon did not answer as he fell asleep right away. A million years passed. The stabs continued, but the routine had already been broken. Beast Lane spoke sometimes, but Jaewon did not respond. And so there was a long silence. A few days ago, the exit to opened once more and they quarreled. Jaewon did not give up. And the exit closed. If their guess was right, the next exit would be after 99 million years. Jaewon. I'm at my limit. There was a limit to how long a being could withstand time. Nobody knew what that limit was because no being lived for that long. However, Beast Lane knew. He was at the limit now. I am thinking of going into hibernation. Hibernation. Jaewon knew this ability that demons had. The ones that had long lives always had ways of falling asleep to keep their consciousness intact, and hibernation was such an ability. And what about me? Hat. You're on your own. That's cold. I'm a demon, remember. However, Beast Lane wasn't all that happy about his choice either. You can do it too though, can't you? You can create a hibernation setting too. There's no point if I fall asleep. Besides, you don't know when you will wake up from hibernation. Right. Jaewon wasn't here to fall asleep. He had to find a way to get to Big Brother. You really are amazing. I really hope you will be alive when I wake up again. Yet. If you think you died 100,000 times and you can hold on no more, you can wake me up then. Get lost. Beast Lane did not answer. In the 1.3 millionth year, Jaewon stopped stabbing. Instead, he began researching settings. If the strongest stab wasn't going to destroy this space, the answer had to lie in the settings. He studied everything about settings slowly and carefully. 1.5 million years. Jaewon thought maybe he wasn't smart after all. He created countless settings and created astonishing parts. He now had more knowledge of settings than the three ancient gods. 1.5 million years was enough time to achieve that. He was successful in repairing a good amount of machina, and he learned how to resist the time concentration through the Eye of Gestalt. He was also able to replicate 10 void swords at once. Even so, Jaewan wasn't sure what the space was. He had his guesses. One guess was that he might be able to control this space when he achieved the last step of awakening. Another guess was that from the concentration of time, the Tower of Nightmares was created with this space as its basic form. But those were all just guesses. 1.7 million years. Jaewan looked down at his hands. He couldn't think and didn't want to. He felt his cheeks wet from his tears. Jaewan realized he had become too tired. 1.8 million years. 1,802,532nd year, 167th day. Jaewan stopped doing anything. Chapter 215, Big Brother, 9. It had been a long time since he stopped researching settings. It was much harder to live through every second of this madness. As he stopped stabbing and researching settings, countless thoughts that were pushed away by his repeated routines came rushing back into his mind. What was he doing here? Why did he need to go through this? Jaewan unleashed his world power against the darkness. He did it again and again until there was no world power left within him. The world power did not come back. Jaewan felt his humanity crumbling. Why did he need to destroy the system? Was it really necessary? Everyone hated it. Everyone was afraid. No, actually, he was already a part of the system. Jaewan cried at the countless lines in his unique world. The crying went on for a while. Isn't it dangerous now? Yet. It's too much even for him. 1.8 million years. Are you serious? How can a man withstand 1.8 million years? So what are you going to do? There's no going back if he goes mad. Silence fell between the countless shadows. Then a voice came. Let's wait a bit more. 1,850,000 years. Jaewan could only think of one thing. Kill me. 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 And at some point, he stopped. 1.9 million years. 1,950,000 years. Was it real? A voice came from somewhere. Hey! Get some rest. We'll help you from here on out. And then Jaewan fell unconscious. He wasn't sure what happened from then on. 7.6 million years. The clock kept on tracking time. Jaewan lost consciousness very often. It all felt like a long dream. He sometimes came back to his senses and heard voices talking to him. Hey, it's okay. Go back to sleep. What? And Jaewan fell back into his slumber. 11 million years. 25 million. 36 million. Time went on. Even when he was asleep, Jaewan felt and heard a lot of information. He was able to acquire a lot of information in his faint consciousness. It was valuable information that he never would have come across within. 46 million. In his long dream, Jaewan was swimming through a sea of consciousness. What was a being? What was consciousness? What was death? What was a world? What was a universe? Many questions floated inside his head. Maybe everything is a dream after all. The time he had lived inside this darkness was 3,000 times more than all the time he had spent on Earth, in the tower, and in the... Jaewan wasn't sure where his world was, the one that he was supposed to live in. What is reality? Everything seemed like a daydream. Everything that he held dear seemed pointless now. Maybe Beast Lane was right. Jaewan now realized the truth. Justice? Value? Reasons? It all became pointless. All his fights and the trials he faced were all pointless. Large questions attacked his consciousness, and he succumbed to them every time. Yes. That was a human being. A mere, powerless, and pitiful human. A speck of dust in a universe. And yet, every time he succumbed to the questions, there were voices that brought him back up. Don't think stupid, stupid. We will think for you. We'll take care of your thoughts. Just shut up and think about how you will kick that bastard's ass. Jaewan wasn't sure who they were, but he knew that they were trying to save him. Who were they? Why were they helping him out in such a way? The only thing Jaewan could do was close his eyes again before his mind was destroyed. 150 million years passed. In a deep dream, Jaewan felt that he was inside a great cycle of Ouroboros. A giant circle that repeated everything. An endless cycle. Within that cycle, little by little, Jaewan understood more of this universe. For example, he understood what clothes were. It was the power from the system. It had a way to show itself and cover itself. The power was created through the looks. Another consciousness would be created when the world and the system collided. Realization swept through Jaewan's spirit. He felt like he would understand the system. It felt like he would understand the meaning of its existence and the point of this space. The universe was about to give birth from within him. And then the voice came. That's enough. What? What do you mean? That's where you stop thinking. Why? If you go past that, you will never come back. Never come back. You will no longer be human. Human, am I still human? Yes. You are still human. Jaewan felt like he was crying. The voice continued. If you go past that, you cannot stay as a being anymore. Crossing the boundary of a being is different. When you go beyond that point, you will lose your humanity and will be unrecognizable from then on. Jaewan felt like he could barely understand. It probably had to do my ad's warning to be wary of time. However, Jaewan wanted to know. He came all the way here, so he wanted to see what was beyond. The truth beyond that universe. The secret behind this vast world. And the end of everything. The voice came again. You will deny all those times you lived. Is that what you want to do? Jaewan's thoughts stopped at the voice. Deny his existence? Yes. You will lose your purpose. You will lose the reason for coming here, and all those times you endured will be lost. You will leave this world without a purpose. There was a universe telling him to come from afar. He just needed to go a bit closer. Just a bit more and everything was going to be over. But he couldn't move. Every part of him was telling him to not go there. Don't worry. Let us handle it. The voice spoke with most assuring and soothing voice possible. It was really reassuring. Jaewan did not walk towards it anymore and the universe began to fade away. And you stay human. Chapter 216, Big Brother, 10. He wasn't sure how many years had passed since then. Was it 100 million years? Or a billion? Maybe even 10 billion years had passed. Now, Jaewan clearly knew what state he was in. He was still in that damned space, but his consciousness was not awake. Yet, it was also awake in some way. It was possible that someone had endured all that time by sacrificing its own spirit in place of Jaewan's. Who? And why? Jaewan heard countless universes exploding in his faint consciousness and screaming. He also heard people going mad and dying because of the violence of endless time. They were all voices he had heard before. He felt like crying. He wanted to stop them. Why would they? Why would they need to do that? He then heard the birth of a new universe. A total of 16 universes died and were reborn. It was that long of a time period. Then came silence. No one spoke and no one answered. In the midst of his dream, a voice spoke from time to time. Jaewan was able to relax because of it. But now silence? Jaewan became terrified. Hey, is anyone there? Is there no one? Don't tell me you all died. Jaewan then remembered the countless screams he had heard. So they had all died. All those beings. All of them had. Just then, he heard a voice. Hey, had a good sleep? You can wake up now. And with it, a bright light shone on Jaewan's closed eyes. He felt his consciousness and spirit coming back together as one and felt nauseous. He was awakening from his slumber. Jaewan opened his eyes and shook his entire body like a sick man. It had been so long since he had moved his body that all parts of his body felt clunky. His mouth let out a strange moan. It was his voice that he had not heard in a very long time. He calmly took a deep breath and stood up. Then, he sat on the ground for a long time and began to rub his eyes. He also pinched his cheeks. He even tried to laugh or let out a tear. And after a long time, Jaewan was able to accept that this was reality. A light shone on him. It was from an exit in the shape of Ouroboros. An entrance to a new world, and an exit from this space he was in. Ah! As he looked up at the light, Jaewan realized where that entrance led to. It wasn't to an old memory that had faded after a long time began coming back piece by piece. All those stories that Jaewan had preserved so preciously for a long time were coming back to him. Yes. He had lived all this time just to go there. Jaewan stood up and took one step after another. His walking gait looked weird and his sword swung helplessly from his waist. But Jaewan did not stop walking. Yes. You go on ahead. The voice egged him on. Jaewan looked around but there was no sound from the outside. He then realized the voice had been coming from within him all this time. Jaewan asked loudly, "Who are you all?" The voice did not reply. The darkness ended. As he stood under the light shining down on his body, he opened his arms wide. He stood there, absorbing all the light particles into his spirit. Just like a baby that was born into a world, or a seed that sprouted from the ground, he stood there for a long time under the blessing of the light. The pressure of time was fading away. The pressure that kept eating away the spirit like rotten water was vanishing. It felt like he had been inside a dirty trench and he had finally dived into a bathtub full of clean, warm water. Jaewan felt amused that he still remembered such a metaphor. No, it was weird that he was still using language. He had to abandon this inefficient way of communication a long time ago. He even tried to abandon it multiple times. Yet, he didn't abandon his language and carried it all the way here. It was this language that kept him human. The space seemed like it had overcome time itself. Jaewan looked around as he walked along the pure white corridor. It gave him a weird sense of déjà vu. There were giant tanks placed on either side of the corridor with spirits that barely fit encased within. Jaewan didn't know who those spirits were. He had never seen them before. All of those spirits within the tank were curled up in fetal positions and were in stasis. It was a bit later that Jaewan found the name tags placed at the corner of each tank. God of Wonder, Kairos. Lord of Dignity, Sindler. God of Journey, Behit. Lord of Slumber, Gainuk. They were names Jaewan had never heard of. Maybe they were gods before the time of the three ancient gods. They all had complicated expressions. Some seemed like wise men who had realized the truth of the world while some also looked like beggars who had lost everything. Jaewan looked closely at all of the tanks as if he was trying to memorize each and every one of those faces. And after some time, he stopped. He had found a much larger tank. The spirit had metal around its entire body. Jaewan had never seen this spirit before, but he felt like he knew it. He had seen this similar shape in the record of the depth. After Jaewan checked the name tag, he knew he was right. God of machines, Deus. It was one of the three ancient gods, Deus. Why is Deus here? Jaewon then felt goosebumps rise from his entire body. Maybe Big Brother was entirely different from what people thought it was. Maybe the three ancient gods, who thought that they invented it, were wrong. So, this Big Brother was maybe. Jaewon's thoughts were interrupted by a voice. Congratulations on clearing your tutorial. A voice spread across the white space. Jaewon turned in the direction of the voice. Or is that a bad joke? Jaewon realized who it was. Just like Deus, he had never seen this spirit, but he recognized him right away. How could he not? This being was the one that Jaewon knew the best in this world. Jaewon destroyed the tower, came out from it, and reached this place with this man's journal. Every part of Jaewon's journey had shadows of that being in it. Malak Armalt. The legendary master of nightmares, Malak Armalt, was here. Chapter 217, Big Brother, 11. You took longer than I thought. I expected you to come 16 times earlier than this. Jaewon had only seen Sirwen, but he knew exactly what nightmares looked like. They had a small pair of horns on their heads and small wings on their back, but they looked just like humans otherwise. The being in front of him was definitely a nightmare. Nightmare Malak Armalt. One of the 13 master craftsmen, and the being who created the Tower of Remorse. He was here. Haha, haven't you looked enough? Or do I have something on my face? Even with Malak's words, Jaewon couldn't take his eyes off him. Jaewon recognized the presence however. Malak wasn't just a nightmare. He was now something beyond a nightmare. I know you must have a lot of questions. Are you Big Brother? Big Brother? Oh. Big Brother. As if he had forgotten that word for a long time, Malak laughed. I didn't think you would be curious about that. Didn't you come through the fall of time to get here? I asked if you are Big Brother. Haha, so you haven't changed even though you came all the way here. It's about time you lose your stubbornness. Malak narrowed his eyes. Well, I guess acquiring understanding beyond that of a normal being doesn't get you all that you need to know. Malak then turned away from Jaewon and began to wander around the corridor. Big Brother, yes. That's the name that's been used recently. A coldness then struck. Jaewon asked, are there other names? Of course, there are many names. Big Brother, Invisible Hand, God of Gods, the Beginning One. You know all this, don't you? Jaewon wasn't sure why Malak insisted that he knew all of it, but it seemed like the nightmare was going to say it anyway, so Jaewon decided to listen first. Big Brother was created 210,000 years ago. But it existed long before that. Malak then turned to the corner of the corridor. There was the tank Jaewon had been looking at. It was the tank that contained Deus. Malak reached out and touched the surface. Deus' eye opened instantly. Before Jaewon could put his hand on his sword, some kind of music began filling the air. Then, there was a screen in the air where the voice had come from. That power is dangerous. It is not something we can control. It wasn't Deus' voice. Jaewon had heard voice very similar to this one in the Forest of Madness. R.A. Hamid. However, the being on the screen wasn't R.A. Hamid. No, we must use it. Only we have the right to wield the power. Catastrophe's voice came after, and Jaewon soon confirmed that the voice was Gestalt's. He then realized what the image was about. Let's start. With Deus' mechanical voice, the world powers of the three ancient gods gathered together. Jaewon watched the powerful conversion of world powers. The three gods were resonating with each other. Three-god war. It was certainly the war that he saw in the record of the depth. Powerful world power began to resonate with each other and began to create a reality. It was a much larger world entering reality than what my ad tried to do. It was the lone world that the three gods wanted, and the name of salvation to end all wars. Jaewan bit his lips. If he had a choice, he would have asked if that was the best decision. But he couldn't ask that question 210,000 years later. The light stormed on the screen. World power that gathered became a pillar of light that penetrated the sky of. It was the light of a new world. Jaewan could see how excited the three gods were because of such an achievement. But they did not know that something was coming down from the destroyed skies above, something that they had brought down was going to ruin their plan. Jaewan then saw the thing coming down from the sky. It contained dark, terrifying energy. It was too late when the three gods realized something wasn't right. The darkness completely swept Deus Machina, which was standing in the center of the light. That's... Jaewan glared at the darkness that looked very familiar. It was certain. It was the space that he had spent almost an eternity in. What's going on? Catastrophe and Gestalt screamed in panic, and then there was a loud scream. It was an agonized scream worth billions of years. Then came an explosion. It was not a physical explosion, but the explosion of a being. Jaewan had seen such explosions countless times within the darkness. It was like a big bang of consciousness, an explosion that gave birth to new laws and the truth of a universe. Jaewan did not know what the explosion was, since the voice inside did not allow him to go any closer. But if it wasn't for the voice, Jaewan would have been the same as Deus. It was a bit after the explosion died that Catastrophe's voice came back. Deus? What's going on? Within the destroyed Machina, Deus walked out from it. There was a sense of a being that was more than a being in the lenses of Deus' machine. I see. So it was all pointless. A fight broke out. There was no reason for it. Deus started attacking Catastrophe and Gestalt all of a sudden, and they had to fight back. But they were no match against Deus, who had become a new being. Jaewan then remembered Hamid's story as he saw Gestalt being ripped apart and Catastrophe being kicked out of. The three-god war wasn't a fight between the three ancient gods. Hamid mentioned that it was wrong, as it wasn't an actual war between the three gods. In a deeper sense, it was correct. However, Jaewan finally realized what Hamid had meant. That is not Deus. Deus had become something entirely different after coming out from the darkness. He had become something totally different. After Deus finished his work, he flew up to the sky of and disappeared. The video ended there. Jaewan felt chill crawl up his back. It wasn't because of the story. Deus' eye was closing back again, and Malak asked, "How was it? It's probably your first time witnessing another being that transcended. How is it compared to when you transcended?" Jaewan wasn't sure what Malak was talking about. Deus was lucky. He didn't need to come through the fall of time like you and me due to the Big Bang of world power. But of course, he too would have come across the same amount of pain. Many thoughts were rushing past Jaewan's head. But he's still the luckiest of us all. Haha. Deus was considered a dead god within, a god that was known to have perished completely in the three-god war. However, Jaewan now realized that it was different. Deus died and became Big Brother. Maybe that wasn't all that surprising as Jaewan had expected as much. He was surprised about something else. Malak. Yes. What is that darkness? What do you mean? The darkness that appeared in Deus' memory. That's the same space that I walked past. Oh, you mean the fall of time? Yes, you are right. That led him to transcendence. And what is that? Tell me. What is this place? What were you doing all this time? And then, Malak's face distorted weirdly. His friendly face turned to something ominous and it soon disappeared. Are you asking because you really don't know? Jaewan felt fear for a short moment as he met Malak's eyes. It was the strongest fear he had ever felt in his entire life. An expression of a human looking at disgusting insect, that was what Malak had on his face. Haha, you must be joking. That is strange. There's no way you cannot know if you came here. Didn't you get all your answers through transcendence? It was after a slight second that Malak found his friendliness. He grinned at Jayawan. I see. So you wanted to play a being game. Malak's face brightened instantly. Well well, you are a trickster. Good. I'll play along, what should I do? Oh, how about this? Let's play a version of demon embracing the hero that came up to the top of tree of imagery to stop the world from its doom. And the corridor began to change shape. It began to destroy itself and was creating an entirely new background. So this was the déjà vu he felt. This place was similar to the 100th floor of the Tower of Nightmares, only much bigger. Within a giant circular space, there were screens all over. It showed the cultivation sites of the remote regions of the, and even. Well, you must know if you've seen it all this time. Jayawan now realized what this place was. This was like the eye that saw everything. Welcome, new big brother, to the nest of the tree of imagery. Chapter 218, Big Brother, 12. If there was the greatest despair one could feel, it probably started here. Jayawan thought as he saw all those screens packed within the space. Let me introduce our friends who lead this with me. There were tanks that contained spirits placed in front of the many screens. Jayawan then realized that the tanks were connected to all of those screens as if the spirits were given control of the screens. Jayawan then read the names. Janpal of Reality, Jorge of Imagery, Scarge of Space, Mars of Plays, Melville of Unfairness. He then recalled a certain memory at the mention of the name Melville. It was the name of the master craftsman who created the tower Moby Dick that Chungha cleared. Yes. They are masters. They are given the important task of maintaining. Jayawan kept on reading the names. Another familiar name came up. Ignal of the Deep Fall. He remembered the blacksmith he visited in. Was where he created the scabbard with Michael. Ignal was the owner of the blacksmith workshop. He was known to have left for a journey and it seemed like he too had come up to. Malak tapped on the tank Ignal was in and spoke. This friend barely became a master a while ago so I just added him. He's a bit clumsy for now, but he'll become useful soon. Do all nightmares come here in the end? Yes, of course. All nightmares become curious about what the nightmare of the beginning is and why they exist. All nightmares are bound to come here when they become masters. They all go through the fall of time like you did. Yes, the space that you called darkness. But they go mad before coming here, so I have to go down and collect them. Jayawan felt his head aching. So many questions were filling his head, but he wasn't sure what question would get him the answer he wanted. Jayawan asked, are they big brother too? You've been asking that strange question all along. They are not big brother. Don't you feel that they have not achieved transcendence like you, me, or Dias? They are only consumables. But why? Because they are the only ones who can control cultivation. Cultivation? Jayawan became dumbfounded. Cultivation, didn't that only exist in the towers? But these screens were. I can't control the cultivations alone even though I've become a big brother. Jayawan closed his mouth. Instead, he turned to all screens that were looking down. Why didn't he know? He now realized what was behind all this and the meaning of cultivation. He always thought it was a plan for Big Brother to maintain the cycle of the end, but he never thought about why Big Brother would want to do such a thing. Jayawan looked at those screens. There were the roots of the tree of imagery and towers of nightmares. Arg! Save me! People were screaming inside, and although there were no sounds coming from the screen, Jayawan felt like he could still hear it. It was the beginning of all tragedies with the cultivation of the tower. Jayawan then turned to the other group of screens. There was a place where adapters who cleared the tower strived to reach greater adaptation. These people were now killing each other with more efficient and powerful ways. Kill them. Or you will be killed. Ha 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 ha. It was full of people fighting to become stronger. Cultivation was not over. It just turned from forced cultivation to voluntary cultivation. 7th, 8th, 9th stage adaptation. The generals on top of all adaptation led the front line of the war, killing all people. Jaewan turned away. But he saw death in the place he turned to. It was. The screen showed Fortress Carpe Diem. Created a central government surrounding Carpe Diem. They had become far more powerful, and they strived to become even stronger. Jaewan then felt it was wrong. You're only a first step awakener. Try harder. Everyone did it. The lords once said adaptation and awakening were almost the same thing. They were the same after all. The dead spirits strived to become powerful and yearned to become higher beings. They wanted to walk the path Jaewan had walked. Jaewan turned even though he knew what was waiting for him. He had to. And there it was. It was a place where people who were at the peak of each adaptation and awakening step became gods. It seemed like some time had passed into, and was now back in a chaotic state. Gods that gathered objected the rules of the council and fought them. Was now being overturned. Gods who had acquired enough followers began to exercise their rights, and the followers stood behind a stronger god's side than the side of justice. Jaewan saw all those beings. They were all looking up to the sky, imagining the eye of Panopticon somewhere. Jaewan then realized that people did not hate Big Brother. They wanted to become Big Brother. After Jaewan closed and opened his eyes, he saw himself. Jaewan, walking into the darkness. The Jaewan that everyone of Tree of Imagery wanted to become, there he was. There he was, and he had become Big Brother himself. Jaewan felt his legs giving way. Awakening, adaptation, it was all part of the story. Cultivation took place to raise a new king, and cultivation was needed when a king was born. Jaewan shifted his eyes toward Malak. Haha! I'll welcome you again, Jaewan. No, our 1131st Big Brother. How many worlds had to be sacrificed to create just one Big Brother? Jaewan thought as he looked at the 1131 tanks within the corridor. If this was the truth of this world, what meaning did beings have? Or what value did meaning hold? Even after he found out all the secrets of the world, Jaewan felt like he didn't know anything anymore. Since you are here, my job here is done. It's only for about 900 years in standards, so my time is short compared to other Big Brothers. I'll consider it lucky. Are you going into that tank? I will, soon. When you can do your job. My job? Yes. Your job. You must know if you transcended. How pointless the life of a being is, and the grand story that's awaiting you from now on. With that voice, Jaewan felt something crumbling down. Maybe Malak had much more meaning to him than he thought. Someone had gone ahead of him on the same path and never gave up. Jaewan realized how reassured felt because of that fact. It didn't take a long time for that emptiness to be replaced with sadness and rage. Malak. You came here to kill Big Brother. You came here to stop all cultivation in the world. What made you become such a thing? What? You created the Tower of Remorse. You denied the system and came here. Then why? His voice was barely able to hold back the anger. However, Jaewan's anger came back with confusion. What are you talking about? Denial? Remorse? That's a long lost. Oh, wait a second. It's another one of your jokes, isn't it? No. I'm not joking. Then what are you? Wait. Were you serious about everything until now? Malak's eye then turned to disgust. Jaewan took a step back without even realizing. That is strange. How did you manage to come here with such a weak mind? It was probably 10 billion years in that fall of time. Malak's expression turned cold. Chapter 219, Big Brother, 13. Jaewan's body became tense. It wasn't only because of Malak's presence, but his words. 10 billion years? Had it really been that long? How am I even alive? Malak began to scan Jaewan's entire spirit with his eyes. It seemed as if he was looking deep into entire cells that comprised the spirit. Malak's expression turned serious. Wait, what is this? Hey? Why are you still at the 5th step of awakening? Still at the proof step? You should have gotten to the 6th step if you moved up the stream of the fall of time. You are still a being, but you still got here? Hey, Jaewan! What happened inside the fall? Jaewan did not answer. Instead, he pulled out the sword quietly and spoke. You awake? The sword spoke up. Yeah. I've been awake for a while now. What do you think of this? What do I think of what? Just do what we always used to do. I felt as bored as hell listening to him saying all that crap. Yeah. I guess we don't need to listen anymore. You bet we don't. Jaewan nodded. With the power of the fall wielding the sword, parts of the 3 ancient gods began to take form in a bright light. Machina covered Jaewan's entire body, and the Eye of Gestalt increased Jaewan's world power as the void sword began to replicate itself in the air, trying to make an attack. But whatever Jaewan did, Malak didn't seem to be that interested. How can this be? How can a lesser being like that manage to come here? Malak seemed to be in distress. Jaewan thought this was the only chance. Without him knowing how strong Malak was, attacking first seemed like only chance to claim victory. The wave of the fall swept across Panopticon. It didn't unleash enough world power for Jaewan to be satisfied with, as he had been resting in the fall of time for too long, but it was still much powerful than the 3 ancient gods in their prime. The Eye of Gestalt began to spin, Machina increased Jaewan's defense, and the void sword exploded in blades. And in the next moment, Jaewan felt the shock of being pounded throughout his entire body as he was thrown back. The entire space was pounding on him. Time was going slow to fast, back and forth. What is going on? Beastlane began screaming. The sword was being destroyed. Wave of the fall perished instantly, Machina was scrapped to pieces, the Eye of Gestalt stopped spinning and lost its shine. The void sword cracked, evaporating into the air. And then Malak appeared through everything. It's a shame. I guess I'll have to wait for the next big brother then. As he looked at Malak raising his hand, Jaewan felt the feeling of facing a universe and that he was just dust. It was the first time he felt death so close. In the terrifying fear, Jaewan begged to an unknown someone. Help me. Please help. Give me strength. But no voice came back. The space of Panopticon was eating away his spirit. It's being erased. The time he had fought, his determination, will, precious memories, they were all fading away. There were no words to describe this death. Jaewan became afraid. But he still felt that he was alive. He feared his death, but death only existed when there was life. It had been a long fight, but in the end, Jaewan finally faced his existence. Yes, I will die. But I will die as a being. I would rather die than become a big brother too. And at some point, it stopped. Jaewan thought he finally had died. But he just thought if he had died. That wasn't possible if he really did. Malak was right in front of Jaewan with his eyes opened in shock. What is that? Malak was glaring at the world protecting Jaewan. A mysterious power was protecting his body. It was his unique world. But it was actually Jaewan who wanted to ask the same question. He looked around and saw his unique world surrounding his entire body. But how? Even if he was at the proof step, Malak's power just wiped out the parts of the 3 ancient gods. But how could his unique world? Jaewan then stopped at one point of the unique world. There were countless scribbles written. It looked a lot like Jaewan's own writing, but it looked like someone else had written on it. It looked like a conversation, but it was actually a proof of extreme loneliness. 87 millionth year. Haha, damn it. I'm done now. Next up, I'm counting on you. Yet. Leave it to me. 125 millionth year. I feel like dying. Me too. Save me. Please. Ugh. How did the other guys do this? Hey, anyone who's going to come later, write down a novel or something so I can read it. Oh, wait. I won't be here then. You fellas are going wacko. 570 millionth year. I should have gotten laid with Sir Wen back then, or Sir Ha, no. I think Ronald would have been good too. This one became mad after 2.3 million years. Look at what he said. Just think you're in the military again. F***CKU. There's no military service that lasts this long. I don't even know when I'll be done with this **T. Haha, if you are reading this, you've gotten through 500,000 years. Congrats. 1,530,000,000 years. Who's next? I feel like I'm going crazy for 1 million years alone. -1 million is where it gets serious, pops. Rest in peace. Chapter 220, Big Brother, 14. Jaewan kept on going through the scribbles. There were the scribbles left from ones that were here for the ones that were to come. It was quite humorous at the beginning, but the scribbles became darker as time passed. 3,200,000,000 years. The original one, you mother ***ing bastard. Why did you ***ing have to come here? F***ck. FCK. 1974th. I'm out. 4,980,000,000 years. Please. Come on. 6,780,000,000 years. SHT. 7,920,000,000 years. 9,830,000,000 years. And finally, 10,014,210,000 years. The scribbles quickly decreased in number at some point and disappeared. But there were so many scribbles that it might take a lifetime to read it all. However, scribbles were the only things that were there. To the side of the scribbles were truths of the universe. There were some Jaewan knew, but most were what Jaewan did not know, which ranged from various settings, theories, awakening, adaptation, as well as magic to creation. The information seemed to be the collection of all knowledge of the entire world. There was 10 billion years worth of history written in there. It was protecting him. Jaewan realized he was crying. He understood the meaning of time, how he had withstood 10 billion years, and who these voices were that lived those years in his place. It was them. They lived those times for me. Countless screams and moans, they all came from his conscious, or his clothes. Go to sleep because it was okay? What was okay? It was not okay. Jaewan realized there weren't that many clothes left within him now. Jaewan couldn't even imagine the burden of time that his clothes had to take on. I see. So it was your clothes that transcended, not you. It seemed like Malak also realized something after looking at Jaewan's unique world. But how did that happen? Giving other clothes control of your spirit might drive you out of your spirit forever. How did you trust the clothes to do such? Malak mumbled for a while and suddenly burst into laughter. After a while, the laughter stopped as suddenly as it started. You are a pitiful man. Sacrificed your clothes to maintain your being? Did you really need to go that far to make this world fall? What made you become such a monster? This universe, including you, Jaewan said while gritting his teeth. His voice cracked because of his cries. The clothes that were Jaewan himself but also weren't Jaewan died for him. They died to let Jaewan stay as a being, to have him keep up the reason for starting this journey. Yet, even if those sacrifices saved him, Jaewan couldn't defeat Malak. The beings that had a reason to destroy the system did not have enough power to do it. The transcended ones who had the power to destroy the system did not have a reason to destroy the system because they understood there was no point in the end. Jaewan stood up with his broken sword. I am. He couldn't give up now. Even if he hadn't transcended, even if he didn't have the power to do it, he had to stand. He never gave up just because he did not have power. Even if he lost here, he would not give up. That was the least amount of respect he could pay for his clothes that died for him. I am. It was then that a voice came. Hey, you want help? Jaewan became dumbfounded. It was one of the voices he heard in the fall of time. I mean, I don't want to, but I think it'll be stupid if you die here. You are. Oh, right. You must be curious about who I am. I am, let's just say I stabbed for 100 million years. What? Note that it's 100 million years. Not 100 million times. Jaewan's right hand began to shake. Something was taking place in his right hand. Hey! You all should help out here. You all want to play dumb because you transcended? I hope you all don't want to become Big Brother. Damn it, ***lay. They don't answer. The voice kept on going alone. I think I'm the weakest among the remaining 16, but even then, wait. You should be the one begging. Hey, original body. Beg me to take control of you to fight instead. But Jaewan couldn't. The space was now pressing him down. This. Jaewan realized this power originated from the fall of time. It was the power that had entrapped him for 10 billion years. The power of the fall of time was crushing down on his unique world. As Jaewan moaned in resistance, an annoyed voice came. Ah, damn it! This is not what I imagined. Something came into his hand, and the hand began to move on its own. With some kind of light shining brightly, a dimension in front had ripped apart horizontally. It was the level that Jaewan could not get to even after millions of years of stabbing. Part of Panopticon was destroyed and the spirits of the master craftsmen were sucked away. Malak was shocked. Awakening 6th step, edit. It was the ultimate stab that had been repeated for 100 million years. Chapter 221, Big Brother, 15. This is impossible. With Malak's shout of disbelief, Jaewan saw his hand unleashing countless stabs that swept through the space. What was it like to live for 100 million years? Jaewan never even thought about that long of a time period. He couldn't even clearly think of the 1,800,000 years that he had to face. But a man who lived for 100 million years and stabbed for all that time? And that man was a part of his clothes? Ha 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 ha. A storm of stabs exploded all parts of Panopticon. Jaewan couldn't follow his own hand moving about to attack. It was not a matter of speed. An attack that relied on speed had no way to penetrate through the power of the fall of time. It was a proven fact from the near 2 million years that Jaewan had lived. Speed was the cost of distance divided by time and thus it was under the control of time. But this stab was not influenced by time at all. Jaewan couldn't understand how that could possibly work. Maybe it was outside physics that enabled it to perform like this. Maybe this stab that his right hand was unleashing was not physical but instead more like an ideology. Ha 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 ha. Die. 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 Malak's expression became grim as he saw space he created being scrapped. It's painful. Jaewan felt that it was also becoming hard to endure. It wasn't because of his right hand eating away at his spirit. He was actually suffering from mental pain. This one man's memory was entering his head. Let's do it. I can do this. It was the memory of a man who had stabbed for 100 million years. Stab. 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 A man who looked just like Jaewan was named 3751. But the name didn't have much meaning to it. The 3751th Jaewan. His interest was only in stabbing. After he took control of the spirit body, he stabbed the entire time. He loved stabbing so much that he stabbed for hundreds and millions of years and still loved doing it. It was certain that he loved stabs and was better at it than any of the other clothes that Jaewan had. It was as if a stab had been taken out from Man Jaewan. That was 3751. 3751 kept on stabbing. He stabbed straight and stabbed in weird ways. He stabbed slow, and he sometimes stabbed fast. He stabbed all over the place, while sometimes he stabbed one point. He stabbed all kinds of stabs in the world. That was 3751's sword move. Of course, 3751 sometimes took time to think. A human needed to do other things than stabbing sometimes. Why? Why did he keep stabbing? Why did he repeat this senseless act? For what? For whom? 3751 looked into the darkness and sometimes looked at scribbles left by his former clothes and asked questions. Who am I? It was the question asked by many clothes throughout the 10 billion years and a question that was never answered. Some clothes succeeded in answering the question and were able to survive. I am the act of living itself. 3751 one of those clothes. But this question led to another question. Then why am I doing this act? The additional question was answered differently depending on the personality of the clothes. There was an answer that said for justice like the hero of a legend, while there was an answer like for honesty. There was also an answer that said, I don't like having something up there, or an answer that said, the original wants it. There was also an answer that said, I just want to get out, and there were other answers that were extremely philosophical. But most clothes could not get to the answer and died. And at the end of all the answers, the one remaining answer was this. I don't know. It's just like that. That was the answer that 3751 reached. So, he just stabbed repeatedly. He had no desire to be saved and no desire to die. He just stabbed and stabbed. That was the only way he could prove himself. He just kept on stabbing. And with that process, he made it through the countless years. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. And he was always mad. I will kill all. Kill you all. He was always mesmerized by his own consciousness. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha. HNGH. And every day, when the day was over, he cried. He cried and cried. It was after his stab had overcome the space that he stopped crying. It was probably after 50 million years. His stab shined and the darkness was ripped apart. It wasn't complete, but it was enough to be called a scratch. 3751 was overjoyed. He shook his body and cried for the last time. The scratch was proof that his effort was not in vain. His way was not wrong. This small trace was going to prove his existence. He finally knew who he was. It was then that his stab changed. He still stabbed and stabbed, but something important has changed. As he stabbed through the days, his heart became filled with something warm. He was happy that the stab existed in this world, and he was happy that there was something he could stab. He was happy to stab. It was a stab of thankfulness. And 3751 then realized the infinite circle of truth. Within it, he felt the giant power of fate. He understood the universe through his stab. So the universe had started from the stab. The beginning when everything collided together was also the result of something stabbing something else. He finally understood it all. Then, 3751 saw a giant explosion. The giant explosion held every truth of the universe. 3751 felt a giant universe exploding inside him, and he felt his world that living through the fall. It was the Big Bang of the conscious. I see. So this memory was. Jaewan realized the Big Bang that 3751 experienced was the moment of transcension that Malak spoke of. It was also the moment that Jaewan almost experienced. 3751 had also experienced this. It was the ultimate stage of being able to control time and space. It was the ultimate step beyond the proof stage. That was transcendence. A question then filled Jaewan's mind. He looked down at his right hand that was still stabbing madly and asked, "Why did you not escape the fall of time then?" Chapter 222, Big Brother, 16. If Malak was right, Jaewan had been trapped inside that place for 10 billion years. But 3751 had transcended in just 100 million years and had the power to get out of the fall of time. If so, then why did Jaewan's spirit have to be trapped in that place for 10 billion years? Because I can get out of that place anytime I want. So, you could have escaped anytime. It's not an escape. Nothing can trap me. Jaewan couldn't understand the meaning behind his words. Escape doesn't exist in my case. Jaewan finally understood what he meant after 3751 showed him a part of the memory. There was no escape because he was not trapped. A transcended one was never locked in a place and never bound anywhere. I think the other 15 probably have the same idea. You won't understand, but that's what transcendence is. I didn't find a reason to get out of that darkness. Didn't find a reason to get out from it. Why was he locked up in that place for 10 billion years? Why did these ones? Then why did we come out now? I don't know. It's not me who dragged you out from it. It's probably one of the other 15. And at that moment, the space ripped apart and powerful explosion of space blew up in front of Jaewan. He felt his body being pushed away in the opposite direction as he withstood the explosion. He spat out silver blood. 3751 cursed. Damn it, F***ck. That fool is crazy. Malak's attack was the space itself concentrated into a bomb. The distorted and concentrated space came down on Jaewan and exploded, and the damage directly hit the right hand. That bastard's cheap. Hey! Why don't you fight with stabs? Let's fight fair and square. And it seemed like Malak could also hear the voice. The answer came through the distorted space. Cheap? So, you are still bound by mediocre language even after transcendence. You sure are not worthy of becoming Big Brother. Big Brother my ass. Your language is not worthy also. With the help of 3751, Jaewan stabbed away at the countless concentrations of space flying in. But the number was growing too large for a simple stab to handle. Just like how he stabbed to overcome the time, the opponent was throwing spaces to overpower the time. The line of victory would be drawn based on the time difference that the transcended withstood. They barely got through the time, but they were being bound by time again. Jaewan asked. Stab doesn't work well in this situation. Did you not practice / Damn, boy. You greedy ass *le. I only know how to stab. What about others? Aren't there 15 more? There has to be one who slashed for millions of years. Yeah. But I wouldn't count on him if I were you. And they couldn't speak anymore as countless explosions blasted upon them. Pressure distorted Jaewan's sense of time and the explosions kept on cranking up the damage inside. Ha ha ha. You are doing pretty well, but is that all? It sure is entertaining. Jaewan bit his lips. Big Brother was surely a powerful foe. He still didn't have enough power. I see that you invested 100 million years into transcendence. But that's not enough. 100 million years worth of stabs wasn't enough to fight Malak. Then what did he need to defeat that monster? Jaewan felt the 3751's diminishing. Hey damn it! We're gonna all die here. Can anyone help out? 3751 shouted and stabbed away angrily with no gratitude whatsoever. But the situation didn't get any better. And when all hope seemed to be lost. Kek. How about you beg for help? Kmen. beg. It was someone else other than 3751. 3751 shouted. Damn it, where have you been? What's your name? Asked *le. 9974? 11753. Kek, you still got your tongue. So, are you gonna beg or not? To hell with you. I won't beg. Well, then you can die. A shout of annoyance could be heard in the air. Grrrarg. Damn it. You bastard, you'll die too if I die. Did you forget that this spirit is the only bind we couldn't transcend from? Of course I know. And I know that I transcended from the fear of death. Arg mother f asterisk cker. So, it seems you haven't transcended from your fear? Ha 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 ha. Jaewan thought that a man who stabbed for 100 million years was going to lose the argument. Hey! Original one! How about you beg him? Ask him to help. Jaewan did not answer and the cackle came through again. I guess you forgot, 3751. If you are the Jaewan who stabs best, then the original one is the Jaewan who is the most proud. He'd rather die than beg. He begs to no one. They saw concentrated spaces being thrown in their direction again. The number of spaces was exceeding the number that could be wiped away with a few stabs. But 3751 kept on stabbing without giving up. It was when there was no other way to get out of this bombardment of spaces when 3751 spoke up. Ha! *ck. Help! No! Please help me! Save me! And with that, Jaewan's left hand began to shine. Something was taking control of it. Jaewan did not hesitate and quickly approved it. Kek! You should have said that earlier. In his left hand, the void sword that had crashed was regenerating. The void sword that quickly found back its shape then increased its length so much that it was hard to see the end. Then the left hand moved. It wasn't just an ordinary swing. It was an infinite line that was impossible to distinguish the beginning and the end. It was a skill that slashed the entire history of the beginning and end of the universe. All spaces that were being thrown at Jaewan disappeared as if they didn't exist from the start. The voice spoke as they saw the spaces perishing. Kek! What do you think of my power, you stab maniac? Wait! 8741. It was you. With the cackle, Jaewan was able to read the memory of the voice. His name was 8741. It was the Jaewan who had slashed for 320 million years. Chapter 223, Big Brother, 17. There was the 320 million years worth of slashes from his left hand, and the 100 million years worth of stabs from his right hand. A point and line that were not bound by time and space continued onward. It was like a shapeless masterpiece. It was more like art rather than an arc from a sword fight. There was no space for Malak's space bomb to come in between the two swords dancing through the air. Malak was becoming pale as he realized his bomb was not working. This is really unexpected. I did not expect you to have two of your clothes transcend. But even when Malak continued to throw the concentrated spaces frantically, he did not stop talking. 8741, who had slashed for 320 million years, answered him. Kek! It looks like you lived just as long as me, or a bit more. You should just give up now. Yet, combined, we've lived longer than you. Jaewan, however, couldn't be more astonished by the fact that Malak was holding on. The stab that was being unleashed in his right hand was on a level that he would barely achieve after 100 million years of training, and the slash coming from his left was at a level where Chungha, who had slashed for his entire life, would need to slash for millions of years hoping to get there. Nonetheless, Malak managed to defend himself from those attacks. Of course, he was barely holding on and it seemed like the fight was going to be over soon, but Jaewan knew how powerful Malak was. He then felt slight regret. If he only trained a bit harder, if he had withstood that time a bit more, what would have happened? Would he be allowed to become strong like them too? Hey, don't go there! If you changed like us, you would never act like how you are right now. But you will never achieve your goal if you become like us. You know this. Still. 8741 answered instead. Kek. There's no but or still. You have to live as a human. You have to. Jaewan then remembered the voice that got him out of the darkness of the fall of time. That voice also told him similar things. Stay human. It's a shame. If you became Big Brother, you probably would be the strongest Big Brother in history. Malak's bitter voice came from the countless sword attacks. He was wounded badly. I am really sad. That will not be possible anymore. 3751 then laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Cut that nonsense. Just die. 3751 unleashed his concentrated stab on Malak. However, in the next moment, a powerful shield-like barrier appeared around Malak. A spark fired out as the sword clashed with the barrier. Jaewan felt the energy was not Malak's. Did you forget? Like you, Big Brother is not alone either. His left and right hand suddenly felt chills. It seemed like the transcended ones were able to feel something much quicker. Jaewan looked to the back and saw the white corridor opening up again. And within that corridor, the who were sleeping inside the tanks were waking up. Damn it! Were they all being awoken? Big Brothers! It was the power of the ruler of the universe. World Breaker was a lance used by the Lord of Slumber. Kaiser Wing was a wing used by Kairos the god of Wander. Spirit that doesn't return was a part used by Beheat the god of Journey. Guardian Wall was a shield used by Sindler the Lord of Dignity. Fortunately, they weren't really awake. What was awakened were their weapons and armor. But in the larger perspective of things, that was still very troubling. Even you cannot face the power of all the Big Brothers. These weapons far exceeded the power of the parts of the three ancient gods. And all of those weapons had the power of transcended ones that equaled Malak's power. World Breaker's thunder got in the way of Jaewan's movement and Kaiser Wing's fire restricted Jaewan's movements. The spirit that doesn't return affected Jaewan's sense of time and space, and the Guardian Wall created a strong barrier that withstood stabs and slashes. All of those weapons had complicated mechanics. Malak even had Deus Machina in his hand. Machina's cannon fired an energy bullet out from its opening. Jaewan was thrown to the back as he was struck by it. Whoa, those are all the transcended ones. It's crazy. How many are there? Kek. That's too many. Yet. But I'm not sure if the others will help. Of course. They are all like you. Kek kek. Stop kecking you *le. We might all die. Jaewan felt like he wanted to plug his ears, but the conversation continued. Kek. You want to try that? That? Wait, no. They won't like that. I think some are sleeping. In fact, I think everyone's sleeping except for you and me. So, you are going to wake them all up? We might even wake him up in the process. Silence fell as they mentioned the word him. Kek, kek. Maybe it will become more interesting then. Hey. No, wait. But with that shout, the left hand began to shine brightly. Damn it. I'm not sure if we're making the right choice. And with that, the right hand also began to shine. Both hands that met each other then began to make a weird sound as if they were playing an instrument. It wasn't a sound that a living being could create. It was a sound that had no rule or form, and it was even painful to even listen to. Then Jaewan was swept away by the sea of sounds without even being able to moan in pain. What are you doing? Malak also shouted as he noticed something strange was going on. And after a while, voices began to flood in from somewhere. God damn it! Who turned on the alarm? I was having a sweet dream. Why are you calling me? Oh, were you fighting already? You should have called me earlier if this was going on. A violent amount of information began rushing into Jaewan's head. If the brain had the capacity to hold all of it, it was enough to make it explode. Jaewan lost consciousness. Chapter 224, Big Brother, 18. 6981. 9612. 11471. 12753. 17831. 54121. 59812. 61010. 63123. Those were the names that were only called by numbers. 10 billion years worth of memories that these names had came rushing through Jaewan's head. What is this? Malak shouted in disbelief. When Jaewan came back to his senses, there was an indescribable disaster. But of course, that disaster was happening within Jaewan's spirit also. Hey! That's my left leg. I got here first. Let me take the right then. I'm taking the right. Get off. Just go there, by the nipple. You wanna die? Hey? Come get it. Jaewan looked down at his right foot trying to pinch on his nipple dumbfoundedly. From his pinky toe to the top of his head, something was within him. As he looked down, he saw his nipple squirming as it started talking. What are you looking at? I'll pick your eyeballs out. A kick came from his left leg with a complicated setting and his right hand unleashed fascinating magic. His left eye unleashed an energy beam that exceeded the power of Machina's beam and the right eye was spinning more fiercely than the eye of Gestalt, thus expanding the world. And even in his armpit, there was enough world power to compress the entire space coming out from it. NNNGH. Aarg. Gayarg. Jaewan saw Malak swinging aimlessly in the air in disbelief. An attack that the Big Brothers could not defend with their arsenal was pressing down on him. There was the Jaewan who had studied settings for 200 million years and another Jaewan who had kicked for 400 million years. In addition, there was also a Jaewan who studied Machina for all those years, and a Jaewan who studied the Eye of Gestalt. They were all Jaewan with their separate specialties and their transcendence. Who else is there? Is there still someone who hasn't taken control yet? F***ck. I still need to find a space. There was another transcended one. The 63123th Jaewan. He was the one who trained the naked setting throughout all his time. You took control down to the armpit hairs. Where can I get in? In his shout of frustration, 8741 cackled. Don't worry. We left a space for you. Hey? Where is it? Jaewan then felt powerful energy coming from his genital area. Isn't it a fitting place for you? Why you asked lay? Jaewan became dumbfounded as he looked down on his genital shining brilliantly in gold. These fools, was this really necessary? Transcended ones each had their own comments. Just stay there all right. Kek, you look good there. But it seemed like 63,123 was actually happy to be there. Jaewan felt his genitals squirming awkwardly. Damn it. Jaewan gave up on everything and wondered why it was up to him to take all the shame and gave up on his thoughts. Ha ha ha. I'll blast you all to the end of the universe. This is the power of true naked. The cannon that was fired wielded the naked setting. Golden world power shot out toward Malak and all of Panopticon. A golden storm swept through the entire time and space. This is vulgar. How dare you make such attack? Vulgar? Oh, so are you starting the mediocre language battle now? Shut up. Master craftsmen were coming back to their senses inside the tank, trying to come out of them. The tanks were all destroyed, including all the screens. 63,123 burst into hearty laughter. And no. Malak paled in disbelief like a rich merchant who had lost all his cargo in the sea. Why are you doing this? You are all transcended ones. Why are you clinging onto a being's pointless purpose? At that moment, Jaewan's attack stopped. Malak's words had stopped the transcended ones from moving. Why were they doing this? They weren't human anymore. They weren't even beings now. You have no reason to help him. You have no purpose. Then why? Purpose? Reason? They forgot it all. They had forgotten every word that held such meaning. Then why were they helping Jaewan? Why were they helping the original's purpose? Was it because the original was their master? No. They never listened to the original one's orders. Was it because they would die too when the original died? No. They had long forgotten the fear of death. Even then, they were helping Jaewan instinctively. But why? Jaewan then felt like every part of his body was looking at himself. It felt like the 16 transcended ones were looking straight at him. Jaewan wasn't sure what it meant, but he felt a faint feeling. It was something close to transcended sadness. All the transcended ones were not beings. However, these beings weren't actually beings in the first place. They were just Jaewan's clothes to begin with. They were never beings. Don't think like that. You never considered us only as clothes. You always asked us for advice. You always asked us to help. And we helped you on our terms. Our will. Jaewan tried to shake his head, but his neck didn't move. There was another Jaewan on his neck also. We met friends because of you. We received memories because of you. We were brought to life because of you. That's why we became you. He felt like crying, but Jaewan couldn't cry. There were other Jaewans in both his eyes. They kept on talking. We are you. We transcended. We lost our purpose. We lost our feelings. We are no longer human. We abandoned our justice. But we are still you. The 16 Jaewans then turned at once. They turned directly to where Malak was. You asked why are we helping him? Malak was terrified as he backed away. There was enough pressure to reinstate the feeling of fear into a transcended one. The 16 Jaewans made such a thing possible. That is because we are Jaewan. The sound of a drum came from somewhere and something melted away within the spirit. They were always Jaewan. He cried soundlessly. Yes, this was the reason. This reason was truly fitting for Jaewan himself. The Jaewans then spoke in unison. That is the only thing that makes us a being. Chapter 225, Big Brother, 19. Block that area. This area's fine. Ronald shouted as he blocked the vicegerents trying to rush in from all four doors of the great arena. We got it here too. 1 year ago, when Jaewan disappeared and left for the nest, a lot of things changed within. The battle between the gods that seemed to have solved was starting again, and it was hard to enforce the rules upon the powerful gods that appeared with just the power of council. Move out! Council dogs! Ronald recognized the vicegerent trying to break into the gate of the great arena right away. It was vicegerent of god Bergetz, who was ranked second at the second site next to Droyan, the god of dragons. He was not powerful like the three ancient gods, but he quickly gained his power while the others were weak. Now, he had power equal to the former 8 gods of his organization. White Revolutionaries in particular was an organization with gods who opposed the council that worked to oppose all policies that the council tried to enforce. Damn it! There's too many of them. Lightnovel.com. Ronald shouted as he gritted his teeth. They attacked just when Usurha, Pierre, and the most powerful members of the council were out. Carlton shouted from the west. Ronald! Hang in there. Leader will be here within 30 minutes. Hang on there, kid. Chungha also shouted from the east. They were all trying hard to block entry. But the situation wasn't all that hopeful. 30 minutes was enough time to give in and have them take control of this great arena. Ronald frowned as he deflected the world power being thrown at him. Damn it! They are trying to make a new giant setting after taking control of this place. The Great Arena was a place the council created to place a law in effect in. If a certain number of gods were to enter the giant arena, an automatic great meeting would start to place a new law in effect. We have to stop them from starting a great meeting at all costs. The giant setting that was placed within the great meeting was allowed to influence the entire. It was a system that was in place to have the council as the most influential organization but also keep the freedom of power within. That was what Usurha and the council tried to achieve through this great arena. But it was now trying to be used to achieve an adverse effect. If the white revolutionaries who claimed the power-based world were to enter, it was evident as to what might come next. It was the return to the world of power. They would reset every setting that the council had placed and change back to a place where gods had absolute power. Damn it! Jaewan. Ronald remembered the familiar name as he saw waves of vicegerents. It was the only name he remembered in a situation like this. It had only been 1 year after he left. Everyone expected Jaewan to fail. Malak failed, and so did Myad. They all thought Jaewan also would never come back. But Ronald did not think that way. The signal became weak, but the link between me and Jaewan has not been broken yet. A year had passed, but even if it was 10 years, Ronald still trusted Jaewan. He believed Jaewan would accomplish what he set out to do and would never give up. Even if he was wrong, however, even if this world did not change, Jaewan would never give up. That's why Ronald longed for Jaewan. If only he didn't go up, Ronald thought. If Jaewan was here, this world might have been more peaceful. If Jaewan stayed in, this absurd organization that only sought power and fulfilling their desires would not have appeared. It was when it was hard to fight against world power any longer that Ronald stopped thinking. He placed his back on the gate and bit his lips. If Jaewan was only here, these fools would have been swept by a stab. It was then that Ronald looked up to the sky. Something flashed in the sky and fell, then came a thundering sound that penetrated the sky and the ground. Screaming followed from all sides. Boxnovel.com. Arg. Then Ronald heard Chungha and Carlton's shouts. Ronald! Get down! But Ronald couldn't get down. All he could do was to look up to the sky and dumbfoundedly. The sky was blinking as if it wasn't sure whether it was night or day, or a giant light bulb flashing. And after a few more thundering sounds, Ronald came back to his senses. Everywhere around him was laid in ruins. The powerful god Bergetz and his thousands of followers were no more. They all were killed by just a few claps of thunder. What is going on? What happened? Ronald! Chungha and Carlton were running toward Ronald at the north gate. They too seemed shocked by what just happened. They were looking around in disbelief at the result. They found Berget's spirit turning into dust due to the lightning that struck down from the sky. A flash of lightning striking down all of a sudden? It wasn't possible unless someone made a hole in the sky. Wait. A hole? Wait. Is this him? Is it him? Are you serious? Chungha, Carlton, and Ronald looked up into the sky. But the sky didn't have any difference other than having a weird ominous feeling within it. Chungha and Carlton shrugged and looked at each other. But Ronald was still looking up to the sky. Hey, kid! Do you see something? Ronald! What do you see? Is there something up there? It was only Ronald who had a direct link with Jaewan here. His eyes were shaking violently. Chungha realized that something serious was happening, so he tried to shake Ronald back, but Carlton shook his head and held his shoulder. This wasn't a good time to rush. Ronald seemed completely out of his mind right now. And after a while, Ronald spoke slowly. The eye. Eye? What's with the eye? But even with Chungha's frantic voice, Ronald wasn't sure what word could describe the sight he was seeing. It was unbelievable. There was a giant eye bleeding painfully all over. And within it, there was a giant hole all over the place, shooting lightning out from within the hole. And it was falling down. Ronald tried hard to explain what he was seeing, but he couldn't make the words out of his mouth. And after a while, he was barely able to speak. He did it. Chapter 226, Big Brother, 20. Jaewon couldn't hear any more. Both his arms were numb and his legs didn't feel like standing. Rather, he was floating in the air. He wasn't certain if what he was seeing was real, and he couldn't trust his sense of smell. There was the debris of exploded dimensions floating around him. He's amazing. I didn't expect him to withstand all of our power. The transcended ones that took control of Jaewon's body seemed tired as well. They used Jaewon's spirit to the point where they squeezed every drop out of it, and in the end, it made them extremely tired. Jaewon couldn't even stand by himself if it wasn't for them. Kek. We'll all die in this case. 8,741 from Jaewon's left hand cackled, and 3,751 from the right hand answered. You don't know that. He is not in good condition either. Malak's body was almost destroyed. His spirit was like a torn rag right now. His left hand was replaced with DS parts, and his legs had been replaced with parts created by former Big Brothers. Something kept seeping out from the ripped stomach, and his one eye was blinded. But Malak was still powerful. There were still hundreds of former Big Brother weapons floating behind him, and the power surrounding him was still prominent. He even had a smile on his face. Malak raised his mech arm slowly. Was it the start of the space bomb again? Jaewon tried to bring up his power again, but Malak spoke. Jaewon. Why don't we make a truce? It was an unexpected offer. I think you've unleashed enough anger now. I've also experienced enough of your power. What are you saying? I will accept you as a new Big Brother. You, and all the transcended ones within you. Silence fell. It was the first silence after the fight began. Jaewon became shocked when all of his transcended ones became quiet. Maybe they were agreeing to Malak's words. If they were to both perish, it was better to agree with Malak. But Jaewon's thought didn't last long. No. And the voices exploded within him. I knew it. God damn it. Again. I told you. See. I thought it would be different this time. 10 billion years. You still don't know what kind of clothes the original is. And they even. Hey, if you lost the bet, change places with me. You take control of this hard place. Ugh, damn it. Ha ha ha. Good for you. You really look hard. They seem to have made bets. Were they all Jaewon? Jaewon shook his head. He saw Malak's lips moving in the distance. And why is that? Because I don't like it. You haven't become a Big Brother yet. You don't even know what Big Brother does. You can refuse it after you try it at least. No. Just saying no doesn't make sense. Malak's eyes began to be filled with rage. Let me ask you again. Why? Jaewon did not answer. He couldn't. He had many reasons, and it was too complicated to explain. And Jaewon now had the answer to all those reasons. Just because you want to destroy the system? Is that it? Are you still holding on to such childish and violent thoughts? Listen to me. If you transcended, it would have been different. You don't understand anything. You don't know what Big Brother is, what Panopticon is, and the purpose of the system. But I know one thing. If I transcend, I will be like you. He heard transcended ones saying, whoa, he owned it, within his head. Malak became silent for a while. Maybe it had touched a part of his being deep inside his spirit. You don't know anything about transcendence. If you don't know anything, you shouldn't speak like that. It was a voice full of deep rage. Jaewon felt his voice was real this time. He truly was thinking in that way. It's the same for the system. This world that was created to efficiently cultivate big brothers. They are created after countless former big brothers were created and changed it to achieve greatness. It is more stable than any other world and has no chance of being destroyed. All beings are well adapted to this system and they live happily. Destroy the system? What you are trying to do is trample on all their achievements. Jaewon thought for a bit and answered, maybe. Maybe? You don't know a thing. Do you know what happens if the system is destroyed? And in the next moment, voices spread across Jaewon's head at once. Fall. 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 Jaewon said, shut up, in his mind. Malak also spoke. The world will fall. It was a voice that sounded like it came from a drama. And you still will destroy the system. Yet. Ha, and why are you still thinking of that? It's because I am human. Human. The transcended ones began to speak to themselves noisily again. Good, crazy, stupid, he's mad, etc., etc. Human, is it? Malak's expression turned complicated. It seemed like he was scoffing at Jaewon, or he also seemed to pity him. Human, do you really consider yourself human still? His narrowed eyes pierced into Jaewon's mind. Even if you didn't go through transcendence, you lived over 1,000,000 years alone. How can a man do such a thing? There's no human who could have withstood that time while still being human. You are already a system yourself. You created your mind to be one of the systems to withstand all that time. There is a power that is equivalent to a universe within you. Why are you trying to act as if you are still a human? What is a human anyway? That question pierced Jaewon's heart. He too had been asking himself the same question thousands of times. Was he really still human? And what was a human anyway? Jaewon thought about this question in the darkness many times. Many hours. He first tried to answer it with scientific knowledge he had. Human. A highly intelligent animal who uses language and tools. Part of Homo sapiens that walk on two legs and. However, that wasn't a good answer. So Jaewon changed his perspective. Many philosophies came through him. The fall of time gave him enough time to think about all the possible ways of thinking that existed within all of mankind. Jaewon even went over the philosophy and replaced it with his language and thoughts to answer it. Yet he couldn't find the answer. And with the empty answer, the answer came suddenly. I don't know what humans are. It was the truth. But I am thinking of what humans are. At the end of those words, Jaewon realized he was human. That is why I am human. Humans are the ones who question what human is. That was the answer that Jaewon had gotten to after living 10 billion years with his clothes. Malak burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Was that the answer you got after 10 billion years? In your words, even the transcended can become humans. It's foolish. But it was only Malak who laughed. All other Jaewon's clothes only spoke ill of Jaewon's answer, let alone laugh at it. Thank you. A short answer came back after a short and heavy silence. Jaewon felt emotion from his clothes. Malak then gritted his teeth after realizing what happened. I see. That's why you made such an answer. You. And a fight erupted again. Malak now was doing all he could to unleash everything in his power. The transcended ones tried their best to fight back, but the attack was too powerful now. One of the transcended ones spoke. Hey original, there's one way we can possibly win. It might kill us all but... Wait, you can't. Let's just tell him. He considers us as human. Don't be fooled by. People kept on talking, but the voice continued. There is one who doesn't have control over your body yet. We didn't want to tell you until the end, but this is our way of thanking you. Jaewon tried to ask who it was, but before he can ask, a voice came. It sounded like that of a young boy. If you want, I can help you. Unlike the other transcended ones, that voice seemed like it was shaking up the entire brain. Damn it! He's here! Yaik! 66666. Jaewan felt the transcended ones shaking frantically. Were there ranks between them? Why were they so afraid? And at that point, Jaewan felt memories rushing in. It was a memory that lasted over 3 billion years. I felt there were lots of parts missing throughout the 10 billion years, it was him. Jaewan felt becoming dizzy due to the length of the memory coming in. 66,666. That was the name of the Jaewan that lived for 3 billion years. He lived for 3 billion years alone. How was that possible? Just like the other Jaewans, 66,666 also trained in only one thing for all of the 3 billion years. It was easy to see what setting he trained. In fact, Jaewan thought it strange that there was no one who trained that setting after all. He probably can. Jaewan was certain that if he helped, they might win. No. They will actually. Let me ask you. You want help? I do. Can you help me? There is a price. It wasn't expected. Jaewan then felt an eerie feeling as he experienced 3 billion years worth of loneliness. What was he like if he endured 3 billion years by himself? What would be the price he would have to pay? What is it? I want your spirit. Spirit? Jaewan became confused. Was it some kind of a devilish pact from a book? What do you mean? 66,666 then answered. I want to be you. Chapter 227, Big Brother, 21. A world where ones who face the fall gather. Yes. That was what was just until a few years ago. An instructor shouted out to the hundreds of trainees. They were eager to start on their training and the instructor felt that the world had really changed. Was a world full of losers, a world filled with people oppressed by they, at least until a few years ago. It's different now. He repeated this so many times, but the instructor was still proud of saying this. He looked at every trainee in the eyes. It is because we have you all who follow his will. Some trainees seemed to become touched. It was natural as they now were given a new chance. They were at the verge of a different world. The instructor spoke again. Even if the world falls tomorrow, I will stab. That's what Jaewan said when he left. A few trainees mumbled to each other. Did Soul King really say that? I dunno. Who cares? That instructor is known for making things up. Ugh, I'm sick and tired of it. Most of the trainees were touched again. It wasn't strange as was full of people who were astonished by the name, Jaewan. So, we will stab today again. Gentlemen. In what way did I say to stab? World-destroying way. Exactly. Then the training began. It was the start of training now. With the shout of hundreds of trainees, they began to stab. The power of stabs also became different as the main instructor shouted out different stabs. Slight stab. Normal stab. Strong stab. Those were the basic Jaewan's 3 stabs that everyone trained. It was basic, but there weren't that many awakeners who could master the moves. The experienced instructor showed his strong stab in the air. With an explosion, a faint streak was left in the sky, ripping through the clouds. It was too weak to be a strong stab, but it had enough power to astonish these trainees. You see? This is how you do it. Instructor shrugged and added, for the record, Jaewan was said to destroy the entire sky through a normal stab. People began to mumble. Normal stab to destroy the sky? Is it the work of a human? Training started again. But there were some who wanted to train further because of their own greed. Hey, you! Don't do that! I told you to practice slight stab, not the world stab. World stab was the ultimate stab that enabled one to rip the sky open temporarily. Trainees became curious about who was trying to practice such a move and. Ugh, it's him again. They all shook their heads. A peculiar thing happened then. Jaewan appeared through the giant screen in the sky. That trainee spoke as he was stabbing toward the sky. I did it. The world was torn apart. Instructor slapped trainee and shouted, I told you to practice slight stab. But I did it. Look. I stabbed the world again. Shut up. You said that before and. However, the trainees started screaming. What is that? And with the sound of something being destroyed, everyone looked up to the sky. Maybe the sky would turn like that if it was hit with thousands of world stabs. There was an ominous crack in the entire sky. Then, something fell down. That's. Beyond the sky, there was something that resembled a branch. The branch shook and small particles began to drop. And everyone realized what it was a bit later. It was golden rain. Some were seeing this for the first time, and some had experienced this 900 years ago. Whichever the case, they all thought of the same thing. It's beautiful. It was the treasure they longed for their entire life. Fruits were falling down like rain. Everyone looked at it with a dumbfounded expression and some were jumping up and down. But there was one thing that all of them did not realize. The crack in the sky was growing larger. At the same time, people in Carpe Diem were looking up at the same sight. As they looked up into the sky that was about to fall, Uran and Cayman both realized Jaewan had finally achieved what he set out to do. Master. That's why they became fearful. If that stubborn man succeeded, there was only one outcome waiting for them in this world. They prayed that Jaewan's purpose wasn't what they thought it would be. They prayed and prayed. Jaewan saw Big Brother's weapons all turn into dust instantly. Malak was screaming and the dark energy that came out from the sword swept through the entire place. It was like if giant and dark night had come down upon the world. The entire region of the tree of imagery turned into darkness, and when the darkness was lifted, everything was over. It was the power of fall that had been trained for 3 billion years. Gee. He saw Malak's spirit being dismantled. There were no more weapons from Big Brother. It was the same for Panopticon. The tanks all had dead silver specks of dust of master craftsmen, and all of the screens were either destroyed or not working. You don't know. You don't know what you just did. What the world will become. Malak was crying. What was weird wasn't the fact that he was crying. That is strange. What is strange? You look happy. Does it? And Jaewan felt gravity changing. The gravity control of Panopticon had been damaged. Are we falling down? Malak crawled to the corner of Panopticon. He looked so weak as the strongest one in the world. Isn't it beautiful? You can only see this from here. Jaewan walked toward Malak. Through the shattered Panopticon, there was the entire region of tree of imagery. It wasn't a size that one could see with the eye, so it was better to say that he felt it. I see. So the tree that I climbed had this shape. Jaewan looked down like a man who had just witnessed the planet he lived in for the first time. There was a giant tree that stretched through the entire universe. And that tree was now being destroyed. From the roots to the branches, everything that formed the tree of imagery perished. I've seen this tree for a long, long time. I've seen it for too long, and I tried too long to climb it. Malak. Jaewan tried to say something but held back. He felt like Malak was going to say what he wanted to know. And at the final moment, I finally got here. I thought I would find the answer I was looking for. I thought I would know everything once I got here. Jaewan then thought the transcended ones had not really transcended. If they did, then Malak wouldn't have this feeling right now. Maybe at least, they shared one feeling within him. 3751, who stabbed for 100 million years had fear, and 8741 who slashed for 320 million years had sullen jokes. And for 66,666, who trained the fall for 3 billion years had the desire to become real. And for Malak, it was I wanted to create a better world. That was all. You must know this too. Chapter 228, Big Brother, 22. Jayawan did not answer. Instead, he thought of Mayat and the other ancient three gods. All beings head for the same goal, but they walk different paths. This was also the same. Just like they had different reasons for reaching transcendence, they all had different feelings at the same destination. But when he lost everything at the end of the journey, Malak looked like he was free. Was it because he gave up? Or was he really free? Jayawan wasn't sure what Malak found at the end of his road. Malak. Let me ask you one thing. At the end of the road, Jayawan found a question he had forgotten, the question that no one could answer until now. It was a question only Malak could answer. What is the nightmare of the beginning? It was the word that Malak left on his tower. Even when he was answered all of his questions, Jayawan couldn't find out what the nightmare of the beginning was. He thought it was meant for and still thought it was so in some sense. But he wasn't sure yet. It felt like it wasn't enough. Panopticon controlled the world, but it had no way to create it. Then, what was there in the beginning? Ha ha, ha! Nightmare of the beginning. Jayawan saw madness flashing through Malak's eyes. The nightmare who was on the verge of death was on fire for the last time. That is the home of all towers. It's a terrible place, worse than any nightmare. It's the source of all towers of nightmares. Is it a place? Malak continued. That is not as easy as this world. Not easy? Yes. That doesn't have specific I like this place, and you don't know who leads the world. The system cannot be shown. Everything is unfair and illogical, but nobody senses it. Besides, there's no Jayawan there. Jayawan wasn't sure what he was talking about. The maniacal voice even sounded eerie. Malak raised his voice as blood began to seep out from his mouth. Soon, soon, you too will know. I wanted to stop that nightmare from coming down. Keep this flawed system, continue cultivation, and increase accentuated unique world, to be drunk in those dreams so I can stop the coming Fa. Malak's spirit then began to dissipate. Malak's eyes turned into disbelief and shock. Jayawan was also shocked. Malak was almost on the verge of perishing, but it wasn't consuming him. But why? He talks too much. Jayawan felt his lips moving on its own. Someone else was speaking with his. Jayawan then looked down at the void sword penetrating Malak's heart. He had killed Malak. Malak tried to move his mouth, but he turned into dust. What are you doing? Jayawan shouted angrily. He hadn't gotten a chance to listen to the important part yet, which made him angrier. Only Malak could answer his question. Jayawan then spoke again on his own. You promised. I am becoming you now. So it was him. The time of keeping the promise was coming. You have to keep your promise. I waited long enough. I waited 3 billion years. 66,666 the clothes that trained the fall for 3 billion years. Jayawan promised him that if he helped, he would fulfill his request. Okay. Take it. Jayawan closed his eyes. He felt his conscience being pushed back. He then realized he was no longer Jayawan anymore. Maybe he was 66,667. But he was still Jayawan and lived as Jayawan. He felt that was enough. That's when 66,666 spoke. Is this enough? Are you giving up already? Giving up? You haven't fulfilled your purpose yet. Jayawan wondered if this Jayawan was making of him, but he answered, what are you talking about? It's you who made me give up. You took my spirit and. What are you talking about? I need you. You're the only one who knows the world that the little prince traveled in. That lady told me. Jayawan was confused. Little prince? And who was this lady? Was it too difficult? Well, Adult languages are difficult. Let me put it this way. You have not gotten to the nightmare of the beginning yet. Right? Jaewon felt tense. He shouted frantically, do you know what the nightmare of the beginning is? I need you to get there. Let's say it's a travel partner. Or shall I say, I need a fox. What do you mean? I'm taming you. Just like you tamed me once, I'm taming you now. Stop this nonsense. Jaewon shouted in an angry voice. I'm just clothes now. No, you are not. You call me Jaewon and I call you Jaewon. You are still Jaewon. And Jaewon felt his vision coming back again. His senses were coming back now just like when he had control over his body. I told you I wanted to be you, but I didn't ask you to become my clothes. I'm just telling you to have me as part of you. I will never take the spirit away from you. I'm still you, remember. He continued, a man without clothes is not a man. A man is just a collection of clothes. Jaewon then looked around. Why? Jaewon then finally was able to see transcended ones through his own eyes. He able to see them clearly for the first time. He looked at all 15 of them in their eyes. Yes. It's us. He felt his heart ache. It was them. These were the ones who fought with him throughout all those times. Goodbye Jaewon. That boy fulfilled his wishes, so this is where we part ways. Jaewon wanted to ask what was that supposed to mean. The place you'll be going is like that. We can't go to that world. Only you and that boy can go. They answered as if they knew what Jaewon wanted to say. It was obvious as they were Jaewon too. Don't look at us like that. We've lived too long. Long enough that we cannot stay human anymore. Jaewon tried to say something but he couldn't. He held back his feelings and listened to his clothes. I envy you. Beings are sometimes very precious things. Don't lose your heart. Even if you don't have power. Even if you don't have knowledge. Even if you don't have hope. Even if you feel despair. Don't lose your heart. Jaewon had no way to press his feelings. Even if he couldn't understand everything, he heard what they were trying to say. That he did well. Jaewon felt the space being dismantled. The power of fall now was coming up to the top of the tree of imagery. It also applied to Jaewon himself. 10 billion memories were fading away. Wait, there's more. I have more questions. Where am I going now? What do you guys know? You. The nightmare of the beginning is. But the time came like death. The time that the clothes gave him was taking away those clothes now. Jaewon's body became small, as if he was going back from adulthood to a child. Soon, Jaewon was a 10-year-old boy, as if that was his original self. Jaewon heard his voice coming out of his mouth. Isn't it weird? The end of the branch that holds all the secrets to this world is really similar to the roots of those remote regions, as if it's hard to tell which is the branch and which is the root. Jaewon saw a tree of imagery and its barren branches. A lone tree that stood in its bareness. It was lonely. It really was a lonely tree. In that loneliness, Jaewon closed his eyes. There was no world anymore. His job was done. But why did it feel like it wasn't the end? His world then reached its fall. Chapter 229, World After the Fall, 1. I wanted to see the impossible story unfold. I wanted to see that impossible story become a reality. Maybe this is why I consider this novel to be within the modern fantasy genre. Author's thought on the world after the fall. Episode World After the Fall. The fall always comes from everywhere. Only a few people witness the fall and warn people around them to ask for help. But in most cases, there is no help because to most people, such a fall is not a fall at all. To hell with a fall. To the people of the world, just any kind of a fall is not a fall. But people do not know. Most falls that people face are results of their death that comes from any fall. And the 10-year-old Jaewan was also a victim of such a fall. Stop it! I will call the police if you don't stop. I'm taking him. What makes you have the right? Do you even have a job? Or Jaewan is my kid. Jaewan felt a headache as he heard the shouts. Where am I? He brought his 10-year-old self up. His cheek that had slumped over a small desk was pulled out from the surface. There were dirty, used notebooks with scribbles and formulas. As Jaewan looked closely, it was more of a drawing than a scribble. It was hard to tell at first, but after looking at it for a while, it became clear. It was a stick man figure holding something that looked like a knife, and it was ripping apart Jaewan's homework and formulas with its sword. It was then that many memories shot past his head. It was way too long in the past that it shook his 10-year-old head and made him fall into a seizure-like state. What? Why am I here? Where is Big Brother? Malak. Where is this place? I see. So this is the nightmare of the beginning. Nightmare of the beginning? What was that? He became confused from all kinds of memory. His 10-year-old lungs moved quickly as he felt dizzy. It felt like as if he saw something floating around, and he came to realize that there were various objects being thrown. And with the sound of some clash, he heard a woman's sharp scream. Jaewan looked down at the broken dish. As he saw the shattered sharp piece of the dish, one word came to his mind. Stab. Jaewan held the piece without realizing. It made a small cut on his small 10-year-old palm. It hurt him, but it was not painful. Let go of me. Let go. He heard the woman screaming again. Jaewan turned to the scream and saw a woman he did not know. A woman? Mom. Jaewan spoke the word without knowing, and became shocked that he had said such a word. Mom. Did I have a mom? I was alone for 10 billion years. How can I even have a? And with the painful headache, Jaewan walked over to the woman with the shard of a dish in his hand. Jaewan then saw a man threatening the woman by raising up a small chair against her. Jaewan couldn't see the man's face. He walked closer and was able to see the man's face more clearly. Young Jaewan stopped on the spot as he felt some kind of jolt through his body. That's. He felt another sharp pain in his head as he clenched the shattered piece. The man did not have eyes, a nose, or a mouth. As if it was covered by something, the thing that covered the face was small numbers that was really small. Jaewan then remembered scribbles and formulas written in the notebook. That face had the formulas. That face was the system. As the word popped up in his mind, Jaewan shouted as he charged. He saw the pale, fear-stricken woman's face and the man backing away in shock. He then moved his right hand in powerful motion and heard someone screaming. He smiled faintly. I did it. I did it. I killed. And in next moment, Jaewan's body became rigid. Big Brother. What is that anyway? The scream was then mixed up with another person's scream. It felt like the world had flipped, and in the next moment, Jaewan felt someone hugging him from his back. It was his mother. He was in his mother's embrace after all these years. Jaewan's body swung helplessly like a doll within his mother's embrace. He saw a man down on the ground, bleeding from his arm. The man was screaming. The man was. Jaewan saw the man's wounds. There was blood flowing out from the wound. Jaewan then looked down onto his hand where he had been holding on to the shattered dish piece. His 10-year-old hand was bloody. Why? The question gripped him. Why? Why is it not a silver color? Jaewan. Jaewan. The woman kept on calling her son's name without knowing what to do. Jaewan looked up. Mom. And as she met her son's eyes, she became pale. At that moment, Jaewan was not her son. To her eyes, Jaewan looked like a monster, a demon that was not from this world. That demon was smiling weirdly. Mom. The blood is red. It's a delusional disorder. The doctor with a white lab coat and silver eyeglasses spoke. It can happen with a kid at this age with a combination of schizophrenia, but I think it is a bit severe in Jaewan's case. It might even lead to a developmental disorder. It was a bit lacking as a description, but it sounded convincing enough to a woman who did not have any knowledge regarding psychology. It was also reassuring to see many awards and plaques showing various achievements and researches made by the professional doctor. Whatever he said, it must mean that the kid was in serious condition. That was the only thing she can make out of in his description. She wished her choice of words met the professionalism of the doctor and asked, "Is Jaewan in that serious condition?" "We can say that." "Haven't you seen it with your own eyes?" "The incident itself is." The doctor stopped talking, but she understood what he did not say. Sometimes, it was more effective to not say things out loud. Jaewan felt faint shaking in his mother's hand that touched his shoulder. If Jaewan was a bit more of his self, it was enough to make him get angry. It was enough to argue with the doctor for treating the patient in such a demeaning way. But Jaewan was in no state to do such a thing. Besides, he was only a 10-year-old kid. Chapter 230, World After the Fall, 2. 10-year-old. Jaewan frowned as he brought his finger up to his head. 10-year-old? Why was he a 10-year-old? How was his mother here? Why was he here? Why, am I, who am I? What did I do wrong to him? I never said you have done anything wrong. My kid is fine. He's good at school, he has many friends, and even his teachers. Some delusional disorders are hard to notice as the symptoms are the same as regular activities. No. He is fine. He was just triggered. It's all his fault, because of him, my kid, he just... I'll show you, ma'am. The doctor then brought Jaewan to the small table at the corner of the room and pulled the curtains. It was very thin and simple that it had no effect on cutting the sounds out. The sound of a woman's tense breathing came through. The doctor spoke to Jaewan. Jaewan. Can you answer a few questions for me? Jaewan nodded. How old are you? I forgot. Forgot? And why is that? I've lived too long for that. Too long? How long is that? 10 billion years. A woman gasping could be heard beyond the curtain. The doctor glanced toward the curtain and continued with his questions. So what have you been doing until now, Jaewan? I was fighting with Big Brother. Is Big Brother your father? Jaewan did not answer. The doctor wrote something on his paper and continued to ask. So why did you fight with Big Brother? To destroy the system. System? And what is that? Can you explain it to me? Jaewan felt a heavy headache as he tried to remember what system was, but it didn't work. The doctor then nodded knowingly and gave a pen and piece of paper to Jaewan. Jaewan, can you draw it on here? Jaewan began drawing something on the paper. It didn't take him long to finish his picture. The doctor received the paper back from Jaewan. It was a giant tree. A giant tree with dried roots and branches. The doctor looked at it intriguingly. Is this tree the system? Jaewan did not answer as he became dizzy. He could hardly breathe, but the doctor kept on asking his questions. So, there's a thing called a tower at the root of this tree and it kidnaps people from Earth to send them up the tree. Yes. And that is cultivation. Right. And you survived the cultivation and moved up to the top of the tower. The questions kept coming and Jaewan kept answering. Adapters and awakeners. And gods and followers. Jaewan wasn't sure why he knew all that, but he focused on answering the doctor's questions. I see. So, the unique world is some form of imaginary space that is created by one's dream. Is that right? Similar. And when you get many to believe in it, then it becomes a reality. Jaewan nodded. He then saw a figure dwindling beyond the curtain. Every time he answered a question, he felt his mother's breathing growing shallower. It was a strange feeling. Each time Jaewan answered to make his world more detailed, the history he had lived on was being trampled upon, but Jaewan wasn't sure what it was. As Doctor kept on asking, Jaewan saw him changing eerily. It wasn't his expression, but his face was covered by complicated words and numbers. It was those that Jaewan saw from the man that he stabbed. Voices kept on speaking to him. Stab! Stab him and kill him! Jaewan shook his head as he bit on his lips. No, I cannot do that. Mom will become sad. Jaewan crouched to hide from the voices arguing over him. The questioning stopped. Blood dripped from his lips and the doctor was shocked, dragging Jaewan up. Oh, no. Nurse. The doctor quickly picked up Jaewan and laid him down on a bed. He then called a nurse to look over Jaewan's wound. The doctor then called Jaewan's mother to a separate room. She was pale as ever and was barely breathing. Doctor sighed. He saw the woman's world tearing apart from what she just witnessed. Jaewan loves reading, he reads all kinds of novels and comics. That probably. Ma'am. He's just too smart. He can't. Ma'am. She burst into wails. The doctor waited until she calmed down a bit. I will have to ask you to excuse me for asking such questions. Yes. Was Jaewan ever harmed by his father in any way? The woman gasped for a second and answered, and no. Is that true? You have to be honest with me, ma'am. No. I'm telling the truth. He never laid hands on his son. The mother's denial even felt desperate. But I can see traces of violence that his father inflicted on Jaewan. All of his symbols depict his father. The doctor spoke as he showed drawings and the records that he obtained from Jaewan. There was a tree, a tower, and a stick man stabbing toward the sky. Tree and the tower. All the images point to heightening. And the stab, don't you think they all have a similar image? I am not sure. In psychology, these are all symbols of a male penis. Penis. Yes. I am shocked to see such a perfect example of a case that depicts it all with one image. The doctor scratched his head as he continued to explain. The woman quietly listened to the doctor. He described with countless words and psychological theories. The woman couldn't understand even half of what the doctor said but barely managed to understand that the situation was very serious. Do you think he had harmed Jaewan when I was not aware? We cannot say for sure, but we are seeing a trace of such violence from Jaewan and it will directly impact his mental growth. What should we do? The doctor then tapped on his desk and spoke reassuringly to the desperate woman. But don't worry too much. Not everything about Jaewan's current diagnosis is bad. The woman was surprised. What do you mean? Jaewan's symbolic images are more vivid and specific than any other patient or research records that I have ever seen and they are interconnected with each other. It's not just matter of his imagination, it's even to the point of literary. The doctor then tried to find the words to describe and continued. It feels like such a world really did exist when I hear his stories. He's just a 10-year-old kid and The woman frowned angrily. Are you mocking me? No, it's not that. Jaewan is in serious condition, but if he can overcome this, his disorder might even help him in an artistic way. Artistic way. Some think that delusional disorder and the savant syndrome are closely related. Savant, what? What is that? The doctor shook his head. He understood that the woman did not understand any of the professional terms that he just used. Ah, it's a disorder that is common with geniuses. I'm just letting you know so you can rest assured. The doctor then folded his patient file in a folder and concluded the meeting. We'll have to have Jaewan stay away from his father. I suggest you visit us for further treatment. Jaewan needs it for his future. Chapter 231, World After the Fall, 3. It had been 2 weeks since Jaewan returned to his 10-year-old body. Jaewan was now able to realize where he had come back to and in what era. This was the Earth in 2008, 10 years before the Tower of Nightmare appeared. This was strange. He came to a place where the Nightmare of Beginning was supposed to be, but why was he back on Earth? Did go back in time? That is impossible. Even with the power of the transcended ones that could control time and space, even with the power of Big Brother, it was impossible to rewind time. Beast Lane once said to him that there was no way for a being to return to the past. Is it an illusion then? Jaewan then remembered the Stone of Nightmare at the Tower of Nightmares. Maybe all of this was an illusion. As far as Jaewan knew, there was no dream that could trap him. Even if it was the nightmare of the beginning, there was no way to fool him. What is this place? It went nowhere however long he had thought about it. The only thing Jaewan could do was think. Everything he could have done had no power here anymore. Suspicion. Understand. Forget. Theory. Prove. Edit. All of his powers had no use in this place. Not only that, he did not have his unique world, and he had lost his settings such as fall or naked. Not to mention, he did not have any of his equipment either. The only thing left in him were uncertain memories, answers without proof, and his weak 10-year-old body. Haha, Jaewan. It's only natural. This is reality. The doctor seemed to be very happy that Jaewan was beginning to think. You might not know because you are young, but there's a clash between your imagination and your conscious within you. It's very normal for you to have such thoughts. I even want to congratulate you. The memories calmed down during the past 2 weeks and the shattered memories went back to their respective places. However, Jaewan still couldn't find his real self. Rather, it was the opposite. As he became his self more, he was considered not his self. Jaewan couldn't accept the doctor's explanation. A delusion? All those memories were just an imagination? All of those memories and all of those times were just a creation of his imagination? Jaewan sometimes had a seizure, he sometimes tried to fight with the doctor, and he became violent. But the doctor did not panic and easily pressed Jaewan down and whispered to him. Jaewan. Your world does not exist. Jaewan heard the doctor's hand pressing him down against a cold linoleum surface. Think about your mother. You must return to reality. Another 2 weeks passed by and the doctor changed his methods as Jaewan didn't seem to be getting any better. The doctor raised his both arms and declared, Good, Jaewan. I understand how unfair it feels to you. Let's change the perspective. The doctor walked around Jaewan's chair and brought up a whiteboard at the back of the room and began drawing something on it. It was the tree that Jaewan had drawn the first time. Tree of Imagery. That was the name of that tree. The doctor smiled satisfyingly as he watched Jaewan shudder. Is this how it's supposed to be? Similar. Jaewan, you must use full sentences. That's how you speak. Doesn't matter. It does matter in our world. I have told you multiple times. Jaewan tried to fight back, but stopped. It was apparent that the doctor was going to argue with all sorts of psychological and ethical reasoning to teach Jaewan. It is a beautiful tree, but it is lonely. Tree of Imagery. I think your name is wonderful. It is hard to believe that a 10-year-old boy can think of such a thing. I didn't name it. And besides, I'm not 10 years old. Jaewan. The doctor smiled. It was a warm and soft smile. But as Jaewan looked at the smile, he felt like he was being dropped onto the cold floor. Jaewan, do you know the worth of your own world? Worth. Your world is very valuable. If the day comes where you can see your world in unbiased perspective, people will pay you everything to peek into your world. The doctor peered at Jaewan's eyes and continued, but if you have yourself trapped within your world and do not look around, your world will just put you and your life into darkness. Jaewon opened his mouth to object, but the doctor did not let him start. Jaewon, you have to get out of yourself to use your world to its true value. You have to accept that the world you created is not real. However, perhaps the doctor should not have said that word. Jaewon's eyes seemed to blaze with cold fire within them. It's not fake. Jaewon looked straight back into the doctor's eyes and continued, I was definitely there. The voice, the expression, and the eyes. Everything showed such angry determination that the doctor was soon at a for words. Haha, it is. How could a 10-year-old speak like that? The doctor gasped. Even the ones from a large criminal group would easily be overwhelmed by the doctor's authority within the hospital. But this kid. He really is something. Of course, if it wasn't, he would not have added an extra hour to the appointment to meet with this kid. He came back to his senses as he saw Jaewon's lips moving again. He must have lost the short words, but if his guess was right, Jaewon probably said, you don't know anything. The doctor smiled. I don't know, hey? What do I not know? 10 years from now, this world will fall. I cannot explain my words in science or logic. But I know. In 10 years, it will. Oh, that is something new. You sound like you are from the future. Is that right? That's... Doctor asked intriguingly. It seemed as if he had caught Jaewon in a trap. So, everything you have said until now is a story that will happen in the future. Jaewon became silent. He couldn't answer. He wasn't sure if this was really in the past or another dream that the nightmare of the beginning created. Yes. It will happen in the future. Jaewon nodded anyway. He thought he needed to accept it to go further. However, the doctor smiled decisively. Jaewon, can I ask a few questions then? And with that smile, Jaewon felt like he had made a wrong choice. But there was no going back. Go on. Can you explain the future that you came across? I explained enough. The tower appeared in 2018 and... Oh, not about that. I want to know what you did until 2018. Jaewon became dumbfounded. Things that he did until 2018? What did he do? Most of the memories were faint and had been destroyed. Maybe it was because his memories were divided and the transcended ones left him. As he became silent, the doctor spoke again. Did you meet me in your future? That's... Chapter 232, World After the Fall, 4. The doctor smiled again as Jaewon became silent. So, you never met with me in the future. There's a reason for that. I was different from now and... Jaewon became confused and the doctor raised his hand to stop Jaewon. Okay. Let me ask you another question. Do you remember anything about your high school or college perhaps? Jaewon became silent again. After a long time, he admitted, I don't remember. Jaewon bit his lips. He surely attended all of high school and he even went college. He also went to the military. That's when the Tower of Nightmares appeared. He knew that everything then was reality. But Jaewon couldn't remember those times. Maybe it had been too long, or maybe it was because his memories had been destroyed when the transcended ones left him. Haha. It's not like you. You don't remember, hey. I don't. But I really was there. Jaewon then closed his mouth. His words were true, but there was no proof to back up his claims. Not remembering it proved that Jaewon was just lying. The doctor was still smiling. There was no more game. Jaewon will not protect his world. He will not prove anything. Why? The 10-year-old Jaewon became frustrated. He felt like he was going to cry. He had proof of all those times, but why did he need to prove everything again? And how could he prove it anyway? That's when a certain memory came to him. It was when he arrived at a certain fortress when he just got to. That fortress also forced Jaewon to prove himself. Prove yourself. Prove who you are. What did Jaewon answer then? Jaewon looked up to the doctor. He felt like his sight was going blurry. The white lab coat looked like the wall of a strong fortress and the silver eyeglasses looked like spires. Was it because of that? Jaewon spoke without realizing. I will not prove myself. It was the voice of a 10-year-old boy, but not from a 10-year-old boy. It was a voice that one world answered to another world. The doctor became speechless by the voice. He then realized he was overwhelmed yet again and gasped, "Ugh!" He seemed to be very frustrated. This kid really is something. But there is no way to control him. Then what can we do? The doctor sighed after a long time passed. Okay. Maybe the world you say does exist. Jaewon's eyes shook. What did he just say? I accept the possibility. Was that something a doctor from a mental institute could say? A cold theory-like thing shot past Jaewon's head then. Everything he had faced until now had some kind of a gate. Maybe this doctor was some form of a gate placed by the nightmare of beginning. Even as Jaewon was lost in his thoughts, the doctor continued speaking. But no matter the circumstances, you must know this. About what? If you try to protect your world, the ones who love you will be sad. Sad? Because of his world? Why? And in the next moment, Jaewon felt goosebumps on his body. Did he just ask himself why? He was in no place to ask such a question. He had seen it throughout all his life. In his faint memories, faces came about. They were just faces with no names. An old man who loved to slash and tried to quarrel with Jaewon. A good-looking blonde young man who always carried a logbook. A woman who betrayed her own kind to trust Jaewon. A young boy who trusted Jaewon more than anyone in the world. Jaewon reminisced about them and was grasped with a question. Were they happy then? They trusted Jaewon's unique world and stayed by his side all the time, but Jaewon never thought about their happiness even once. They must have been afraid at the fall. Afraid about the system being destroyed. How could Jaewon be certain that what he wanted was what everyone else wanted? Jaewon then remembered his mother's face who should be standing beyond the door of this room. He felt confused. Jaewon. You said that the tower will appear in 10 years. Was it because he was too deep in thought? It took some time for Jaewon to understand what the doctor said. Why don't we do this? You keep coming to my clinic for those 10 years. Jaewon answered in annoyance. And why do I need to do that? If the Tower of Night appears 10 years later like you. Tower of Nightmares. Humph, Tower of Nightmares. If it appears, I will trust your words. I will do whatever you say. It was an unexpected offer. The doctor quickly added, oh, and I will waive all consultation fees during those 10 years. And why do you want to do that? Jaewon couldn't understand. There seemed to be no reason for the doctor to do such a thing for him. Toward Jaewon's suspicion, the doctor spoke with a warm voice. I should say that I don't want to see a boy's future being destroyed. Besides, it's not entirely free. I have conditions of my own. Condition. If the tower does not appear after 10 years, you have to give up on your world. That too was unexpected. Jaewon's eyes shook. What do you think? Jaewon looked at the doctor's eyes. They seemed to have no hostility whatsoever. The doctor even seemed very caring and concerned about Jaewon. Jaewon became confused. And that made him face a certain question that he tried to not ask until now. What if he was wrong? What if this man was right? What if the tree of imagery never existed in the first place and all of his memories were his creation? What if there was a reality and he was just running away from it? If that was true, then what will happen to him now? Jaewon crouched. Like a king trying to protect his fallen kingdom, he crouched for a long time. And after a while, a small voice came out from the ruined, fallen kingdom. Okay. The doctor smiled. Good. It's a promise. 10 years quickly passed by and Jaewon made a few more promises with the doctor. First, Jaewon was never to talk about Tree of Imagery or Big Brother to anyone else during those 10 years. Second, if Jaewon wanted to talk about the Tree of Imagery badly, he could only talk about it with the doctor. Third, he had to visit the doctor at least once a month during those 10 years. Jaewon then moved on to middle school, and then high school. He also went to college and he lived an ordinary life. He listened to classes as if he were climbing the tower, and aimed for higher grades like he was increasing his stats. But no matter how long had passed, the memories of the Tree of Imagery did not go away. On the other hand, thinking of it would make him lose consciousness, so Jaewon tried hard to not think about it. He just kept on not thinking about it at least 10 years. His mother became happy. And through it, Jaewon felt reassured. He felt like he was living to the fullest, and when he thought that, he also felt strong hatred toward himself. When he couldn't bear it any longer, he visited the doctor to talk about Tree of Imagery. It made him feel a bit better. Those 10 years felt like 10 billion years had passed. Jaewon was now a college student. He was now 20 years old. Finally, it was 2018. Chapter 233, World After the Fall, 5. A lot of things happened during those 10 years. Ordinary life? That never occurred to Jaewon until now, but Jaewon managed it. He studied hard, and made friends like a normal kid. He usually spent his time alone reading novels. He read all kinds of novels from old classics to educational books. But what Jaewon read the most were fantasy novels. Sword and magic. Reincarnation and time traveling. Monsters and various superhumans. As he read those novels, it felt like he had gone back in time like when he was at the Tree of Imagery. As he read through those novels, he was able to forget the tragedy of reality. It felt like it was the Tree of Imagery where he should have lived, and this reality felt more unreal. A world without adapters or awakeners. How did such a world exist? This unrealistic place he lived in was the reality. Or a place where people called it reality. It was pleasant to read through those novels, but it was painful when he finished reading one and was pulled out from the sea of reminiscence. Jaewon often felt like he had broken out of his dream and was on top trash bags, searching desperately for other novels to dive into. That was the only way he could stay true to himself. Because of this, maybe it was wrong that Jaewon made friends like a normal kid. He was mostly alone and always sullen wherever he was. But he still had friends. There were friends who approached him first. Yoonwon and Soyeol. Jaewon sometimes is too imaginative. That's his charming point. When Jaewon met them for the first time in high school, he thought he was dreaming. Jaewon called out Yoonwon's name without realizing it. Hey? How did you know my name? Did you know me from somewhere? Silly. You introduced yourself in the class already. He probably remembered. No way. I don't remember his name. Yoonwon and Soyeol. It was inside the Tower of Nightmares that Jaewon met them in his memory. He had never met them outside the tower even once. Becoming friends with Yoonwon and making out with Soyeol, it all happened inside the tower, or that's what it should have been. Hey? Tower of Nightmares? What is that? Oh, are you talking about the novel that you wrote back in that literature class? Oh, right. Your name was in that novel. You were there too, Soyeol. Yeah. I was so surprised. Yeah, well, to think there's a guy writing a novel with his classmates dying, but you know, I felt it right away when I read that novel. Hey? What? A premonition, even. What premonition? That he and I will be good friends. I think Jaewon has gotten you too. And Jaewon became friends with Yoonwon and Soyeol. Of course, they did not remember anything. They did not know anything about Tower of Nightmares, the Tree of Imagery, or Rupture. Every one of them was a story within the novel that Jaewon once wrote for the class. But they still walked the streets, studied together, and talked about their future. It felt like Jaewon had gone back to the days at the Tower of Nightmares. Maybe he was still inside the tower. Nothing was finished and maybe he was still trapped within it. That thought became even stronger when Yoon-won often spoke teasingly. Anyway, you and I are the ones who climbed towers together. We will climb it again soon. You remember? Ha ha ha. No, man. I'm just joking. We will climb the Tower of Education, remember? College, man. College. Gosh, what a stuck-up. Arg. Hey, don't stab me there. It was a strange thing to live through with a living body. Memories of the tree of imagery came creeping back to Jaewon when he least expected it. But as time had passed, the number of nightmares decreased. Forgetting the blessing of living beings. Jaewon's memory of the tree of imagery decreased slowly. But as those memories faded away, Jaewon became frustrated. He was afraid that he would truly forget all those times. As he looked at Yoon-won wrestling against him playfully or Soyeol blushing at him, he became numb but quickly came back. Is it okay? Is Jaewon okay? Are Yoon-won and Soyeol okay? What was this nightmare? If Jaewon didn't have memories about it. And the year 2018 came and Jaewon started attending college. It was just an average college located in the city of Seoul. He was majoring in a Korean literature but he didn't have any purpose in doing so. It was a choice influenced by the doctor. I think literature will fit you best. Why is that? During those 10 years, the relationship between the doctor and Jaewon also changed. The doctor now cared for Jaewon like his own son and Jaewon spoke politely in full sentences. Whatever purpose the doctor had, Jaewon knew that the doctor's care toward him wasn't a lie. 10 years was enough time to know the man's heart. Didn't I say it before? You have an artistic sense. Are you making fun of me again? No, I'm being serious. The doctor smiled teasingly. Think about it. Think about the countless people paying to see the world you created. You can do many things with that money. That money will even make your world become reality. I don't need money. Haha, Jaewon. You are too young to understand, but money is everything in this world. Jaewon then laughed and asked, can a psychiatrist say such a thing to a patient? I am still an ordinary person. The doctor also smiled. Chapter 234, World After the Fall, 6. It was now the summer of 2018. Inside the lecture room at the college, Jaewon looked out at the window at the green tree outside. It's about half a year left now. If the memory was right, the Tower of Nightmares was supposed to appear in the sky during the winter. It was probably right. In the past, he had gone to the military after the first semester of his college, and the tower appeared when he was just promoted to private first class. Now that I think about it, I didn't even finish my military service back then. Jaewon smiled bitterly as he saw the novel on his smartphone. Haha. I am back to the past. Finally. I will start all over again. As he read through the novel, Jaewon scrolled quickly down. He was reading it, but it was too cheesy. Even then, the reason why he read it was because of his fond memories of the past. Did he like reading novels that took place in the past also? He didn't remember. Just like a tree without any leaves, Jaewon's memory was now vague and empty. Most of the details were all gone and it was those unimportant memories that were more detailed. You, the one with looking down at your cell phone. Can you kindly explain the parallel universe theory that I just explained to the class again? And those detailed memories sometimes collided with the reality that Jaewon was currently living in. Such an example was the presence of the professor angrily calling him out right now. So your name was, yes. Jaewon. Yes, Professor Sakamoto. Please, explain what the parallel universe theory is. Sakamoto, who was a middle school science teacher in the Tower of Nightmares, was now a professor at the college, teaching Jaewon in this new world. Sakamoto CG understanding of modern science. When Jaewon first saw the name Sakamoto on his schedule, he was not certain, but he quickly found out that it was the Sakamoto he knew. It didn't match his memory, but Jaewon was happy to see his friend from the tower and asked a few questions when he met Sakamoto. But as expected, he did not remember anything. It was fortunate that Sakamoto's interest in science allowed him to not think weirdly about Jaewon's question. Jaewon sighed and stood up. "Can I explain how I understood?" "Go on." So the parallel universe theory is." As he began explaining, Jaewon felt nostalgic. He had listened to Sakamoto's explanation a long time ago. Sakamoto even explained it again when they found the stone of return on the 77th floor of the tower. "I think this stone will bring all of us back to another dimension, back in time. But this is all a theory, and we might even all drop in the same dimension. These items exceed our knowledge after all." "Sakamoto, you might not have even guessed it, but I am just telling everything I heard from you back then. I am explaining the exact same thing." So, to summarize, the parallel universe theory is a theory that a world takes many turns with different choices, and there are multiple universes that are present that we do not realize. For example, Jaewon then stopped and looked out the window. A sudden illusion came into his vision. A giant tower swept through the sky. A tragedy that came after the tower appeared. Jaewon spoke. "Maybe in a parallel universe, Earth might be on the brink of destruction. Because I just imagined it happening right now." Some students became dumbfounded. Jaewon came back to his senses, but it was too late. Sakamoto quickly resolved the confusion. "Good work, Jaewon. Your example surely fits you as a literature major." Jaewon wasn't sure what part of it had to do with being a literature major, but Jaewon sat down anyway. It was now about time to end the class, and Sakamoto's lecture was now nearing its end. The theory has not yet been proven. But it still is a theory that will make our lives more satisfying. Sakamoto continued, "To think that every imagination we have might be what is really happening in another universe. This theory will make our choices more sincere and careful. According to this theory, we are creating a new universe every second we live." Jaewon found himself concentrating on Sakamoto's story now. Maybe, an imagination or a delusion doesn't exist in this universe. All of those parallel universes do exist after all, in terms of imagination, a dream, metaphors, symbols, and so forth. We live once and die once, but we are living multiple parallel universes at the same time. Oh, look at the time. This will wrap up today's class. Students began rushing out of the lecture room as Sakamoto kept going. Hey! I'm not done yet. Next week's assignment is..." After that lecture, Jaewon became a bit more interested in other classes. He was especially interested in writing classes. He first enrolled himself in many literature classes, but found out that they weren't interesting when he found out that the literature classes did not teach writing. Yoonwon spoke to him. "Hey? Literature major? The only way you can make money is to become a professor. Who writes books these days? You'll starve to death before you can." Because of this, Jaewon enrolled in literature writing classes instead. And while he attended those classes, he wrote novels every chance he got. It was through novels that he was determined to create a universe. Your story has no reality. You cut out too much in between, too many metaphors, and what's this? What's with these incomplete paragraphs? Do you think it looks cool to write in this way? I told you to write a novel, not some scribbles. But his universe was quickly dismantled by merciless criticism. Only one thing was certain. Even within the category of novel, his stories were unrealistic at best. As Jaewon kept on writing against all those criticism from professors and assistants, he despaired. The doctor laughed as he heard Jaewon's complaints. But your stories are fun. Jaewan replied, "Shut up." And then came the winter of 2018. Chapter 235, World After the Fall, 7. Only 2 more weeks until the expected tower appearance. Jaewan was spending time talking with the doctor. They did not talk about the tree of imagery anymore. "Oh, Jaewan. Why don't you participate in a writing contest? I think the big contest is about to start." The doctor made the suggestion as he knew that Jaewan had been attending writing classes in college already. There was a contest that would soon finish receiving novels. Jaewan asked back in annoyance, "Are you serious?" "Hey? What's wrong? You're making fun of me, aren't you?" "Haha, I am not." Jaewan thought as he looked at the doctor's face. This doctor, he must know all about it and still says this. Jaewan answered, "Contest, you would not say that if you've listened to my criticisms. I wrote those novels because you told me to and. Haha. What did the others say to you?" Jaewan stopped talking. He didn't want to repeat what he had heard in class, merciless criticism that was too much. "You have talent. I love your stories. How about you write it instead then? I'm sure you are good at writing too." "Well, if you give me a story, maybe I will try someday." Jaewan then laughed. "Well, how about you use all my stories that you've collected until now?" Of course, Jaewan did not mean what he said. The doctor must have known it too. Jaewan was always serious about his stories. Delusion or not, Jaewan trusted his world no matter what people said. There was no way that Jaewan would agree to using his stories for entertainment purposes. But why? The doctor's face froze for a slight second at Jaewan's words. It was only for a slight second and Jaewan did not realize. The doctor laughed awkwardly. "Haha." Silence fell. The doctor looked down at the table and Jaewan looked out the window. "The day's coming soon, Jaewan. Are you ready for it?" So. It's what it is. It just feels so. The window was foggy from the coldness outside. Jaewan approached the window and used his finger to draw a spiral tower. The tower drawing looked pretty good with the snow falling beyond the window. Fear? Jaewan had been thinking about it for a while, but he wasn't that certain. What if the tower didn't appear? He was living life here now. Jaewan smiled. Maybe the doctor had won at last. "Jaewan. Yeah. It's been 10 years since I first met you." Some of the doctor's hair was becoming white. Jaewan felt the flow of time as he looked at those strands of hair. He had forgotten about it after living for millions of years, but 10 years was a long time for ordinary humans. "Can I tell you what is ironic?" "What is it?" "I actually believe in your world. It's not about the possibility. I really do believe that the world exists." Jaewan was stunned for a second and scoffed. "Is that a new joke?" The doctor shook his head seriously. "Even if the tower does not appear, I believe that your world existed. No. Exists." The doctor was serious. He was looking at thick pile charts in a cabinet near the wall. Jaewan also turned to look in the same direction. There were countless charts with various patient names. "Recently, I think my treatments were all wrong after all. Treating and fixing other people's worlds. I just thought maybe it was too arrogant of me. How can a man fix another's world? Are you kidding? Or are you serious?" "I am serious." Jaewan was at a loss for words. The doctor continued, "Maybe it's all thanks to you." "What do you mean?" "Maybe I was the one who was persuaded by you during our 10 years. Why now?" "Why?" Jaewan felt dizzy. He barely was able to adapt to this world, and why was he saying that now? Wasn't it his wish for Jaewan to give up on that world? He had been. "I am serious, Jaewan. I believe in that world." "But why? The tower hasn't even appeared yet." "I just think that it's not important anymore, whether the tower appears or not. The doctor was smiling. And from that smile, Jaewan felt his last 10 years being shaken terribly. No. Please don't. Don't speak anymore. The doctor kept going. As I recorded all your stories and read them, it just came to my mind. Maybe the tower that you are waiting for is. Jaewan then lost his balance and fell, grabbing the corner of the table. The clash then shook the table, dropping piles of charts onto the ground. It was patient charts for Jaewan. And with the dizziness, Jaewan slumped down on the ground. The doctor's voice became muddy as if Jaewan was underwater. Jaewan. Are you okay? Jaewan threw the doctor's hand away. He was looking down at the charts. There were various numbers showing the rate of depression. There were graphs that showed the potential amount of suicide, and graphs that showed inability to adapt to society. Jaewan looked down dumbfoundedly. Graphs and numbers. All those distorted informations began swirling around him. It spun and continued talking to him. Jaewan. 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 It was proving himself. Jaewan, who couldn't be proven, was now only being proven from those numbers. It made him felt nauseous. He felt like he was going to throw up. What was this feeling? Jaewan then began to vomit. The doctor kept on speaking, but Jaewan couldn't hear anything anymore. And with the sound of calling a nurse, Jaewan grabbed one of the charts and began ripping it down. Jaewan. The hearts were ripped. And from the openings of various numbers and graphs, a certain emptiness began to swirl out. A void that could not be described by any number or graph was there. As Jaewan ripped those charts, he glared at those empty spaces. That was me. I was there. It was like an illusion. Jaewan even forgot the name of that place. That is, Eunuch. Uni. U. Chapter 236, World After the Fall, 8. Jaewan then realized he had lived in that space a long time ago. He also realized he will never return to that space anymore. His cheeks became wet. Jaewan. Jaewan. The doctor was shaking him by the shoulders, but Jaewan couldn't feel it. The 20-year-old Jaewan was now stronger than the young doctor. Jaewan struggled through the doctor to the ground and Jaewan kept on ripping the charts. He screamed like a madman as he ripped them. And in the midst of the ripped charts, he found something. There was a document that was full of words. Jaewan picked it up. Jaewan. Wait. That is. Even though the doctor was trying to stop him, Jaewan read it through. Soon, Jaewan realized that the document wasn't an ordinary recording. The document had a very familiar story in it and started with the following. The fall always starts everywhere. Familiar sentences. Jaewan read a few more paragraphs. 10-year-old Jaewan was also a victim of such a fall. The doctor was now looking at Jaewan as if he had given up now. Page after page, Jaewan kept on reading the stories. It was only after he went through most of the pages that Jaewan's shaking hand stopped. Doctor. What is this? Jaewan. Answer me. What is this? I am sorry. I was going to tell you. I was going to ask for your permission to. What Jaewan read was a short novel. A cleanly written short novel. It had Jaewan's story in it. A 10-year-old boy who was being consulted because of domestic violence. A boy who denied reality, who eventually created a delusional world, and had to live in it. Doctor's words shot past Jaewan's head then. If the day comes when you can see your world with an unbiased view, people will pay to peek into your world. That was the reason why the doctor talked about the writing contest, and his suggestion for Jaewan to major in literature. Everything came together like a puzzle. Jaewan's hand began to shiver in anger again. Was this the reason for all that? Jaewan was filled with rage. He felt like everything in the world was worthless and he felt stupid. Jaewon looked at the doctor. The doctor couldn't even bear to look at Jaewon anymore. Jaewon asked, "Was this reason you cared for me all this time?" "Jaewon, please. Listen to write this. Was that the reason for the free consultations? To listen to my stories?" "Jaewon. No. That's not it. What is it then?" "It's... my story was just a novel to you then." The doctor shook his head strongly. It was an innocent shake, making it hard to believe that it had come from a middle-aged man. Jaewon did not stop shouting, however. "You've been writing this behind my back all this time. You've been trying to use my stories for your money. And you dare claim that you believe my world? How dare you say that?" The doctor tried to speak in shock multiple times, but he eventually looked down. Jaewon then ripped the novel into pieces in front of the doctor and burst out of the room. He heard a nurse calling him from the back, but Jaewon did not look back and left the hospital. He ran and ran. He ran for a long time and realized he couldn't see the hospital anymore. There wasn't anyone following him either. And through the snowing sky, Jaewon puffed white breaths. As the cold snow touched his cheek, his destroyed heart slowly came back to itself. Why did I share my story with that kind of man? Deep regret filled Jaewon's heart. He believes my story. He really believes that my world, that the tree of imagery really exists. Jaewon was filled with tears of rage. He should not have trusted anyone. He knew that trust could only return in such a way, and still he did it. He was too naive. Was it becoming young that made him think that he had really become young again? Memories of the past 10 years quickly flashed past him. He had been stupid all along. He gritted his teeth as he thought about the doctor being friendly for all those years. Trust. I don't need your trust. My world is real. Even without any trust, it will be proven naturally. Jaewon thought as he looked up to the white sky. Time was coming. The tower was going to appear soon, the tower that will save him from this world. That fall will come for him soon. Jaewon slowly walked home. Jaewon's footprints was covered by the new snow that fell onto it. Jaewon swore to never go back to the hospital anymore. 2 weeks later. The day came silently during the midst of a snowy winter day. Jaewon was looking up to the sky. He was in the military in the past, but he did not enlist in the military this time. He knew it was pointless if the tower appeared again. Instead, Jaewon climbed up a high mountain every day to look up into the sky. He looked and looked. He looked at the snowy sky, a rainy sky, and a clear sky. The tower did not appear, but Jaewon waited. It was late. The tower had to appear. But then the next day came, and the next day. The tower did not appear. And then came the last day of 2018. Jaewon stood still and looked at the sky where the New Year's sun was coming up. It was an unbelievably glorious and beautiful sight. Lovers held their hands and families hugged each other as they cheered for the coming of the new year. In the middle of everyone cheering and blessing the new year, only Jaewon waited for the fall. He believed that the tower was going to appear soon. However, people left one by one, and even after lovers went down the mountain while holding their hands, the fall still did not come. The tower did not appear. Jaewon stood there, looking directly at the peaceful sky for a long time. And then Jaewon turned 21 years old. Chapter 237, World After the Fall, 9. In the new year, Jaewon applied for the military right away. It was decided on a whim. If he had taken the necessary steps, he would have been waived for military duty due to his 10 years of mental consultations, but Jaewon did not choose that route. Besides, his medical records were all free sessions that did not count as medical issues. He could have gotten help from the doctor if needed, but Jaewon didn't want to. He didn't want to see the man's face anymore. And above all else, Jaewon needed a place to trap himself. He needed a place with strict rules, a place where he did not need to think deeply, and a place where he can push his body to the limit. Jaewan was soon dispatched to the farthest region, the DMZ, where it was known to be harshest of all military branches, and began his military life there. He memorized his duties and stood on patrol. He cleaned places that weren't his to clean, volunteered first to shovel out the snow, and always came back last. He worked out continuously or read books alone after completing the tasks for the day. He mostly stayed in quiet spaces and lived peacefully. Officers loved him since he was quiet and obeyed all rules. He was also loved by others. "Hey? Are you cleaning those rifles again? It's your free time, man." "Yes, sir. I am doing what I like." "Ha! I think you should make this your career. I think you were born to be in the military." Jaewan smiled bitterly at the sergeant. "No, sir. No, my ass. How about you apply for it, hey?" "Haha." Jaewan just laughed and responded to the sergeant, starting to talk about his life story again. Born to be in the military? Jaewan? There was no way that Jaewan was born to be military. He was born to destroy and decimate the system. The sergeant soon left when he got bored of talking, and Jaewan was left alone. He became scared at the sudden silence and quickly returned the rifles to their original place before moving out for another job. He constantly needed to be on the move, so he'd be busy. Therefore, he could not have false hope. Jaewan cleaned off the other soldiers' shoes one by one, and brought wet rags to wipe down corners along with the insides of narrow windows that were not usually cleaned. A song from a young girl group came from a TV, the only thing keeping silence out of the room. Jaewan kept on rubbing and cleaning. One song soon finished and the next song started. The girls sang and sang. Jaewan then stopped his cleaning and turned to the television screen dumbfoundedly. There were girls singing on the screen. And at that moment, Jaewan felt like the world was talking to him. "I knew you would come. I waited. You were just a human too after all." The girls sang and Jaewan looked at them. Lust overshadowed Jaewan. And in that lust, Jaewan took the girls, raped, wounded, and controlled them. In the end, he was controlled by them. And the girls kept singing. They kept singing again and again as if it was never going to end, as if no fall would ever come. It was as if that song was the only reality they could take. After some time, people came back to the room. One of Jaewan's superiors started teasing him. "Hey, you've been watching the 7 Pink? I knew you would like." "Hey? What? Are you crying?" The man became shocked and others quickly gathered around Jaewan. "Hey! Who made him cry? Who is it? Was it you? Hey!" Jaewan then turned around to look at his superior with an awkward look. Was he crying? Jaewan brought his hand up to his cheek. It was very wet from his tears. Men shouted around him, but he felt the voices becoming distant. And through those voices, he heard the song again. It was so beautiful, but beautifully doomed. Then Jaewan realized he had to accept a certain fact. "I see. So my world fell." Just like a tower falling down, Jaewan felt his body crumbling. That world doesn't exist anymore. Because that world. Jaewan fell down to the ground. And with the sound of calling a medic, he lost consciousness. That world. Jaewan destroyed it with his own hands. That night, Jaewan had a long dream. He heard distant voices. Soon, Jaewan realized that the voices were very familiar. It was his own voice. Was this the ending you wanted? Was living in this nightmare the reason why you brought me here? One was Jaewan in his 20s, and one Jaewan was 10 years old. Both of them were Jaewan. They were arguing. No, the 20-year-old Jaewan was pressing on. The 10-year-old Jaewan answered. "I thought it would be different. The world you used to live in. Now you know that it's not. Yet. It's different from the fairy tale mom told me." Jaewan was puzzled. He wanted to join the discussion. He wanted to talk. He too needed to talk. But where was he? Where was he while looking at those two? The 20-year-old Jaewan spoke. Our powers don't work here. Of course. There's no adaptation or awakening. There's no unique world, so no transcendence. Or Big Brother. No danger, no opportunity. Then what should we do now? Do what? There's nothing we can do here. The two Jaewans seemed to have given up. Jaewan wanted to speak to them, but he didn't know what to say. Maybe we have to disappear in order for Jaewan to live happily. If he's to live here, he needs to abandon all the history that we lived as Jaewan. It is not allowed here. Yes. I see. Yet. It all ends here then. The two Jaewans then looked at each other. As they looked at each other, Jaewan realized who he was. He was nowhere, and he was both of them at once. The two Jaewan was himself. The two of them were now fusing back to one. Jaewan was becoming himself. Jaewan felt his longings and memories fading away. Like new clothes turning into old clothes, the memories disappeared. No, don't disappear. Jaewan cried in the midst of the fading memories. Was everything all real? What did mean for it to be real anyway? The darkness fell and the dream was over. After that, Jaewan never dreamed of such a thing anymore. Jaewan was now almost at the end of his military service. He had adapted to the military during those times. He endured the boring days and became a boring man. You are amazing, sir. But people in the military liked him and respected him. He was even awarded for being a leader to the future military, free of violence and oppression. But Jaewan didn't seem excited. I just do what I need to do. Yet. But you know it's really hard to do that. It's annoying, but it's not hard. That's what it is. I'm not sure if I can do things like you. I can't be that. Others also praised Jaewan for his dedication and his work ethic. With that, Jaewan remembered the days of stabbing. He remembered a day where he kept on stabbing until he completed the count and never rested. It's easy compared to stabbing 100,000 times a day. Hey! Just saying. Oh yeah. Haha. I see. People laughed without giving much thought. Stabbing? Hey! Jaewan now didn't feel anything even when he thought about those memories. It was all dull now. Jaewan was such a man now and he wasn't mad or depressed anymore. Chapter 238, World After the Fall, 10. Not too long after, Jaewan completed his military duty. Yunwan also finished his military service around the same time and they began attending college again. Hey, how come you guys never replied to my letters while you were in the military? Did you get my letters? Soyeol snapped angrily and Yunwan teased, oh, of course. I got it. I should thank you for your picture though. I lied that you are my sister and my superiors treated me well for it. Ugh, was it you? I wondered why I was getting these messages from some men that I didn't even know. Jaewan was back to listening to those ordinary conversations again. It wasn't hard like before. He still read books and trained alone, but he didn't fall into lonely delusions like before. He accepted his new body and his new life. In this place, a human would die soon or later. Reality was a different world from the OR. Jaewan now had a body that would age slowly, and die when the time comes. Whether he wanted it or not, he was going to spend a short time in this life and die. Then what did his life mean? For the first time, Jaewan was facing a mortal life. And that made him think differently. Human lives are too short to change something. That thought helped him greatly when Jaewan had to justify his actions or distance him from uncertain questions or ethical problems. He remembered Sakamoto's lecture. If it were the parallel universe. If this world had skills, and if he could stab to overcome himself, if this world had a giant and clear evil, he would have been different. But this universe does not have such a thing. There is no skill, setting, or unique world. There's none of that. Even if the parallel universe did exist somewhere, it wasn't here. And it was here that Jaewon had to live. It was a place where no miracles took place. A place where not everything was able to be done through trials. A place where life ends before knowing what might be at the end of everything. It was reality. It was the nightmare of the beginning. Jaewon got a job right away after he graduated. It was a small company that managed small websites with novels. It was Professor Sakamoto who recommended Jaewon to the company, and the reason was quite amusing. He always reads web novels in my class. But he knows all about the parallel universe. He will be a valuable asset to your company. It was shocking when Jaewon came to the company for the first day of work. Haha, Jaewon, was it? Welcome. I am Wang Incheon. I am the editorial manager here. Jaewon almost screamed in shock. Wang Incheon from Sword Panic. It was one of those few people that Jaewon remembered clearly from his fading memories. He was the one who formed the expeditionary force at the Tower of Nightmares, and was the one of the best until the 77th floor. Jaewon tried to speak but held back. There was no point in asking. Incheon would not have any memory of it anyway. Everything was his delusion. Incheon asked Jaewon with a large smile, "Why? Do you have a question?" "And no." "Oh, okay. I thought you had questions just by the way you looked." "I'm sorry." "No, don't be." Incheon smiled as he waved it off. Jaewon felt a slight headache after a long time. Was his world really fake even with this? He still remembered everything about him so clearly. The doctor once told him that his delusions were just the creation of images he was seeing. It will manipulate him as if he had known the person he saw for the first time, and strengthen his delusions. You wrote in your resume that you love web novels, which one do you like most? Jaewon came back to his senses. It's hard to specify. Maybe it wasn't a great answer as a rookie, but Incheon smiled in satisfaction. "Oh? I see. So, you must have read many of them then. It's hard to pick out good ones when you read a good amount. I guess we have a good one this time." Jaewon smiled awkwardly. "Then what about the genre? What do you like? Fantasy? Game fantasy? Or?" Jaewon hesitated a bit and answered, ones that return." Incheon opened his eyes in surprise. "Oh? Is that it?" "Yeah." Jaewon did not like them, of course. It was actually what he hated. But he only answered that way to check on Incheon. Needless to say, Incheon became excited. "I love them too. It's really fun, isn't it?" There are people who say it's too overused and boring now, but I think there's still potential. People just have that basic desire to return back to the past and change their lives, you know? People want to succeed in life in the easiest way after all. Haha. Jaewon was astonished by Incheon's perspective. Jaewon had never thought about it that way. It's a good answer for a man who went to the past first when the returning stone appeared. Jaewon then gasped at himself for diving into his delusions. What am I doing again? Was it because he had met a person that brought memories? Jaewon was shaken. He glanced around the office to calm himself down. The office was very small. There were a few desks divided by partitions and a 40-inch television on another wall. The TV was showing a news channel. It was showing a group of demonstrators fighting against a giant company. It was filled with men around Jaewon's age. Incheon glanced at Jaewon and said, "Your seat is that one. We don't have many employees though. But don't worry. Our wage isn't high either." But it was then that an incident happened on the news. "Wait. What are you, hey?" With the voice of the reporter, the camera shook and a man appeared. "Everyone. You must realize. We all must realize. The TV's volume wasn't loud, but the voice roared throughout the office. Inchin turned to the TV with an annoyed expression. The man's continued speaking. Everyone! Please open your eyes. Wow, what's going on there? Haha. Inchin laughed as he looked at the man fighting against the reporter for the microphone. Jaewan, look at that. You must look into everything if you want to be a good editor. But before Jaewan could answer, the man shouted as he snatched the microphone again. We must all know this. We are trapped inside the tower. We are being cultivated inside the Tower of Nightmares. Inchin burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Tower of Nightmares? What's with that man? Maybe he's one of our customers. The man shouted desperately. Maybe the voice of a man facing a fall would sound like that. It was so desperate. Everyone in the world laughed at the man, but the man did not hold back. Everyone, this world, it's not the life, the fall, the tower. And with that voice, the screen changed and the person on TV apologized for the unexpected incident. Inchin was still laughing. Haha, the world is more fun than fantasy these days. We should be alert, don't you think? Jaewan felt Inchin's hand tapping his shoulder but he couldn't tear his eyes from the screen. He didn't see the man anymore, but he looked at it still. After a short while, Jaewan answered, yeah, you're right. Good. Now, let's get to it. Jaewan then sat down at his table. There were files left by the person who worked there before for Jaewan to catch up on. But Jaewan couldn't focus on any of them. He was looking at the computer, but he was thinking of something else. He couldn't stop thinking about the man. He had a full beard, a dirted lab coat, and more prominent white hair. Jaewan knew the man. It had been a while since then, but he couldn't forget him. How could he? No way. Why? The man's voice was still clear in Jaewan's mind. Even if the tower doesn't appear, I still believe that your world existed. No. Exists. It was the man that Jaewan spent the most time with after he came back to reality. The man who would understand Jaewan more than anyone else in this world. And he was the man who declared Jaewan's world as a delusion more clearly than anyone else. The man on TV was the doctor. Chapter 239, World After the Fall, 11. The doctor kept appearing on television. Whenever news came up regarding various demonstrations and places, the doctor was there. The doctor was always shown in between the people protesting out on the streets. The doctor was more famous than what Jaewan had known. He was widely known for his teachings on Germany and France and his smart ideas. He was also a psychiatrist for many famous politicians in the country. Fall of the genius. The media quickly spread news of the doctor's change and created rumors regarding his words. Politicians who were known to have connections with the doctor quickly denied that they had anything to do with him. But even with all that, the doctor kept pressing on. Everyone! We must realize we are trapped. We are inside the tower. Jaewan wasn't sure what the doctor was trying to do. Why was he promoting all that madness after all this time? Wasn't he the one who said that money was everything in the world? And that Jaewan must accept this world for his family? Wasn't he the one who spent 10 years persuading Jaewan in any way he could? Why? What changed him during this short period of time? Or was there another intention to all that? Recently, I think my treatments were all wrong after all. Maybe it's your influence. Are you kidding? No, I'm serious. Maybe it's me who was persuaded during these 10 years. Jaewan then looked up to see if the doctor had written a novel recently, but there was no sign of the novel that he ripped apart that day. He tried to meet with the doctor a few times, and he even saw the doctor within the group of protesters while he was passing by, but Jaewan never went up to talk to him. Maybe he was afraid. Maybe he was afraid to bring out the emotions he had been holding back. Maybe he was afraid that it would bring him greater despair. Please. Open your eyes. Fortunately, the doctor's news quickly died on media as other bigger issues had come up. Besides, the doctor did not change his stance, and that soon bored people. He was always at protesting sites, but he never backed any politicians or any organizations. Humph! It's him again. Wang Inchen, who was watching the news together with him, spoke. You know, there are folks like him that don't know how the world revolves. He doesn't know that life depends on 15 minutes. That man's 15 minutes are long gone. Wang Inchen scratched his beard and turned to Jiawan. 15 minutes. Oh, Jiawan. Did I ever tell you this? Do you mean 15 Minutes of Fame by Andy Warhol? Right. You know then. Inchen loved to quote 15 Minutes of Fame all the time. It seemed like that was the only famous quote he knew, as he repeated it so many times that it annoyed Jiawan every 15 minutes of the hour. Authors are the same too. The ones that we work with. You see, modern fantasy is a very popular genre right now, but how long do you think it will last? You never know what's coming up next. You might be a popular author right now, but you never know where you will end up. Jiawan knew exactly how to respond each time now. So, you mean everyone has their 15 minutes of fame? Exactly. There's the best 15 minutes for everyone, and you never know when it will end. I think your 15 minutes is right now, Jiawan. I see that you've done some good work this quarter. Thank you. Yeah. That's how you should be. Soyol, you must learn from Jiawan too. There had been a small change to the company, and one of them was that Han Soyol had been hired into Jiawan's company. Oh, yeah. Jiawan would have stopped it if he had known, but it all happened before he could do anything about it. Don't just give me an answer. Show results. Look at Jiawan. He's not good looking or very humorous, but he pulls it off. Jiawan became uncomfortable as he saw Soyol's face becoming depressed. There was a precedent where a former employee had quit because of Inchen's criticism. Soyol, you've got weapons of your own. You see, you are on your 15 minutes, you know? You know that women are done after you're over 25 years old, right? You see, a woman should. And Jiawan couldn't hold back any longer and opened his mouth. Inchen. Hey. He did cut off Inchen, but he wasn't sure about what to say. Oh. Let me see. Are you? Are right. Soyol is quite cute, isn't she? Hey, Soyol. I see that you've got a knight in shining armor for yourself. Inchen grinned teasingly, but Jiawan shook his head. No, it's not like that. Hey? What? Jiawan did not answer, and Inchen's face slowly turned cold. Wait. Are you that? Are you a feminist or something that's popular these days? Hey. You know. The one on SNS these days. No, it's not like. You know how dangerous that kind of thought process can be, right? You have to get yourself up. Don't you know who our readers are? Hey. Jiawan let out a small sigh. Ugh, he'll be on me for a while now. It was too late to regret it now. But there was a moment where Jiawan needed to say something. Even after he lost his world, his justice, and most of his memories were fading away, but there were certain emotions that still lingered. Jiawan knew that he wasn't all that smart. He forgot most of the knowledge that the transcended ones had passed on to him. He had no knowledge of human rights or feminism. He wasn't very knowledgeable regarding gender equality either. But Jiawan knew what was right and wrong in this world at least. Think about it, Jiawan. Think about all of our readers who are suffering at work. What do you think they will want to read? About human rights? About justice? Ethical problems? Feminism? It's all great. It is. But think about reality. They don't sell. Not to mention, they don't even get published. Jiawan knew this well. Do you think people don't read it because they don't know it's good? No. They do know. They know it already and that's why don't want to see it. It felt like déjà vu. Jaewon had heard similar words from somewhere. Where was it? Was it in Tree of Imagery? Was it Usurha? Myad? Or Chungha? He wasn't sure. Maybe Jaewon didn't want to remember. You don't know because you're still young. You haven't lived a life yet. Life. Could he still say that if he knew about Jaewon's 10 billion years? Jaewon became curious. Do you think people don't want justice in their lives? There's no other way. That's why they live like that. They all have their families. Jaewon. You have a mother too, don't you? Mother. Jaewon stopped at the sudden word. Yeah. See? Think about it. Everyone lives for the loved ones that are around them. We live and die each day to support them. How can justice criticize those lives? What they need is not justice. It's reassurance. And we are finding novels that can reassure them. Is it? Jaewon then glanced at his computer monitor. There was a novel that he had been editing, of simple battle scenes, women side characters and main characters with greater desires. And Jaewon thought about the readers who would read such characters. Of course. Jaewon, you should take some time to relax sometimes. Listen carefully to my words. It's from experience. I see. If that was what life was like, then maybe Incheon was more experienced. Jaewon couldn't hold back from thinking. After Incheon's lecture was over, Jaewon sat down at his desk. He nodded at Soyeol, apologizing to him with her eyes. At the corner of his monitor was a YouTube video that was still playing. It was the doctor. From the video that was muted, the doctor's words showed up as subtitles. We must change. We must change this tower that holds our loved ones as hostages. We must change this world where we hold each other hostage. Jaewon turned off the video. The document window was all that was left now. Boom. Bibayam. Arg. Ugh. That is amazing strength. Ha 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 ha. How do you like that? As Jaewon looked at those document window, he felt strange. Would reading these really reassure people and help them live a new day? Was the world really created that way? Jaewon looked at the window for a long time and began typing away. He changed Bibayam to Baam and changed U to U emotionlessly. This was the life in this world after all. It was the world he decided to accept in order to protect what was precious to him. Jaewon maintained his decision for exactly a month. After 1 month, Jaewon got a call from the hospital while he was at work. His mother died. Chapter 240, World After the Fall, 12. As Jaewon saw his mother's body being sent to be cremated, Jaewon felt hollow. Was this it? Was this how life was supposed to be? Jaewon was in deep sadness as he looked at Yoonwon and Soyeol holding back their tears, not to mention his father who did not even visit. His mother died 3 days ago. If he hadn't visited the hospital right away, he wouldn't even have had the chance to say goodbye. She'd been hiding it all along. It was already too late when the ambulance brought her here. Wasn't cancer a disease often appeared in novels? Jaewon couldn't adapt to the sudden tragedy. Mother. His mother's presence was the reason and the purpose for him to become normal in this world. He adapted to this world only for his mother and lived in this world only for her. Jaewon. Yeah, Mom. I was just worried about you. I'm sorry. His mother left him words that he couldn't understand. It was a mistake to have that doctor treat you. I was just. I'm okay, Mom. Your father never laid hands on you. The doctor was wrong. You are not unhappy. You are. After the funeral, Jaewon lost all will to do anything. He took a break from work and stayed at his mother's lone home to clean it out. At the house, Jaewon found a lot of things that he didn't even think were there. The Little Prince book that his mother used to read to him was one of those things. Jaewon read the book from the beginning again. He was able to understand a lot of things that he did not understand when he was younger. He now knew that this wasn't just a child's fairy tale and it was clear what the author was trying to tell. But that was it. It's just a novel after all. Reality and imagination were different. Even with a good metaphor and explanation, there was no way for it to trump reality. At the last page of The Little Prince, there were letters. Jaewon was surprised to see who sent those letters. It was from the doctor. It was letters that came to him while Jaewon was in the military. His mother kept all of them in here. Jaewon. You are right and I was wrong. You are mistaken. There is a misunderstanding. Jaewon, I know now. The tower is real. Please, let's talk one more time. Jaewon. Jaewon read the letters throughout the entire night. Are you serious? You took a break from work for a week. It was Incheon who greeted him angrily on his first day back at work. Incheon snapped at Jaewon for the entire day and Jaewon kept his silence. When the day was over, Incheon became a bit apologetic and forced Jaewon to go to dinner with the other co-workers. I'm sorry about your mother. Incheon drank a cup of liquor and patted Jaewon's back. Everyone loses their mother someday. I did too. Everyone experiences it if you live for about 40 to 50 years. It's like the military. It will all pass though. Wasn't the military like that too? Incheon's face was red. The smell of alcohol filled the entire pub. Jaewon felt nauseous. Here. Drink. Drink for Jaewon. And to Jaewon's disdain, the drinking kept going. So when I was your age. As some time passed, Incheon began his usual routine of lecturing. Jaewon looked at Incheon silently. Incheon always loved to talk about the past as if that was the best time in his life. It was as if that was the only time when his real self was there. But it wasn't only Incheon who did that anyway. That was the characteristic of every old man in this world. Humph! Look at your face. The death of your mother is not the end of your world. Think about the others around you. You still live another day for them. Then you get a good day, and you get energy from it to live another. Here. Have another drink. Incheon poured beer in Jaewon's empty cup and held up his own empty cup. He then glanced over to Soyeol who was sitting next to him. Soyeol flinched at the glance. Oh! Soyeol, I forgot you were here too. Come. Get me a beer. Okay. You seem to be doing nicely these days. Do you know that there's going to be a promotion soon? You know that I am quite close to the HR manager these days. Incheon's hand that was on Soyeol's shoulder began crawling down. It would have never been possible under normal circumstances, but the atmosphere allowed for it to happen. Soyeol bit her lip and glanced around for help. There were so many people but none tried to come out to help. Soyeol met Jaewon's eyes at last. They both looked at each other for a short amount of time. And during that moment, Jaewon understood everything that was happening within Soyeol's mind. Jaewon felt the world shaking. A rebellious thought popped up against this horrifying authority and it was a thought that he shouldn't fight back. Soyeol was tied deep within herself and there was the future that she had to withstand. There was the sadness crumbled down, which resulted in giving up in the end. Why? Why did it need to be given up? Jaewon felt like he couldn't hold on to something that was coming up. As if time-space was being ripped apart, something inside him snapped. Hey? Jaewon! What are you doing? Incheon had said some words about telling him to endure reality for loved ones, and his current action shook Jaewon's head in turn. Jaewon glared at Incheon coldly. Incheon frowned as he tried to shake his hand off from Jaewon's grasp, and he soon smiled awkwardly. Oh, Jaewon. It's a misunderstanding. I was just... Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Jaewon asked back in a cold voice. I didn't misunderstand anything. He felt Incheon's hand trembling. What? Let go of my hand. What are you? The turmoil quickly expanded to the people. Even the executives sitting at the other tables were now looking at them. Inchin frantically raised his voice. Ah! You must be drunk. Haha. Yeah, I understand. You are sad. I understand. Drink. Here. Come on. Everyone, don't worry. This is nothing. It's nothing. Jaewan saw Inchin's awkward and cowardly smile, Soyol who couldn't bring up her face, and the people who quickly became bored. Inchin who succeeded in calming the situation which was now turning cold. Jaewan, we will talk later. There are executives here. If you don't act up, you know what's going to happen, right? I will just let you go since this time you. Jaewan closed his eyes slowly. His senses were cut off like magic. Why was he still living in this world? He had lost his loved one, and so why was he still living in this world? An emotion he had been holding back exploded from the silence. Yes, he should have done this from the beginning. He couldn't understand why he didn't do this from the start. Jaewan. I will just give you a warning, but if you do this again next Tim, Emma. Arg. Every cup on the table was thrown to the ground as beer and liquor splattered all over the place. Inchin was on the table after being thrown down onto it, squirming like an insect. Ugh. People screamed. Soyol's eyes widened in shock. And in the midst of people who were shocked, Jaewan alone was standing against all the eyes around him. Inchin was barely looking up at Jaewan, gasping. His mouth, that world, was still talking to Jaewan. Everyone lives like that. They all live for their loved ones. But in Jaewan's ear, those words did not come anymore. Jaewan opened his mouth with an emotionless voice. Loved one? I don't have one anymore. Chapter 241, World After the Fall, 13. 3 days later, Jaewan was at Sakamoto's laboratory. I'm sorry, Professor. You recommended me to the company A&D. No, it's all right. I heard about what happened from Soyol. I should be the one to apologize. Sakamoto waved his hands and smiled bitterly. I didn't know Inchin would have changed that much. He wasn't like that before. I don't know what to say. Jaewan glanced around the lab and found a pile of books about parallel universes on the table. It felt weird to know that Sakamoto had not changed after all this time. Sakamoto smiled as he noticed that Jaewan was looking at the pile of books. It might not be in this universe, but Inchin might be a good friend in some other universe out there. Try to understand him in that regard. Is it the parallel universe again? Haha, yeah. You know my research is related to that. Sakamoto laughed, but Jaewan wanted to say that Inchin was probably not a good man in another universe. Use it in small particles. I'm sure we can have many people use this item if that's the case. He will probably be an asshole in that universe. But it might not work, so I'll try it out first and let you guys know after. And a bastard that would give nightmares to everyone into a nightmare for his own greed. However, Sakamoto did not know anything. He just smiled and sipped his coffee. As Jaewan heard the sound of a sip and looked at all theory books on the bookshelves, he felt weird. Professor, do you really believe in a parallel universe? Sakamoto seemed to be surprised by the question as he spat out some of the coffee. He quickly reached for a tissue to clean it off and answered, "Why are you asking?" "It's just a theory." "So, you don't believe in it?" How should I say it? You told me once that there is no imagination or delusion in this world. Imagination will exist as another world in another universe. That's what you said. Sakamoto became silent for a while because of Jaewan's words. The clock on the wall ticked and regulated time. After the ticking rotated for one full cycle, Sakamoto finally broke the silence. Jaewan, I can't answer your question. It is a question that I have no answer to. But I can tell you another story. The professor's eyes shined brightly. Have you heard of something called classical mechanics? Yes. Isn't it about the Newton era and the laws of physics at the time? Oh, so you did listen to my lectures after all. I know that the gravity is beyond just pulling down the apple from the tree. Sakamoto laughed. Right. To the people of Newton's age, the world was just that. If gravity affects the tree, the apple will drop. It was an easy world. People believed that the world could be understood through numbers and calculations. Of course. But why are you? Sakamoto kept on smiling and continued, those people believed that they were looking at the same thing and lived in the same time. Think about it. Think about how simple the world was to them, and think about how shocking it was for them to face theories like the theory of relativity or quantum mechanics. Jaewon thought about it for a second. Maybe it was very similar to how adapters became awakeners. The people who lived in the world of classical mechanics did not know that time and movement changed depending on the viewer. They also did not know that the apple that dropped because of gravity had a possibility of disappearing somewhere unknown, or penetrate into the ground after millions, or even billions of tests. I guess so. To them, the theory of relativity or quantum mechanics are considered to be a complicated magical formula. Haha. Didn't Arthur C. Clarke say this too? That any type of sufficient advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Jaewon listened carefully to Sakamoto, but it was hard to understand the point he was trying to make. However, he didn't need to ask, as Sakamoto wasn't the type to ask a question and not give an answer. As expected, Sakamoto quickly gave the answer. Jaewon. We are living in an age of classical mechanics. What? But even after the answer, Jaewon was still confused. We are still living in an age of classical mechanics. What was that supposed to mean? Sakamoto took a sip on the coffee again and continued, classical mechanics in Newton's era. Theory of relativity in Einstein's era. And quantum mechanics and grand unified theory now. Theories to understand and analyze the world kept evolving. But look at the people now. Most of the people do not care about what those theories are and don't even know it exists. To most people, this world is a simple one where apples still drop from trees and you can pick them up to eat. Jaewon then realized what Sakamoto was trying to say. He imagined the tree of imagery and the people of who tried hard to get the fruits. He then thought about the people in reality. Even with such grand theories, the people's world only exists within their sights, in their narrow sights where we are not even allowed to examine even an atom. We will never know how the real world looks like. This world is going damn well even with the classical mechanics after all. Quantum mechanics and all that, you don't need to know that to eat, earn money, or have sex. Sakamoto then stopped as he got heated up and took a few more sips of coffee. I was too fired up there. I'm sorry. No. It was great. No. I'm sure this wasn't what you wanted to hear. You're concerned, aren't you? Jaewon answered, how did you know? People who are interested in parallel universes usually have problems with real life. Sakamoto smiled as he answered, was it because you asked me a strange question? It reminds me of my dream. A dream? Sakamoto laughed embarrassingly. I never told anyone, but I often have strange dreams. What kind of dreams do you have? Can you promise that you will not laugh? I promise. Sakamoto then scratched his face in embarrassment and started, dual swords. Hey! I am a warrior that uses dual swords in that dream. It felt like the air had become rigid. That world is a world where everything had been destroyed. There was a weird tower over in the sky, and people needed to climb up that tower. I was one of those climbers. Haha, isn't it weird? Jaewon didn't think it was weird. It wasn't weird at all. Because he knew the story already. And there, I level up and increase my stats, trying hard to clear the tower. It's funny, but people call me Sakamoto even in that tower. And there are people I know who comes out in that dream. Say for example, Inchin. Isn't it foolish? And Sakamoto's story continued and Jaewon listened quietly. Just like a man who had been waiting for a long time, or a kid who wished for the story to never end, he kept on listening. So, like that, and hey? Hey! What's going on? Jaewon. Sakamoto pulled out multiple tissues from the box and quickly came up to Jaewon and waved at him. Jaewon realized the reason after a short while. He quickly lowered his head and rubbed his eyes. Jaewon, you promised not to laugh, so you are crying instead? Are you trying to make fun of me? And no. It's not that. It's... Jaewon was facing a strange face as if he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. How should this be explained? How should he explain the feeling of facing something he had waited for so long? Without explaining his feelings, Jaewon asked a different question instead. Professor Sakamoto. Do you believe in that dream? Hey! Do you really believe that the dream is happening in another universe? That it really exists? Was it an unexpected question? Sakamoto looked down on the ground for a moment at Jaewon's question. After a while, he spoke. Honestly, I think it might be. Jaewon wanted to answer. That it might not be a dream. That it existed. In that world, he climbed the tower together with him and tried to protect the world. In that world. In that world, you. Sakamoto then rose up from his seat with embarrassment and Jaewon couldn't say it. Sakamoto coughed toward the window and turned to Jaewon. Anyway, what I want to say is this. It's not important what the world looks like to people after all. A revolution is something that happens inside a small, narrow, and twisty tunnel box, not outside. Sakamoto tapped on his head as he spoke and Jaewon couldn't forget that sight for a long time after that. Hey? Where are you going now? I'm sorry. I have to go somewhere. Jaewon then ran out of the lab and Sakamoto scratched his face as he turned to the door that Jaewon had left through. Humph. You look like you've found evidence to prove the parallel universe theory. Chapter 242, World After the Fall, 14. It had been a while since he last visited Gwangaewamun. He visited the area when he was there to buy books for his college classes and work, but that was it. Instead, Jaewon saw the place on TV and various news stations. It used to be full of people with candles and people shouting to protect something. But none of them were here anymore. People went back to their normal lives. To their original lives. The only ones left here were the ones who did not have anywhere to return. Jaewon saw people sitting inside the tent in front of General Li's statue eating cup noodles. Some fought for the dead people while some fought for the living. Some fought for the greater good while some fought for their organization. And in the middle of all of them, Jaewon had not fought for anything yet. Hey, why did you bring me out here? You two have jobs but I'm still unemployed. Yunwan spoke grumpily and Soyeol scolded him. We were fired, remember? After Jaewon quit the job, Soyeol also quit working for the company. It was after an incident as it was bound to happen. Jaewon felt apologetic for Soyeol who tried hard to get a job, but Soyeol seemed happy. Yunwan added, oh, right? Haha, we're all in the same boat then. Yunwan, you look too happy. Yunwan laughed and Soyeol snapped at him. Hey? What's that? What's the crowd there? As they walked past the tent area toward the King Sejong statue, the number of people increased. Some organizations were shouting something in protest. Ugh! This place is always too noisy. Yunwan frowned and looked around. Hey? Hey, isn't it him? The doctor. Yunwan then pointed at a giant object installed next to the statue. It looked like a tower. It was a strange tower to most people, but to Jaewon, it looked familiar. The tower was created by various trash and abandoned furniture, but Jaewan had a strange feeling about it. Oh, I saw him too. I saw it on the news that he was creating that there. Really? They then approached the tower. It was a very high tower, and it was hard to believe that it was created by one man. There was metal reinforcements and cement holding it in place in various places. The height was probably taller than 10 meters. It was lower than the other high buildings, but it was tall enough to kill a man if they fell off. The doctor was on top of it. Everyone! We must realize. We are trapped inside the tower. The doctor who said the same thing every time was there. People murmured as they passed by. Whoa, he's still doing that. How did he even make that? But the protesters who were always here didn't seem to be interested in the doctor. Some of their leaders even came to confront the doctor, saying that the doctor was in the way of their protests. I heard he's getting paid to do that, someone said. But Jaewan couldn't understand. Who would pay him? He wasn't representing anyone. Why? For what reason? Really? Yeah, I guess he wouldn't do that otherwise. It's all for show. It's just politics. If he becomes famous, the politicians will. Jaewan wanted to burst in anger. He wanted to shout to the people or at the doctor himself. Why are you still here? You had everything in this world and you adapted better than anyone in this world. Why are you being treated like that there? But Jaewan did not speak. He couldn't. He didn't know why. Maybe there was still something missing within him. Instead, he just looked silently at the doctor. He shouted and kept on reinforcing the tower. The cold winter laid shallow ice on the floor. He saw soil blowing on her hands. Yunwan, who had a light jacket, spoke grumpily. Hey, how long are you going to stay here? I'm sure you aren't here to look at that. I'm here to look at that. Hey? Why? There's something I need to know. Yunwan looked confused but Jaewan did not answer. He didn't have any answer. He didn't know what he wanted to know, or what he didn't know. Time passed and the weather got colder. But strangely enough, the number of protesters was increasing. Was it a large protest day? There were protests surrounding Jaewan and his friends now. Waa! Push them! Jaewan was then pushed by people coming from the back. Yunwan and Soyol screamed as they were pulled away. Shouts came from everywhere. It became even more serious as police came against to block the protesters from advancing. Jaewan couldn't understand any word that anyone said. There were too many shouts from all over the place. Police were barely holding back the line and fights broke out everywhere, with reporters busily trying to capture what is going on. And in the middle of everything, the doctor was shouting alone. Everyone! You must realize it. It was a strange sight. The doctor continuously shouted words that no one listened to. Why? What meaning did it have? Jaewan found himself shouting at the doctor. Stop! Stop it now! No one listens to you anymore. No matter how hard you try, the voice will not be heard by the people. However, Jaewan's voice was swept away by the protesters shouting. As the protesting became intense, the number of people bumping into the tower increased. The cement began to crack and the old rugged metal construct began to twist. The tower was falling down. Some people were shocked, but that was it. Most only cared about advancing. The doctor was barely holding onto the tower, trying to keep himself from falling down. But it looked helpless, as if he would fall in any second. Why? Why wasn't anyone trying to help? Jaewan shouted at the people. But no one looked at him. No one saved the doctor. People stood there like trees that had deep roots in the ground. They were like trees that just stood there, waiting for the sun to come. Trees with slight movement would kill themselves. Jaewan bit his lips. Why? A group of women shouted for women rights, a group of laborers who shouted for labor rights, college organizations protested to lower the tuition costs, and the police blocked all of them. No one looked at the doctor. They acted as if the doctor did not even exist. That's when Jaewan realized. Ah! It was a sad and powerful realization. The reason why no one was trying to save the doctor was because the doctor was not a man of this world. To them, the doctor was beyond their understanding and was cast out. To them, the doctor was invisible. They were together, but as if the doctor was in a parallel universe, he wasn't here. Only Jaewan was looking at the doctor. Jaewan then began to move. Jaewan! No! He saw Yunwan, who caught up, trying to stop Jaewan from moving out, but Jaewan pulled Yunwan's hand away and walked forward. Just a little more. Just as if he pushed away into an impossible way, he pushed past the people. He pushed and pushed. There were people cursing or hitting him, but Jaewan took in everything to walk forward. And finally, he was at the place where the doctor had fallen. Jaewan brought the doctor up. He was opening his eye faintly. His eye shook for a second and faintly smiled. Jaewan! You finally came. Jaewan looked down at the doctor. What should he say? After many tries, Jaewan was barely able to speak. But it wasn't what he wanted to ask. Who are you? Jaewan still asked anyway. You knew about the tower from the beginning, didn't you? Chung-he? Cayman? Carlton? Ronald? Or Jay? Who are you? Who are you? Why did you do all this? Doctor shook his head silently. If I tell you who I am, will you believe me? Jaewan became lost for words. Doctor laughed as he bled from his mouth. Yes. Maybe I am Chung-he. He was a doctor there, so maybe I am Chung-he. Or maybe I am Carlton. Just like he had law book, I always had books with me. Wait. Maybe I am Ronald. Because I may be your only follower right now. Chapter 243, World After the Fall, 15. Jaewan shook his head in confusion. What is he trying to say? Or if I am not one of them, I don't have the right to believe in your world. The doctor's head was bleeding. It seemed like he struck his head as he fell. Before Jaewan could say anything about it, the doctor spoke again. I'm sorry, Jaewan. It's all because of me. I ruined you. I destroyed your world and I dared to try to analyze it. Hey! Don't say anything. You are. The doctor continued, however. But Jaewan, in some way, that wasn't me. I wasn't the one who declared your world to be a delusion and connected it to your father without consent. It wasn't my will. Jaewan wanted to ask, then what was it? If it wasn't your will, then what? That is. The doctor's voice began fading as shouts erupted around them. Jaewan shook the doctor's body so that he wouldn't faint and tried to listen to his voice. The doctor then came back to his senses. This time, Jaewan asked the question he really wanted to ask. What should I do now? There's nothing I can do in this world. What is this world? The reality, what is? Jaewan. You came here because you already know the answer. The doctor smiled and looked up at the sky over Jaewan's shoulder. It seemed like he was looking at something. It's a beautiful sky. Jaewan became dumbfounded for a second and asked in shock, do you see something? Hey? Yes. I see a sky. No, I mean, an eye for example, or I? Haha, Jaewan. There's nothing in this world's sky. The doctor's mouth was shaking now. There is no big brother in this world. A calm voice came with the despair but also faced the despair straight on. But there are others. Others. Jaewan. It's you who taught me the world. Chung-he, Carlton, Ronald, Cayman, Sirwin, Yusur-ha, all those people and the stories. It was you who told me that. Open your eyes. Your world still exists. It did not go anywhere. It stays within you. The doctor bit his lips with a painful look on his face. Don't look at the world in other people's eyes. Use your own eyes. Look at it with your own eyes. My eyes. It's not a metaphor or symbolic words. It really exists. Jaewan. That world really exists. Jaewan's body began to shake. The jolt started creeping up from the ends of his fingers to his body. With a familiar sensation, heat began to gather in his eyes. Jaewan closed his eyes. Every sight within the world disappeared and only Jaewan remained. In that silent darkness, Jaewan focused. My sight. My lost eyes. And in the next moment, Jaewan saw a strange circle-like shape appearing in his line of sight. It was a snake eating away at its own tail. Jaewan knew that snake. Ouroboros. He heard the sound of something spinning fiercely. It was an old and familiar sensation. Yes. It's about time to start again. Jaewan opened his eyes slowly. Something was exploding inside him. Something was being born. It felt like the moment of his first awakening when he was pulled away from the system. The different universes began to overlap each other. This world was connecting to another world. The doctor was right. Do you see it, Jaewan? Are you seeing it? The doctor looked up to Jaewan. The doctor who gave him confidence was now asking him again. Your world, it really existed. Doesn't it? Haha. I wasn't wrong. And then the doctor fainted. Jaewan hauled the doctor up on his shoulder and looked around. The world was different now. There was no shouting, but there were hollow moans. It was all too familiar to Jaewan. I see. So, you were protecting this world all this time after I abandoned it. And in the middle of the unique world where everything seemed to have fallen, Jaewan finally felt deep relief. Yes, this was his world. It was the world that he had protected for 10 billion years. The world that declared the fall of every world. The world that brought salvation by giving up salvation. This was the world after the fall. Chapter 244, World After the Fall, 16. Jaewan saw the people. Or rather, he saw those who were once human just until a while ago. Unlike In, they didn't look like corpses. Rather, they were replaced by trees, rotten and dried up trees. Trees that knew that the land had no nutrients but couldn't leave the land. They were looking at Jaewan. I see it now. I finally see it. Jaewan then remembered Malak's words. He said there was no big brother in the nightmare of the beginning. This world did not have eyes because eyes were everywhere. They all looked directly at Jaewan. Jaewan looked back at them and smiled. If I can see them, I can fight them. There were countless eyes within those trees, and Jaewan looked at them. There was the sound of roots being uprooted, just like a tree pulling out its own roots. Jaewan walked and walked. The other trees were horrified. How? How can this be? How can a tree walk on its own? Trees were shaking, specifically their roots, trunks, and branches. They were terrified by Jaewan, who was not afraid of facing all these eyes. They wished that someone would punish that walking tree and burn it down. However, nobody volunteered and just moved out of the way. And Yunwan was among those trees. Ah! He wasn't sure why Jaewan looked like he was shining in between all this chaos. He just saved a man and was walking back. That was it. But why did it feel like he had witnessed that scene multiple times? Yunwan teared up with an emotion that he could not understand or explain. He turned and there Soil was, crying. They smiled at each other as if they knew something like this had happened before. And then they looked at Jaewan again. Well, have we become weird too? Maybe. It reminds me of that. The novel that he wrote once. Through the trees, Jaewan was walking toward them. Just like people who found the exit out of a long nightmare, Yunwan and Soil ran toward Jaewan. The door to the new world was beginning to open a man's smallest and darkest box. Unique worlds existed in this world. It was not a parallel universe. It always existed together in the same world that people could see. It was sometimes labeled as delusion, but the possibility was always there. Of course, this unique world was different from the unique world that Jaewon knew. In this place, having a unique world didn't allow him to make a setting or utilize it. Unique worlds moved in a more complicated way in this world. Jaewon, please. The doctor gave him a small notebook that he took out from his clothes as he was taken to the hospital. It was the record of Jaewon's story. It was so severely discolored that it showed how much it had been read through. Jaewon understood how the doctor had succeeded in reaching his unique world. Jaewon, there's only one way to defeat reality. It's not like or. You cannot fight the world alone now. Even in this place, people could enter someone else's unique world and believe in the same thing to live on. They could enjoy the free world outside or classical mechanics and other oppressions, but I am just the first. You must let people know about your world. That was only possible when a lot of people believed in that world. In the last page of the notebook, there was the doctor's short novel that Jaewon once ripped away. The novel had been taped back with the pieces of paper. He didn't throw it away. Jaewon read it again. It was a boring and uninteresting novel. But maybe the doctor wanted to change the world with this. Maybe he wanted to show it to the world and invite people over to the world after the fall. Jaewon touched the paragraphs of the novel for a long time. Doctor, if that is what your wish. Jaewon turned on his laptop computer. There was an unedited novel that he was working on before he quit. He opened the document, erased everything, and began typing in other words. One by one, the white document was soon filled. Memories slowly began coming back. In the same way he would stab or slash, Jaewon kept on typing. Stories began to play from his head. Just like when he succeeded in his world stab for the first time, or when he acquired the fall, his head exploded with countless realizations. The paragraphs were rough and weak. He didn't have good metaphors and he had many grammatical errors. But he kept on going. Just like he didn't give up on his stabs, he kept on writing. Even when a crude paragraph made him think harder, he did not give up and kept on typing everything down. He did it as if this was the reason why he lived that world, as if this were the reason for the history of his life. He grew suspicious, understood, forgot, created another theory, proved it, and edited. He wrote and wrote again. After an uncertain amount of time, Jaewon finally finished the prologue of his novel. As he read through the completed prologue and fixed any errors, a certain question came to him. Oh, what was the doctor's name by the way? It was strange. The name that was clear until a while ago, the name that was shown in various media stations, was fuzzy now. Jaewon then found the doctor's name written below the title of his short novel. You've got to be kidding. Jaewon smiled as he looked at the name. It was a funny name. Jaewon opened the web novel website and there were countless novels waiting to be read. Jaewon saw all of these novels in a new light now. He thought maybe all these novels had their own unique worlds. Some were crude and some were great, but all of these had various unique worlds to create this universe as a whole. Jaewon typed in the doctor's name as the pen name and opened a novel with the same name as the doctor's short novel. Then a message popped up to add a description for the work. Description? Jaewon thought long and hard about it as if he was a god showing his unique world for the first time. He couldn't make it sound too grand or else people would avoid it. But it couldn't still be too weak because people wouldn't anticipate it either. Jaewon opened up the note again. In that note, Jaewon read through the paragraphs that the doctor had left very slowly. And at some point, one sentence caught his attention. He grinned. Yes, maybe this was the only fitting sentence for the beginning of this story. This was it. Jaewon positioned his hands over the keyboard. And he gave himself ample time to type in each word carefully. This is the story of a man who did not return while everyone else returned to the past. Chapter 245, Ouroboros, 1. I have to remember it. That's the only way it will not disappear. Sir Wen Armelt. Epilogue. Ouroboros. Hey, do you really think we should consider this a masterpiece? Nightmares who attended a celebration party mumbled to each other. As the music began to play, the party started and Nightmares drank and ate freely. But the old Nightmares from the Nightmare Union who sat around the main table of the party were busy frowning at each other. Ugh! In front of their eyes, there was a small statue-sized tower. It was once called the Tower of Nightmares, but it was only called a tower now. It was once an art that glorified nightmares above all other beings, but it was now an old structure that was only used to reminisce about the old days for old nightmares. The leader of the union looked closely into the tower's interior and frowned. What is this trying to say? This is just a copy of our world. Isn't it supposed to be the tree of imagery? I think it shows the tree of imagery. Tree of imagery? What do you know about the tree of imagery? It does look like a tree, but look at the top floor. This is a joke. They criticized as they glared at the exterior of the tower. It was the new creation of the last master, Sir Wen Armelt. That arrogant girl keeps on creating strange towers after becoming a master. What's all this fuss about over a tower? The girl's got good looks. That's what the young ones are into. A girl with no artistic sense. Hush! Be quiet! One of the old nightmares brought a finger to his lips and a beautiful woman with a lovely dress walked behind them. They all became quiet at the sudden coldness. Only the sound of her heels echoed for a while and she walked up to the stage. Everyone, please welcome Sir Wen Armelt. Young nightmares shouted in excitement. Sir Wen received the microphone from the host and glanced around the party. There were some new faces as well as the faces she recognized. There were also some that she didn't want to see anymore. Those old bums are here again. Sir Wen frowned at the old nightmares from the union. They always joined the party to ruin it. They were old, but they did not become masters. And now, death was waiting for them. At the word death, memories swept through Sir Wen. No. Let's not think about that. Sir Wen calmed down and spoke. Everyone, eat, drink and enjoy. That's all I have to say. Young nightmares shouted again. Sir Wen's parties were always like this. She introduced her work and they enjoyed it. There were no boring lectures about the work. Attendees just enjoyed a good time at the party. That was all. But the host this time seemed to be shocked by Sir Wen's way. Hey? Is that it? How about some comments about your work or? Sir Wen turned to the host. The host kept on going. This work is characterized by its contrast against the new world and the tree of imagery. It is complicated, so if you would explain the motive and. No. The host became dumbfounded. What? I won't say anything. The host was shocked and confused. But you should, everyone's curious about the top floor of the nightmare of the beginning, for example. At least if you give us the theme of. A theme. Sir Wen scoffed. Why would I create a tower if I'm going to spill it all by talking? I can just talk about it without making it. Why yes, but. The host frantically searched through his cue cards and Sir Wen spoke. If you want me to say something so badly. Oh. Please. The host smiled and looked at Sir Wen, but she wasn't there anymore. Or metaphorically at least. She was looking for an old past. The time that most beings had forgotten now. The days when everyone fought to be a being. Many scenes flashed past her eyes. This is a tower for a certain person. After the fall came, the tree of imagery was destroyed. Every being was present when it happened. The branches and trunk fell down and the tree of imagery dispersed into silver. Lords and gods. Adapters and awakeners. They all looked up at the scene. They felt the disaster they could never even hope to stop. Then they accepted it. This was the end. This was how it all was going to end. With an explosion, the world turned and everything was covered in silver dust. It took about 1 week for the silver dust to die down. A silvery 7 days. But even after that 1 week, people still survived. The beings that survived now realized that they were living in a new world. It was the creation of a mixture between, and they. It was the world that had gods, lords, adapters, and in one place. There was no tree of imagery and the world was free from the chains of the system. New World. People named the New World. You're back. Yet. How was the party? It was the same as always. Were the Union people grumpy again? Don't mind them. They always do that. Yeah, and it doesn't make me feel any better each time. Sir Wen smiled and took off her coat, placing it on the chair of the hospital room. How's your condition? I'm fine. Fine? You look like you're dying. Sir Wen looked at the old man lying on the bed. He had white hair and a wrinkly face. Time and age were ruining his body. Sir Wen remembered the old man's past of when he was a boy. A rude boy from. A boy who was so stubborn that it was easy to tell whose follower he was. The boy who acted like he was grown up was now an old man. Sir Wen caressed the old man's forehead and thought about his name. As if she would remember his name after time was up, she thought about the name. This old man's name was Ronald. Yet. I will die someday, right? Someday? I think it'll be soon. Ugh, don't say it like that. I feel racism every time you say that, you know. Haha. Do you think Chungha would have felt it this way? Or Carlton? Ronald. Haha, I'm joking. Joking. Ronald smiled, slightly shaking his lips. I'm just scared. Unlike Chungha, it's the first time for me to die. It will be the first and last. Don't be stupid. It's the first time for everyone. Sir Wen. What do you think death is? Is it returning to nothing? Is there nothing beyond this world? No memory, spirit or... Ronald's lips then soon became silent. It seemed like he was out of his energy. Small, shallow breaths were heard. Sir Wen caressed Ronald's forehead with a sad look on her face. Kid, that's what makes us human. Chapter 246, Ouroboros, 2. When the New World first appeared, the most popular name was of course, Jaewan. He was the one who destroyed the tree of imagery and the system. People were curious about who he was. What kind of man was he, and why did he destroy the world to bring about a new world? Everyone looked around for him, but no one seemed to know where Jaewan had disappeared off to. There were some who claimed that they were Jaewan. I am the god of the new world. Most of them said such things, but their corpses were soon found a few months later. The reason for the deaths varied. They were sometimes killed by stabs and slashes, and sometimes they were burned to death. The worst one of all was when they were killed by a golden club. Anyone who imposters Jaewan will die. As the imposters all died out, Jaewan became a more mysterious being. Some even considered Jaewan to be a true god of the new world, but a lot of people condemned him. No skill, no status. How can we live in this world? Bring back our world. Bring it back. People were shocked. There was no interface, no guide, and no status. They had to endure the world by themselves. And that wasn't the only thing. I don't want to die. The immortal life was taken away as the system had fallen. Every being in the world now faced death. The aging that was removed had returned. Now, every being could not escape time. That's how they became beings. There was the coming of certain death even when nothing was done. Some were afraid and felt that it was painful, but not everyone felt the same way. There were some who accepted death gladly. It's okay. Don't be so sad. Hey, stop crying girl. I am not crying. Cheng He's weakened old voice brought tears to some people. Sir Wen was one of them. Tears? Did she still have such emotions left in her? Sir Wen smiled bitterly, but she couldn't stop herself from crying. I've lived long enough, this isn't the first time, but it still makes me nervous. Hee hee. Some smiled at Cheng He still making jokes on the last day. They all grabbed Cheng He's hand. It was the hand of an old warrior, the hand of an old man who fought for what was right throughout his entire life. Sir Wen held his hand. Just once. I wanted to see Jaewan for the last time. I hope he's well. The old man who lived his entire life looking up at the sky, died while looking up at the sky. And with Cheng He to start, people began to die. Kamen, Yuran, and the clan leaders of those who had outlived the normal human lifespan were the first to go. Yusarha was one of them. I feel jealous of you for the first time. I am what you see, but you still look the same as the day I met you. Nightmares live for a long time. Yet. Sirha smiled bitterly. You're going to wait for him, aren't you? Yet. Please, tell him when he comes back. That he's not wrong. Even if everything was pointless, that he wasn't wrong. Sirha did not lose her strong will even when she became old. The people who remembered the tree of imagery, people who remembered Jaewan, disappeared one by one, just like that. And then came the people after Jaewan's time. 40 years. 50 years. Time passed quickly. Now, there weren't many left who remembered the tree of imagery or the system. They did not know that there were times when people could use the status window, inventory, and show their strength through the level, status, and stages of adaptation. Moreover, they also did not know that there was a man who fought against the world. Carlton once said this. It's strange, isn't it? Kids these days don't know about the master. We remember him. That's all that matters. Yes. It's okay, yet. Your wings look weaker. Sir Wen's raised her eyebrow. Aren't you half angel? You shouldn't be weak already. I am half, yes. I'm old if you consider the fact that I'm half human. The two became silent for a while. Aren't you lonely? Shut up. Why would I? But you will be. I really hope you will not become lonely. Carlton looked up to the sky as he spoke. I am afraid this isn't the last. And it was a month later that Sir Wen heard about Carlton's death. 70 years passed. Sir Wen was still waiting for someone. There was no need to explain who she was waiting for. She looked everywhere for any trace of Jaewan. There is no way he would disappear like this. He has to be out there somewhere. Even if he's not in this world, he has to be alive. And the number of people on her expedition team kept on decreasing. Mino, Claire, people who volunteered to search for Jaewan disappeared from the member list one by one, from accidents or of old age. I wish they were here at least. Sir Wen thought about the people who disappeared during the silvery 7 days that came after the destruction of the Tree of Imagery. Yunwan and Soyol. They were the only people who disappeared after the fall of the old world. It was strange to consider it a coincidence, and Sir Wen thought maybe there was a connection to their disappearance and Jaewan. Captain! There's something here. When they were searching through the northern lands where the Tree of Imagery's trunk was rumored to be, they found dark and long objects there. This. Sir Wen, who was a nightmare, realized what they were the moment she laid her eyes upon them. These are the roots. Roots? You mean the roots of the Tree of Imagery? Yet. But how, don't the roots grow in the direction of the remote region? Sir Wen narrowed her eyes at the man. Hey, where do you think the remote region is located? Isn't it under us? I mean, that's where roots grow, right? Under? No. The universe isn't that simple. Hey? What do you mean? What is? But he couldn't hear Sir Wen's answer. Sir Wen froze in place as the man looked back. Captain! Sir Wen's hands were shaking. Step by step, she walked over to the corner of the giant root and found something stuck in there. I searched for her so long. She held back the tears and caressed the object that was stuck there. It was a sword that had been destroyed. It was the sword that the loneliest man in the world, the most stubborn man in the world, once used. It was Jaewan's broken sword. Chapter 247, Ouroboros, 3, Epilogue. In the same year, Sir Wen announced a new theory about the tree of imagery. So, you saying that maybe the nightmare of the beginning is located at the roots? Yeah, in summary. Ugh, that's nonsense. Nightmares still studied the tree of imagery even after it disappeared. The tree of imagery held every secret behind birth. It was a motive for every tower and allowed cultivation to give nightmares a purpose. They still were clinging onto that tree. There's no way. If the nightmare of the beginning was located at the roots, we would have found it a long time ago. No. We do not know what the nightmare of the beginning looks like. We might have even visited the place and didn't even realize it. But even those nightmares didn't seem to be convinced by the new theory. It wasn't because Sir Wen's theory was complicated. The theory itself was simple. It just said the tree of imagery didn't grow in one direction. We all know that the branches or the roots didn't grow in one direction. Yes, but my theory has a point. What if the roots and branches circled the universe to meet each other? What if the tree of imagery was in the shape of a circle? That might explain why we couldn't find the nightmare of the beginning when the tree of imagery was destroyed. That's why there's no top floor to the tree. That is nonsense. Finding the roots in this land is proof. We might not know what the tree of imagery looked like. Sir Wen spoke desperately. She had a reason to, as she needed the help of these old nightmares this time. You cannot prove your point. Besides, we can't go to the remote region anymore. Even if there is the nightmare of the beginning there is no tree of imagery and. That's why I'm telling you. If we change our views, we might be able to reconstruct the way. We might even be allowed to travel through dimensions freely again. No way. Let's cut this nonsense now. Sir Wen bit her lips. She hoped that the old nightmares who still longed for the tree of imagery would understand her, but it was no use. Sir Wen knew that the time of nightmares was over. No more nightmares were born after the tree of imagery disappeared. The tower just became a hollow form of art after cultivation was gone, as if the horrific cultivation was the true identity of art. Sir Wen shouted angrily. Fine. Be fools. Die in your past glory. The fall of her race? She didn't care anymore. Sir Wen returned to the only person who understood her. Didn't go well. No. Sir Wen smiled at Ronald's concerned expression. Don't worry. I can do it alone. I will do it someday. I can meet him again. You just have to stay alive until then. Ronald smiled without energy. He's still alive, isn't he? Yeah. I'm sure of it. Ronald blinked slowly. I have a strange dream these days. I hear voices calling me somewhere. It's like when I was in his unique world. Don't make it sound like you will die soon, kid. Stop calling me kid, will you? You should respect your elder. Sir Wen quietly tapped Ronald's forehead. They smiled at each other and began talking about the old days like every other day. They talked about the days when Jaewan first appeared in. Then they talked about what followed after. They talked about the stubborn Jaewan, and days of impossible plans. And. When do you die? I don't know. Maybe after 1000 years. 1,000. I didn't know I would feel that time to be so long. Ronald looked up at Sir Wen with a lonely expression. Sir Wen. What? You have to keep talking to someone even when I'm gone. Okay. Shut up, kid. You should at least talk to yourself. Don't break. Even if everyone forgets everything except you. Don't consider everything as an illusion or a dream. Okay. Of course, I won't. Right. You're a nightmare. I'm sure you have better memory than me. Of course. Ronald smiled. That's good. You know, those days have become hazy these days. It sometimes even feels like it didn't exist, as if I was in a long dream, that Jaewan never existed and everything was just a dream. And Ronald fell asleep. Sirwen felt his breathing slowing down. His heartbeat was dying out. She knew this was the last, but she couldn't wake him up. She couldn't even dare to close her eyes as it would bring tears. She just placed her hand over Ronald's forehead. Silly. There's no way it was a dream. Everyone who had the same dreams disappeared and the old nightmares died one by one. Sirwen was left alone. She alone remembered everything. No more roots were found. She thought maybe the root she found was the last root that the tree of imagery had left. She kept it well and studied it whenever she had time. The root was the only way to reach the end of her questions. It was the only piece of evidence to answer why she was born in this world, why she met Jaewan, and what the nightmare of the beginning was. This was the only possible tunnel that might connect her to Jaewan. She studied and studied. She collected documents from dead nightmares and asked for help from other races. But the research didn't go so well. 10 years passed. 20 years passed. 100 years passed. And then 200 years. All of a sudden, she realized everyone except Torher had forgotten about a being named Jaewan. History did not record Jaewan anymore and no one stabbed. And there was a sign of the return of the system. It wasn't obvious like before. There were no levels or statuses, but Sirwen was able to feel it. The system was coming back. Sirwen still did not know anything. She didn't know what the nightmare of the beginning was, and why the tree of imagery gave birth to her. Sirwen did not know. And Sirwen placed down the root she was researching. She wasn't sure if it was an act of giving up or the beginning of a new challenge. But she remembered when she was creating the tower for the last time, the tower she created for Jaewan. Maybe it was a sudden urge, but Sirwen acted on it. She peeled off the root and began shaping it using her tools. She began working on her last tower. With faint longing and severe loneliness, she created the tower. It wasn't a tower for cultivation. It was a tower that allowed no cultivation. It had no use, but that's why it was unique. As she created the tower, she dreamed often. This is not a dream. I cannot consider every memory to be a dream. But she still dreamed. It was a dream of her quarreling with Chung He. There was Carlton and there was Ronald. It was also a dream of her arguing with Sir Ha, and it was the dream of his return. At the end of the long nightmare, she was fixing up the exterior of the tower. There was a lonely tree at the end of her hand. Just a bit more. I just need to work on a bit more. And she fell asleep again without finishing her work. It was a deep sleep this time. She thought she might not wake up in time before she had fallen asleep. The sound of quiet breaths filled her small room. The quietness was steady and calm. It felt like it would continue endlessly, as if it were telling Sirwen that she had done well. That she could rest now. But it was then that a small sound came from her tower. It was so small that Sirwen could barely hear it. Within the tower, a small crack opened up and the dark room was soon filled with the faint light. It was a familiar crack. It was like the day the sky was ripped open by the stab. The crack began to spread across the tower as if one world was calling upon another world. As if one world was overlapping into another. Even in her dream, Sirwen saw the crack. She smiled as she knew what it was. In the faint sight, she tried to open her mouth. She wanted to say that she had waited for too long. But her drowsiness was too heavy and she couldn't bring herself up. The tower shined brightly and embraced her. It was as if it was saying that she can sleep more, that it was okay to sleep. Sirwen felt relieved and closed her eyes. It was a rest that she could take because she knew this wasn't over. And in the bright light, she dreamed for a long time. In that dream, she thought that she should rest well and regain her energy. Because when she woke up, a new world would be waiting for her.